All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Scott, and I get the privilege of opening the conference with a word of prayer. And if you guys want to pray with me, feel free to. If that's not your thing, just don't make it weird. And we'll go ahead and get this thing going. All right, would you guys pray with me? Father in heaven, thank you so much for the majesty of this place in Alaska. Thank you, Lord, for those who organized it and worked so hard to do all the things that brought us here today. Lord, we ask that you would open our minds so that we could understand money and that we could understand the value of money and that we could use it wisely. Not only to enrich our lives, but also to glorify your name. Lord, I pray that you protect us from the love of money. We know that's the root of all evil, but you clearly give us that which is good. We thank you for this, and I just pray a blessing over each person that's going to speak today, and I just ask that there would be peace. Lord, I pray for the protesters outside. I ask that you would just put a blanket of peace over them, and that, Lord, they would learn more through education and through kindness, and ask all these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Good morning. There we are. Okay, everybody, out in the lobby hanging out. Come on in. Let's go ahead and get this thing started. My name is Gabe, and I'm going to be kicking things off with a couple of introductory comments. First, welcome to Bitcoin Alaska. This is amazing. All right, there you go. And I didn't even ask you guys to clap, but here we are. So a couple of quick thank yous. First of all, our AV guys over here, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all of our speakers, all of our presenters, our sponsors. Check them out on the banner in the back over here. All of the vendors. Thank you to the planners of this event for making this happen. Thank you, Wade, Tammy, Ashlyn, Rick. If I'm forgetting anybody, I'm sorry. We can meet outside and you can set me straight. But yes, here we are. Juneau. First time here. First thing we did was run down to a waterfall and jump in. Has anybody else done that yet? Yeah, I think it's happening again tomorrow morning if you're interested. So come on down if you haven't yet. It's not that bad. Okay? Trust me. So after that, let me see. We had some amazing tactical training with Paladin Tower Tactics. That was Scott up here that introduced us with the prayer. Check them out. They are amazing. Okay, the training, it was a day long of some of the most high-value training that we have ever had. I sat in there with my family, and it was awesome. So we are going to be calling him up and engaging in some more of that. Canoe ride. Man, that was amazing. Whoever's idea it was to set that up, that was awesome. One People, I think it's called One People Canoe. It was so cool. It's a Native American traditional style canoe trip up over on the bay. It was amazing. Picnic, fantastic. The whale watching. Who went on the whale watching cruise? Man, was that something? Oh, yeah. I say all that to say this has been an amazingly planned out week. So thank you for making this an experience. Thank you for making this much more than just a conference, because that's what it is. And I think the reality is that's what it takes. That's what it takes. It takes more than just conferences. It takes more than just coming in and doing the same thing that so many other organizations are doing. And a lot of them are doing it great. But it takes more than that. It takes this, okay? When we ask ourselves these questions that I believe brought a lot of us to Bitcoin, the question of what does it take? What does it take for us to change things in the world? What does it take for us to address the problems that we see? What does it take for us to transform the situation that so many of us inherited to be sure that our children don't inherit the same problems that we're navigating? What does it take for us to make things better? And as I've been here this week interacting with so many other amazing people that have brought their families up here, it's clear to see that so many of us have these same questions. What does it take? What does it take to make the world better for them, for their kids, not just for us? The longer we're involved in Bitcoin, the more we realize this isn't just about money. We're not here just to trade and to get rich and do all those things. We're here to create a world where all people are more free, where our children can have greater opportunities, where they can opt out of a system that we know is corrupt, where they can choose the life that they're going to have, where they can choose how they're going to spend their most valuable asset, their time, to make a contribution in this world that will create more freedom for more people. And that is why I believe we are all here. But what does it take? It's more than just studying Bitcoin, of course. We're all going to do that. It's more than just stacking sats. We're all going to do that too. What does it take? Well, many times it's going to take one person, one spark to have an idea. One person to have that idea to, you know what? I'm going to bring a whole bunch of people up to Juneau, Alaska, make them jump in a frozen pond, let them go canoeing everywhere, get chased by bears maybe, and go someplace where they've never been in their entire lives just to connect with people that all ask those questions. That question of, what does it take? Well, I'm going to tell you that's what it takes. It takes a person like anyone in this room to have that motivation, to have that spark go off that's going to inspire them to do something about it. And we know enough Bitcoiners to realize that we are some action-oriented people, right? It's about proof of work. Doers. I mean, we are doing things. We are building things. So many people in this room are builders. We're not the kind of people that sit back and let things happen. We're the kind of people that pick up and go to Alaska for a week and hang out with a bunch of other people that are building things. People that we may not have ever met. People that might be like our internet famous people that we're watching and we're tracking and all that. And I tell you what, and I think we can all agree, Bitcoiners are always better in person. There we go. And as impressive as a lot of you are on X and Noster, you are even better in person. So this is what it's about. This is what it takes. What it takes is us coming together, us spending time with one another, kids, our children hanging out with one another, building relationships at this age. Because we all know that this is not a short road that we're traveling. This is a long road. We're in it for the long haul. This is not just something that we do for a little while. This is a life that we live. And I've made some of the best friends that I've ever known just in the past few years being engaged with this, having a shared mission with the people in this room, having a shared common purpose and a desire and a drive to make things better, to not just sit back and be okay with things the way that they've been, because it's not okay, and we know that. And the thing that makes us a little bit different than much of the rest of the world is we are willing to act on it. We're willing to do something about it. So that's what it takes. What it takes is the willingness to act. That's what it takes. It takes us willing to come together, build relationships with one another, learn from one another, be open about our projects, be open about what we're building, share with one another, and grow together. So we've got 2 days of amazing speakers, presenters that we're getting ready to jump into. And I'm fired up about it. This is extremely high signal. I love the setting. This spot is wonderful. So thank you for doing that. Thank you to Juneau. Thank you to Wade for making this happen. Thank you to the entire team. However, I do have a question. If there's anybody from the city here, If you could help me with this parking ticket, I would really appreciate that. No joke. I'll let you know where not to park. But anyway, if you can help, especially if I can pay in Bitcoin, I'd be willing to contribute to your economy here. All right, so having said that, we'll go ahead and wrap up the introduction. Make sure that you check out all of our vendors out in the main area. Make sure you check out the rooms over here. We have a game room that's taking place the entire time. Some of our absolute best game designers are going to be over there in person. You can talk to them about their games, learn about their games, bring the kids over there, have fun. It's going to be amazing. Operation Bitcoin has a room over there. Paladin Tower Tactics has a room over there as well. We're sharing one. So come on in, get to know us, get to know each other. Let's build. Let's build this, and let's build it together. All right, let's go ahead and keep on moving forward. So, thank you. All right, so let's get started with our first fireside chat. I'd like to introduce, is Rustin in the room? Rustin, I'd like to introduce Rustin, head of news at Simply Bitcoin. Come on up. And Alex Gladstein, author of Check Your Financial Privilege and Hidden Repression. Rustin, all yours.
Good morning, Juno! Say it back! Good morning, Juno! All right, we're going to have a lot of fun today. We're going to get a little deep, get into some pretty hot stuff. But to have a little fun and to make our protesters happy outside, every time you hear me say Elizabeth Warren, you say sucks. Elizabeth Warren.
Sucks.
Elizabeth Warren.
Sucks.
Send it. Let's do this. Oh. Man, this is awesome, Alex. And
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for having me here with you. This is great.
Bitcoin is awesome. I wouldn't be here in Juneau without Bitcoin, so.
Exactly.
Thank you, Satoshi.
On the boat, you said, we were talking, and you said Bitcoin takes you to cool places. And thinking about that, we get a diamond-handed senator, a crowd of freedom lovers, activists, SRO at the Human Rights Foundation, and an 80 IQ dude who yells at Elizabeth Warren for a living. So,
Plus,
Alex,
we were doing an interview, and then a whale breached behind us. Dude, that was pretty epic.
It was incredible. That was like divine Satoshi intervention. But have you ever seen, you've traveled the world all over the place, you've seen the absolute worst situations. Have you ever seen a technology take ordinary people and just put them in extraordinary situations and just changes their path?
Yeah, well, I think that things were probably similar. I know a lot of you remember the beginnings of the internet and the email culture in some aspects, right? Because anybody could use it, in theory. And the early adopters knew that it was going to change the world, even though people on TV and in the newspapers said it was a fad. If you remember people making fun of the internet, they called it, the internet superhighway, and it's going to go to nowhere. And there's all these videos of people on television, David Letterman and many famous talk show hosts, and they would have people on like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, and they would basically make fun of them. And I remember as a kid in the 90s that I didn't know much. I was young, but I knew that this wasn't going away. I wasn't going to go back to not using the internet, right? I mean, to me, it's similar to, okay, you are mailing stuff in the post, and now you have email. There might be some times where you're sentimental and you want to mail somebody something. Sure, great. But we're going to use email for 95%, 99% of stuff. And that's really how I feel about the Bitcoin shift, right? Where we have a moment now where we can have these community events, and there's an ideological aspect to Bitcoin that's kind of missing from the internet adoption and from the adoption of email, because it's more about your time and the fruit of your labor, and it's more about really taking down just a very corrupt global system in a slightly different way. In terms of, the telecommunications companies, sure, they were monopolists, but they weren't corrupt and exploitative in the same way that the banking cartels are, right? This is a little different. This is a little heavier, which is why I think it's going to hit a little harder. But at the end of the day, early internet culture was a cool thing. People were a part of it all over the world. It was really exciting, and we knew it was the future. And we don't have that anymore. And now it's just like we all use the internet. There's no more like internet conferences, the Juno email conference. No, we just use email. So I think we're part of a very special moment here. So I think you're all looking ahead of the curve. You're sharp for being here, being part of this, introducing your families and friends to this. I think in 10 years, the biggest regret we're all going to have is that we didn't teach more people about Bitcoin. Of course, Pete, you're going to regret that you didn't stack harder, right? And stay more humble, of course. But I think the biggest regret is you're going to say, man, I wish I had told more people about this thing, which is how I think a lot of us feel who've been in the space for any more than 1, 2, 3, 4 years is, man, I wish I had told more people 10 years ago, 5 years ago than I did. So get out there, evangelize this thing, talk about it, and know that it's going to penetrate and change the world in the same way that things like the internet did, where it's going to start with small communities. Back then it was scientific communities, academic communities, people interested in domains and selling stuff on the internet. I remember the first time I ever saw an Amazon box at my friend's house in 1997, I think. I was like, this is weird, what's Amazon? And then it takes over. Bitcoin's going to do the same thing. And if you think about Bitcoin adoption, we're probably roughly around the year 2000 when it comes to internet adoption. So, a lot of us had dial-up modems. It was a pain in the ass to connect to the internet. It was hard, but of course you were doing it, and you knew you weren't going backwards to a world where you didn't have it. And then 10 years later, we had the iPhone, right? So I think we're in that moment now where Bitcoin is a little hard to approach for a lot of people, still a little clunky, way better than it was 5 years ago. But we don't have the iPhone yet, right? Like if you think about the fact that there's a great group of people here, but 95% of Juno doesn't know what's going on, right? Well, what that means is that 95% of creatives, product designers, UX designers, marketers, people managing family businesses, they don't know what's going on. So they're not in the space yet, so they can't add their uniqueness to the space yet. So that's going to change, and so many cool ideas and people are going to come in. And I really firmly believe this, and I'll conclude with this. In the year 2050, if it still exists, Time Magazine or whatever does a 10 most important people in Bitcoin's history list. So if we go forward 25 years from now, I really believe that at least 7 of those people haven't entered Bitcoin yet. So you might have, of course, Satoshi, Hal, maybe Dorsey and a few other people, but I really believe that 6, 7 of those people haven't come into the space yet, and that's what really fills me with a lot of excitement is all the people that are going to join the ride as we move forward, many of whom are just getting into it now.
And speaking of Liz Warren,
Sucks.
is it not hilarious that she said like Bitcoin was for criminals, but now today, the horse is in the gates and JP Morgan, likely the biggest criminal institution, they have had some pretty interesting clients over the years. Look it up. But is Elizabeth Warren actually right now?
Well, I think Elizabeth Warren's just part of the past. I mean, she devoted her life to, in a lot of cases, you'll see people who sense a problem, they're correct, and thank you, but they don't have a good solution. When I was doing a lot of research about the IMF and the World Bank, which we can get into, I noticed that a lot of Marxists were actually the most, I would say, astute sort of people diagnosing this issue of these more powerful countries and empires exploiting poor countries. They actually wrote really well about it. Unfortunately, their solution totally sucked, which was support like Marxist revolutionaries in the developing world or whatever. So Elizabeth Warren, same thing. Like she notices there's a real problem in the banking sector. She notices that there's an issue with bank bailouts. She notices there's an issue with essentially, socializing the losses and privatizing the gains, right, of this system. But her solution totally sucks, right? It's like expand the power of the state. So I think it's unfortunate for her that the essentially the solution to what she's been working for her whole career has come along, and she's just too egotistical, to not humble enough to accept that and to work with that, which would be so powerful. I mean, it's honestly, it's kind of funny. It's I mean, and I know a lot of early Bitcoiners came from the Occupy Wall Street movement, right? This is literally occupying Wall Street right now. Like, Bitcoin is occupying Wall Street, right? Yeah, literally occupying Wall Street, and she can't sort of acknowledge that, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, what you alluded to is it's been around for a very long time, since the earliest days of Bitcoin. Basically, anything we're saying about Bitcoin was probably said on the Bitcoin forums and Bitcoin talk in the first 3 years of Bitcoin. Everything is just we're just repeating the past. But one of the things people said back then was that Bitcoin would be kind of like a Trojan horse, and I've written a lot about this. And I've debated a lot of people on this, because people are like, wait, you're a human rights activist. Aren't you upset that large corporations, banks, and nation states are adopting Bitcoin? Like, aren't you upset by that? And my response is, no, I'm actually pretty excited by that, and that's affirming Bitcoin's rise. If Bitcoin wasn't going to be used by if it was never being adopted by anybody, then nobody would use it, right? Like, we would have the opposite problem. The way that you would understand that Bitcoin is failing is if it never got adopted by anybody. That's how you would tell Bitcoin is failing. We would be very naive to think that something could go from zero, which is what Bitcoin traded at for its first year or so, $0. Like, no one was willing to buy it for any amount of money, essentially for at least a year after Satoshi started the network. The tokens were literally worthless. To whatever it is today, worth more than $100,000 per token. The only way you get from A to B is with a lot of other people noticing and getting involved. And then we're eventually going to go to 1 million, or wherever we go. It would be naive to think that only a small group of cypherpunks on the internet were going to be part of that. Everybody's going to be part of that. And that's how you can tell that we're going from, again, zero to what I think is going to be the world reserve currency one day, the dominant currency of the world. And you only get there by having people you don't like adopt it. You know, Bitcoin is for enemies. Look, unfortunately for human rights activists, that means that a lot of people are going to adopt it.
So, Alex,
but the good news is that it means it takes power away from them, which is amazing.
Larry Fink the Grinch who bought Bitcoin?
You know, I think Larry Fink is going through a learning phase like everybody else. Everybody's a student of Bitcoin. And Larry Fink and Jamie Dimon, at first, they were like, this is a stupid idea. Stay away from this, it's a scam, right? Which is what a lot of people in traditional finance said for the first 10 years, which is very unfortunate for them, obviously. And then they started coming around to it. I can say this because I've met Larry Fink, and I had meetings because I was trying to explain the human rights aspect of this to some of these folks on Wall Street for my own human rights self-interested reasons. I want them to be involved in Bitcoin because everybody who's involved in Bitcoin makes Bitcoin stronger. Again, this is the Trojan horse idea. Bitcoin's an open network, so I don't care whether you're doing mining or shilling financial products built on Bitcoin, or working on Bitcoin apps, or helping Americans get exposure to the Bitcoin price through retirement funds. It doesn't really matter to me. The more people working on Bitcoin, the stronger Bitcoin is. So I thought it would be awesome to get more people involved in this, which I consider the highest form of the struggle for freedom. And I could tell that, you know, a couple of years ago they were starting to change their minds. And then all of a sudden they realized they could make a killing on it, and they have. So today, in less than 2 years, IBIT, which is BlackRock, Larry Fink's essentially, the ETF that BlackRock has created to get Bitcoin exposure, I think it's their second most profitable ETF that they have, and pretty soon it's going to be number one, which is really insane.
It passed their S&P 500 fund.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be their number one. And you know what? I mean, I think that's to be expected. I think a lot of Americans are smart, and they realize what's going on, and they want some exposure to that. Now, hopefully, they self-custody as well. I think it needs to be holistic here. But clearly, if you've got a pile of money that you can't withdraw and you can't self-custody, yeah, I mean, I understand why people would want exposure to that as opposed to like Monster energy drink or whatever, which is, I think, the other best performing stock over the last 15 years. Which says a lot about society, actually. But basically all these people are in a transition from haters to getting on board. And guess what? Now they're fighting for Bitcoin. Maybe not necessarily for self-custody and privacy, which is why we need to do that. But they're going to go to Washington and be like, don't ban this thing. We want to use it, which is pretty crazy to see, actually. And the speed which we went from, in 2019 and 20, everybody said the government was going to ban Bitcoin. Every single journalist I talked to said this. So in 5 years to go from that to now the new criticism is, oh, the government's adopting Bitcoin. It's pretty amazing to watch. Like, what do you mean? I thought you said they were going to ban it. Now you're upset that they're adopting it? You need to get your story straight. And it's exactly what was sort of predicted on early Bitcoin talk forums. Like, this thing's just going to continue to rise and get adopted by more and more people. And you have the normalization of it, the hyper-Bitcoinization, where it's now, I mean, it's over $100,000 today for one Bitcoin. Most people are completely, like, they don't care at all. They're not totally tuned out. It's insane. I mean, more people were interested, actually, I would guess, based on Google search stuff, in Thanksgiving of 2017. Retail interest in Bitcoin totally peaked, right? Everybody was talking about it at, like, Thanksgiving or whatever, and it was at, like, $10,000. So it's gone up by a 10x, and less, so fewer people are interested. That's hyper-Bitcoinization. You're watching it happen. It's a normalization of something. And eventually it's going to be 200,000, 500,000, a million, way beyond. And yet people are going to kind of not really realize what's going on.
I kind of feel like we were talking there. It's like the culmination, too, to fuel the adoption. We got the Trojan horse inside the gates. Yeah. But when democracies are obsessed with freezing accounts, silencing dissent, and even the EU reallocating people's savings, I think it's becoming blatantly obvious, like fiat money has become a mechanism of control. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so if you read Lynn Alden's awesome book, Broken Money, it's a scientific history of money, basically. And the first 60% doesn't talk about Bitcoin. It just talks about how did we go from, the money systems we used thousands of years ago to essentially 1971. And what you'll see is that the gold system was always going to lose to fiat because it's not digital. So as soon as they were able to do telegrams across the Atlantic Ocean to change balances in people's accounts, I mean, gold was basically over because you're not going to do ship settlement on boats across an ocean when you can update ledgers, fiat debt credit ledgers in minutes or hours, right? So that was the beginning of the end for that system. No one had invented digital gold yet. So I agree with her. 1,000 times out of 1,000 times, if you run it back, gold's going to lose to fiat at that moment because we didn't have digital gold. We just didn't have scarcity on the internet. And that led our society to a lot of, I would say, interesting, scary, tragic, complex things in the 20th century as we changed into a purely fiat system. But now we're undergoing a new change. Someone invented digital scarcity, essentially. And now we're going to go through, I think, an equally powerful transformation. But I think for the better, because what she points out towards the end of the book, which is brilliant, is that essentially money was, at one point way back when, more of an instrument of your control, individual sovereignty, and relative privacy. If you're using non-digital, if you're using analog money, you have pretty good privacy over it. You can self-custody it to an extent, things like that. We went through it like 150 years where scientifically we just moved into money being an instrument of state control, where it was becoming increasingly digital, programmed. They could take it from you, they could censor it, they can program it. Now that's getting even crazier with things like CBDCs, right, where it's going to be, citizen, you've reached your caloric limit for the day, stuff like that. It's actually happening in China as we speak. It's crazy, but it's true. And then Bitcoin's just a completely different paradigm, where the more we evolve Bitcoin and the more we advance Bitcoin, the freer we get. It's pretty wild, but it's very exciting.
It's incredible. And thinking of, I was having this thought, like, is democracy even possible with when you inject central banks and fiat incentives into a system? It seems like that's the 51% attack on liberty, and kind of Bitcoin entering the gates is the answer to all of that. but is democracy just naturally on that slope to authoritarianism when you inject fiat into it?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm wearing the hat. So shout out to Finite Supply, Skylar. You guys should all check out his stuff. It's beautiful, beautiful Bitcoin equipment, I would say. You know, the founders of the United States, thinking a lot about yesterday, Independence Day. Happy Independence Day, everybody. Did not like the idea of central banking. They did not necessarily like the idea of fiat. They liked the idea of privacy and of civil liberties. And they wrote about it pretty extensively if you read the Bill of Rights and other things that came out of that time period, especially Declaration of Independence, et cetera, right? Like, yeah, no, and some of the founding father-esque figures were more into centralization, and that was the early debate over our country. Yeah, the more Hamiltonian side of things. Ironically, the city of Boston launched a CBDC pilot with MIT, and they called it Project Hamilton. So, you know, there were impulses from the very beginning to centralize. And look, there were good arguments on that side of things. But ultimately, that's why we moved to Washington. The capital ended up moving to Washington as a compromise out of this. And there's a lot to be learned from those early years of the big debate between should we have a central bank, should we not? Should we have a national bank, should we not? But at the end of the day, the idea of a central bank has really, in my view, nothing to do with democracy, just the word being, basically power of the people as opposed to power of one person or two people or of kleptocrats or whatever. There's many ocracies, right? There's kleptocracy, there's thugocracy, there's autocracy. I'm not a fan of power being held by one person or even just a handful of people. I like the idea of everybody being sort of in control. Now, you know, ultimately, what does that look like in society? It's impossible to scale that past like families in small towns, right? It's pretty hard to do to have a pure, independent, everybody's sovereign and free system. So at some point, because you want to live your life, you want to like be an artist, or you want to do this or that. You don't necessarily want to be involved with, patrolling the environment or being a Coast Guard or whatever. So we end up delegating some of that to other authorities, and that's the Republic. That's the American Republic, right? But I think that by integrating Bitcoin and evolving Bitcoin through our system, if you think of America like a body, like some sort of spirit, right? I think we'll be much stronger because there's nothing that we have to fear from basically technology that puts money more in the hands of the people. I don't think anybody should be afraid of that, in our country at least. That should be very exciting. And the people who are afraid of it are essentially treasonous, right? So they need to get out of here. And we need to be more comfortable with more people having control over money. I think other governments are totally screwed. Totalitarian governments, communist governments, other kinds of governments that require censorship and confiscation and rely on it are going to crumble eventually, is my belief. I just don't see how they last through a transformation where people have gradually more control over their money. And they can't print money to bail out their mistakes.
100%. I think you can't have like a communist system without a central bank, which makes sense on why communists and
Correct.
dictators despise.
Yeah, they want to own the means of production, which means some cartel of people is to be in charge of the way you're paid and the technology you're paid. Honestly, I think some of the early, I always wonder what like Marx would have thought about Bitcoin, but like it's funny because what he was trying to do in some aspect was like increase the power of the wage earner, of like the laborer, right?
Makers and takers.
Well, what's the most powerful way you can increase the power of one of the most powerful ways you can increase the power of the laborer is to make sure they have control over their own wages and the fruit of their labor, and that it's in something where their purchasing power increases over time, or at least is protected over time. So, ironically, I think Bitcoin is like the most pro-union, pro-labor technology ever created. So it's interesting how it can be viewed by different people on different sides of the spectrum, right? And honestly, some hyper-capitalist institutions thrive on fiat. Like they thrive on being able to crush the worker by issuing them these fiat credits, which then they devalue, right? So there's you can look at it from different perspectives, but at the end of the day, if people are earning Bitcoin and they're learning how to self-custody it, and they're taking responsibility for them and their family and their community, and they're teaching other people how to do that, I think that can be seen as pro-labor, pro-workers' rights, and obviously it's pro-free market too. So I think it really splits the difference nicely.
It actually does something and doesn't just LARP about it and put up picket signs
Right,
and
exactly.
wear wigs and
Well,
stuff.
it's the greatest protest of all time. I think if you run the numbers, the biggest protest of all time, in
Boston?
the streets there were huge protests against, obviously, the Vietnam War, the end of the Cold War in different communist regimes. The Iraq War had huge protests. There's been huge protests in countries like India over different things. But if you think about the fact that if you run the numbers, there's many, many millions of people who use Bitcoin. And we can argue about, well, what does using Bitcoin mean? But there's a new study coming out of Cornell University that looks at Bitcoin adoption in different countries. And the numbers are going to shock people when they see this thing. I mean, maybe we aren't surprised, but we're talking 10, 20, 30% of big countries where people have Bitcoin or have used it before.
But Elizabeth Warren said you can't do it for
Elizabeth
anything.
Warren sucks. So, I mean, we're probably talking tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people who've at least used it at some point, right? So, I mean, that's the biggest uncoordinated peaceful protests ever, which is really beautiful.
Decentralized all across the board. So we had representatives from local, state, federal government here in Alaska talking about Bitcoin and spreading freedom technology. Absolutely insane, like to think about just a few years ago. But those are elected officials, democracy, and that's how it works. We choose our representatives. But we got unelected D-bags at the Fed and
Yeah,
the
exactly.
IMF.
Right.
What are these people? The IMF, what do
Alphabet
they do?
soup organizations, yeah. Well, look, a lot of these institutions, you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist. A lot of them were created with relatively good intentions, right? Like there were a lot of crises in the United States when we had, they didn't have Bitcoin, right? So it's always like if you don't have Bitcoin, your monetary solutions are going to be very imperfect. So they had all these different currencies across the United States, and it was really messy, and it was sort of hard for there to be coordinated insurance markets. And if you dig into it, like there were like some good reasons to standardize money across the United States. And there's obviously some good reasons to have a lender of last resort, right? So in the same way that you had money centralized in the United States, after we defeated the Nazis basically in World War II, as that war was winding down, we with our allies, and at the time with our allies, the Soviets at the time, we gathered in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire in 1944, and we sat at a hotel, the Americans, the Soviets, and 40 some odd other countries, and we tried to come up with the new financial system for the world. Everybody else wanted something called a Bancor. So the Bancor,
Keynes.
well, yeah, Keynes, but also the other countries wanted a more globally distributed reserve currency that would be like a basket of currencies and goods. But America had all the gold because we didn't get torn up at home as much as these other countries. We had a huge, basically, importation of gold as we sold things to the world. They paid us in gold. So we sold all kinds of things. We got paid. We also got gold as part of like some of the borrowing, the lend-lease stuff. So we basically got to have our way. We had the most gold. We got to have our say. And we said, no, it's going to be the dollar pegged to gold. So we put this together, and part of that system was the global trade system. So at the same hotel and the same conference where we came up with the dollar was going to be pegged to gold at $35 an ounce, right, which would last essentially for about 25 years. We also came up with the IMF and the World Bank. And they were at the beginning reasonable institutions. Like the World Bank was just supposed to basically fund projects in war-torn Europe and Japan where private capital couldn't have an appetite to do so. And the IMF was supposed to be a lender of last resort for essentially Europe and Japan when they couldn't make a payment. We didn't want the world trade system to melt down, so there would be like a pool of money where they could borrow from to keep going so that they could keep buying and selling things on the global market. The whole goal was to not have the crash that happened in the 1930s where everybody withdrew from global trade. They wanted it to keep going, right? And that's sort of what it did. But the problem is instead of closing down, which a lot of actually libertarian economists said it should in the early 70s, they were like, we should shut this thing down. It served its purpose. It took on a new life, which was basically exploiting other countries. It started to engage in debt colonialism. So colonialism basically ended around 1960 formally. The Western powers and the Eastern powers were no longer quote unquote allowed to do straightforward colonialism, right? That kind of ended, even though, as we know, it didn't quite end, but more or less it ended. What didn't end was monetary colonialism. So what ended up happening is that instead of using like a ship with guns and cannons and going and just taking over and enslaving an area, you would just find some military dictator, do a deal with them, and make enormous amounts of loans in dollars that they could obviously never pay back. So the only way they can pay it back is to borrow more and more and more, and this creates the debt trap. So we ensnared all these different countries in debt traps so we could basically change their economy. We could change them to be agriculturally dependent on us instead of themselves, and we could change it so that they would make things that we would need instead of what they would need. And this is essentially what we did, and this was very coordinated. I mean, you can look at the U.S. Secretaries of Agriculture and Commerce and all these things over the years and look at their statements. The goal was to increase American power, and you know, obviously there was some understandable aims to that, but the outcomes were pretty tragic on the world. You have most of these smaller countries, their average debt in the early 1970s was like $100 million, and today it's $100 billion. And their population and their economy have not grown at that same rate, right? So a lot of times people are like, well, yeah, of course, things were so much cheaper 50 years ago, you know, but the problem is the rate at which currency debasement happens does not track the rate of wages and things like that in most cases. And internationally, we saw the same thing. So I have a book called Hidden Repression that dives into this system. But the reality is, and the important thing for, you know, even communities up here, I mean, there's been obviously insane history in Alaska even. I mean, if you want to talk about what happened in World War II, there was basically massive ethnic cleansing of the Aleutian Islands, of indigenous peoples here, like not that far from here. And, you know, people are taken from their land all over the world. The difference here is that you can opt out, right? So if you're going through hyperinflation in the 1980s in some country that's undergoing structural adjustment, there's nothing you can do. Today, you can convert your time and energy to Bitcoin, and you can at least in a small way escape, and I think that's really cool and very inspiring. So that's why on the front cover of Hidden Repression, I have written, for the victims of development, they may never get the justice they deserve, but they may get a way out. And I think that's the way to look at this. Like, maybe finally we have a technology that can reach anybody. And really that's what it's doing. Regardless of what the, you know, alphabet soup organizations say, or the Red Cross or the UN, oh, we're gonna like save the world or whatever. There are places they won't go, there are things they won't touch for political reasons, but Bitcoin's there. You know, so regardless of what you guys care about here politically, it doesn't really matter, Bitcoin doesn't care. So regardless of how you feel about highly politicized causes like Gaza or Ukraine, or Sudan or Yemen or whatever,
Help anyone who
doesn't
needs
care.
it.
Bitcoin's going to be there, right? And we may not be there for X reason or Y reason in terms of American aid. And the other thing you need to think about, which is so crazy, is that all of our aid, all these billions of dollars of aid that have flowed around the world since the 70s and like the creation of the aid industry, the goal was never to improve the monetary technology of the people receiving the aid. Never. The goal was almost always dependence, because what would happen is, again, dollars would go to the dictator or the local rulers.
The people never get them.
And then the people were given these terrible fiat credits that were only like casino tokens. They can't be used outside the country. And they get devalued really easily. And it's a scam. It's basically like the dollars go here, and then the rulers get the dollars, and then they mint these credits to the people. So the whole system has been like a
Completely
huge scam.
closed system.
So now people can escape from that. They can save in Bitcoin. It's really crazy to see. I talked to all these people in Cuba, of all places, in the year 2020, more or less, and they had been saving. They'd started to save in Bitcoin. And get this. So since then, their currency is completely hyperinflated. The communist regime is collapsing. They can't provide anything for the people. They're stealing what they can, but it's not much left. So the peso has collapsed by 90%. Okay, Bitcoin has increased by 2,000%. So it's really a matter of life and death. I mean, imagine that. Your choices were lose 90% of your current and future savings, or be up 2,000%. And that's just in the last 5 years. Think about that difference. So this thing is just so enormously important for everybody.
Just benefiting the lives everywhere. And that's what's so great. Like, if the IMF actually meant what their mission was,
They'd be giving Bitcoin to people, or at least U.S. dollars. I mean, as much as we can talk about stable coins, maybe they're sending Tether to all these poor people. And at least the dollar, for what you want to say about the dollar, and we can talk a lot about the dollar, but it's the best fiat currency in the world. So if we're going to live in the fiat standard for now, right?
The original shitcoin.
Yeah, like you should want everybody to have the best shitcoin if we're going to do that, right?
Yeah.
But they don't. Like, they clearly don't, because they don't do the dollar thing. So you know what? People are adopting stable coins, and I empathize with that. Like, if you're in Lebanon or Argentina or Turkey or something and your currency's down 50% in the last year against the dollar, I understand why you want stable coins. But I guess my point is, be careful. They're not freedom money. They can be censored. They can be rugged. They can go to zero.
Yeah, just like you said with that closed casino
careful.
system.
Yeah.
Right? This is a stable coin is just a private CBDC.
Yeah.
And what will the state do? Just like with the Twitter files,
Well, they're going to do
they'll
shotgun.
export their
They're also going to
tyranny.
do shotgun KYC, I think.
Exactly.
I don't see how the stable coins go from 250 billion, which is what they are now, to 2 trillion without some kind of regulation KYC thing. And at that point, you know, the humanitarian use case is kind of toast. But I think for now they serve a use case. Just be careful with them. But I think people are pretty on it. For example, 3 or 4 years ago, a lot of people wanted stablecoins from the organization that I work for. We give grants around the world to support different activism. And people were actually asking for stablecoins. We haven't had anybody ask us for stablecoins in like 3 years. Everybody wants Bitcoin. So I think people have learned in many ways. Part of that's just the cycle that we're in, right? But I think people are getting it, that, you know, with Bitcoin you can truly be self-custodial. If you want to, you can be very private. You can use privacy tools in a way you can't really with stablecoins. And there's the global monetary liquidity of Bitcoin. Like, stablecoins are basically dollars issued on all these different nonsense blockchains that aren't compatible with each other. So it's like you almost have to go to some marketplace and say, hey, I have this stablecoin on this blockchain. Who's willing to trade it with me? There's only one Bitcoin, so it's just like everybody speaks one language, which is why I think it'll be quite effective. Yeah.
So thinking about the IMF, like the loan sharking, using the debt, and they obviously want to kill Bitcoin adoption. Despite what's been going on in Bhutan, they kind of gave them the middle finger.
Right.
They're killing it. El Salvador kind of rebelling, but Pakistan with mining, the IMF just crashed down on them. Mm-hmm. A lot of curiosity about what's going on in El Salvador and other countries with Bitcoin adoption.
Well, I mean, El Salvador was the first country to try and really go into Bitcoin for different reasons. And that experiment, it's not over, but essentially they gave up and they submitted back to the fiat system to take more money from the IMF. So as a result, you can read about this on John Dennehy's thread, the Me Premier Bitcoin guy. There's many, many people involved in Me Premier Bitcoin, but one of the founders has been chronicling this, and he's living down there, and he's basically shown how this is a country that had an opportunity to really stand independent and free and gave that up to take more dollars from the machine. So he shows this, and as a condition of taking this loan, they had to really end a lot of the Bitcoin activities that they had once sort of set up. Same thing in a lot of other countries. Argentina, when it took money from the IMF, they had to promise to crack down on Bitcoin stuff. So
And still the central bank is still there. We're hoping
yeah,
to lay.
I mean, we'll see. That's a longer conversation. But the point is, what's crazy is there's clearly a group of people who work at the IMF whose job it is to, you know, how can we fight Bitcoin adoption? Which is pretty crazy. We're in the fight you stage. I don't think they'll win in the end, but they are going to make it hard for any smaller country that's trying to do Bitcoin work. And then maybe with just the couple minutes we have left, I mean, we should just talk about mining for a second. I mean, what's going to end up changing the minds of all these people is mining. Because at the end of the day, and I know we're going to hear some awesome, innovative ideas about mining. I mean, the Bitcoin network will come in and pay you for energy, as opposed to you as a government having to tax or borrow to build energy infrastructure. The Bitcoin network will pay you to build out your energy infrastructure. And I've seen this. I've seen this in different countries around the world, Latin America and Africa. I've visited these mines and seen this. Like, you had places with very little energy infrastructure, and all of a sudden, there's Bitcoin miners coming in. This allows the local power companies to make more money, to build out more infra. It enables people to pay less money for their energy bill, and the Bitcoin miners make money. And it's amazing to watch. And eventually this is going to be, I think, how Bitcoin wins in that global sense is through mining, because I think that most of these countries have enormous stranded or unused or untapped, essentially sustainable energy reserves in terms of geothermal, solar, wind, hydro, whatever it is. There's massive energy abundance, but there's never been a capitalistic way to get in there and make it happen until now. So now that we have Bitcoin, it's going to start bootstrapping all of this. So all these countries can, in the future, instead of, like, last resort, you borrow from the IMF or from some alphabet soup organization or from the Chinese to get what you need. Well, what if you could just convert your enormous, abundant energy reserves into Bitcoin to buy what you need? It'll be on the margin. It won't be like 80% of your GDP, but, in economics, the margin's everything. So having a little bit of fully sovereign freedom money for all these countries will be really important, because my view is that eventually large companies and corporates, where we win is when they start selling stuff for Bitcoin. And that's where we all win in the end. And that's why, the merchant adoption stuff is important. We'll see how, it's going to take a long time. But hyper-Bitcoinization is not $1 million or $10 million or you being able to save in Bitcoin on Wall Street. Hyper-Bitcoinization is when you can use Bitcoin as freedom money anywhere, including countries buying oil in it or countries buying wheat or grain in it. So that's where I think we eventually go. And in that world, it's much harder to do this kind of fiat global scam system that we're running today. And I think America, will be much stronger in a Bitcoin standard than it is today for many reasons, and will be less exploitative, and we can even be more proud of this country that we're already very proud of. So that's my hope for the future.
Thank you so much, Alex. I'm starting to think, if democracy is going to be saved and the republic's restored, it won't be with ballots. It's going to be with Bitcoin.
Well, you can vote by opting into Bitcoin, basically.
This is the
if
way.
If you don't want to vote at the ballot box. I think both can be very useful, and you'll hear from a very interesting congressman tomorrow who has been in Bitcoin for a very long time.
Diamond hands.
Well, he also lost like 400 coins on Mt. Gox, which I'll tell you about. But I mean, he's been in the space for a very long time, and I think there's an interesting intersection of of Democratic elected politicians and Bitcoin. And here's the cool part: unlike a dictatorship where the king can just say Bitcoin's illegal, blah blah blah, I think this is the last thing I'll say is that I think within 5 years, like basically the next election cycle, it'll be political suicide for any politician to be anti-Bitcoin.
Bingo!
And that's another way we win. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Elizabeth Warren!
Sucks.
Oh boy, you guys are in for a good one. As Tyler gets set, we got some giveaways, okay? Self-custody is the revolution. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask a question, a little trivia. First person to raise their hand gets a brand new Blockstream Jade Plus with the air gap drive, so you can do NFC and multi-sig. This is like top of the line, one of the newest hardware wallets. So, for our first question here, how many blocks come between each Bitcoin halving? Send it! We got a winner. We got a winner. What's your name, brother? Chris, here we go. Oh, dude, that is sick. Yes. Genesis block on there. All right. We got a lot more of those coming, like in between segments, so hang around. And we got Heat Punk coming up with Tyler. This is massive, and you're going to see why Bitcoin mining could change Alaska in so many ways.
Awesome. Hey, everybody. That was a great presentation from or chat with Alex and Rustin. I also think Bitcoin fixes a lot of things. I'm somehow going to spend the next 30 minutes trying to convince you guys that Bitcoin fixes heating systems. And it's funny, I agree, Bitcoin takes you to some interesting places because on Tuesday I was at Hari's Heating and Plumbing trying to tell the guy that Bitcoin solves a lot of problems for Juneau. So do we have any local Juneauites in the crowd? Handful? Amazing. Well, I'm honored to be here. This is my first time in Alaska. It's an absolutely beautiful location. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'll briefly mention my background. So I studied mechanical engineering. I worked briefly in the aerospace industry doing thermal engineering. Didn't last too long, though, so I left that role to co-found The Space in Denver, which is a Bitcoin education hub, a nonprofit community center. If you're ever in Colorado, swing by. And more recently, I'm building Exergy, which is actually a heating company that uses Bitcoin mining as the core heating elements to benefit residents, commercial properties, small homes, all the like. So do we have anyone here that's familiar with mining or people that are mining? Yeah, aware. And then there's some novices, I'm sure, as well. So this is going to be an interesting presentation. I'm excited to walk you all through it. I'm actually going to talk about this hash rate heating through the guise of heating devices and explain as little about mining as possible that we need to get through it. We've got some other great miners in the room that are going to talk tonight or this afternoon and tomorrow about how it can help at a utility scale with the grid. But first, like, why am I here? Well, Juneau's an interesting place, and I've very much enjoyed building my presentation down to the wire here at the last minute because I wanted to build it when I had boots on the ground, learning about the cold climate, the utility expenses, the fuels, all the dynamics. So it's cold. We had the heat on in the Airbnb this morning in July. It's cold in July here in Juneau, which I found surprising. So it's a long heating season, and it's remote. It's isolated, so there's not natural gas infrastructure. A lot of the heating fuel is oil, or essentially diesel, kerosene, things like that. So it's a very unique opportunity that can benefit from Bitcoin-powered heating solutions. So to start, I want to just strip away Bitcoin and think about what makes a good heater. What would be our goals and incentives for a heating system? Like, why do we need heat? And number one is comfort. Obviously, you want to be comfortable, but the more extreme version of that is survival. You need it to be alive, especially in a climate like this. You need a heating system that can deliver your needs. And then also prosperity. That's the coins there. You want to be able to have a heating system you can afford. You need to have some money you can set aside, some savings. That's really security, right? You need to be able to know you can make next month's heating bill or next year. You're secure in that sense. And that's a big problem here in Juneau. I've learned from going to the state capitol earlier this week. There's something called a heating assistance program, which is very common here, where that security is literally augmented by the state because heat is so expensive and the cold climate here. Environmentalism, that's something important for heating systems, right? You don't want to kill the beautiful nature and our environment here. You want to be good stewards. That's really stewardship. So that's a big factor for a good heating system. As well as innovation, right? So efficient, high performance. There's a reason we're not burning dung for heat anymore. Not only is it cleaner to not do that, but you can also, turn your heat on and off. So just leadership in that sense to work towards an optimal, more efficient heating system through innovation. And then lastly, I think this is a big one for Juneau and Alaska as a whole, is self-sufficiency, right? Because that's very important here. You got backup heating systems. There's natural gas would be the cheapest heat for this city, but no one does it. And the reason is there's no natural gas infrastructure. There's no pipeline here to get it. So you have to have oil. You need that self-sufficiency. You need to be able to make sure you can store that fuel and use it when it's needed most. If it was sunnier here, you could use solar. So self-sufficiency is another important point for a good heating system. So if there was a heating system that was the best at all of this stuff, what would it look like? It would be warm, affordable, it would be clean and not impact the environment, it would be efficient and I could control it nicely and have good performance, and it would be simple, right? It wouldn't be overly complex. Natural gas is cheap and abundant, but we don't have the infrastructure here. And heating oil and propane are energy dense and reliable, but they have the worst emissions of all the heating fuel sources. Electric heat performs the best. It's actually 100% efficient. All the electricity that flows through an electric heater is converted into heat. There's no waste in that sense, but the reason they're not popular is electricity is kind of one of the most expensive energy sources, and that's because it's versatile, right? You can think of it as highly refined. You have to use it, you can use it for anything, and it's in high demand. Your electric heater, you also have demand to charge your phone or charge your car, and that's why electricity is kind of difficult to compete with. And then lastly, I'll just comment on heat pumps. I know those are growing in adoption here in Juneau. They are super efficient, they run on electricity, but they actually don't generate heat. They move heat from outside to inside, and so there's some different complexities there in the sense that they struggle when it's super cold, and they also have refrigerants. It's a more complex device. You can think of it like a refrigerator in that sense. So Juneau is well positioned to benefit from an overhaul in their heating infrastructure and technology because of all these things. It's a cold climate, it's a long heating season, it's remote, it's desolate. You have expensive fuel, right? And even government programs to help support this. How could we shake that up? And this is where I see hash rate heat being the solution. So hash rate heat is powered by Bitcoin mining. It's not Bitcoin mining in the traditional sense where we're trying to run a mining operation as a business and target the most reward. And then I have this heat that I have to manage. Learn about that tomorrow from some of the other miners that are here. But hash rate heat, let's just think about it from these principles as a heating system. It's electric, so it has zero emissions. It's 100% efficient. It provides warmth. It's digital in the sense that it's a computer. I can tell it to run 10% less power, so I can control it. There's lots of performance. It's innovative in that sense. And it's cheaper than all these other solutions because it actually pays you, it rewards you for supporting the Bitcoin network, settling transactions and issuing new coins for using that energy to support the protocol. So it's smart digital heat. That's how I like to frame it. Hash rate heat is smart digital heat or electric heat that pays. And that might sound too good to be true, but it's not. How does that work? So forgive me, I have an engineer brain, so I'll try to not make it too crazy, but it's really just friction. You rub your hands like this, you're turning kinetic energy into friction, which is heat energy, right? It's the same thing happening on the microscopic scale. So you're sending current through a resistor. Current, you can think of it like flow rate, like water. And so all that current's going through that resistive trace, and none of the current's coming out. That's where you get that 100%. It's all turned into heat, and you get heat. And so that's all resistive heating is. There's no waste. But again, it's expensive because electricity is in high demand for other things than heat. Hash rate heating is the same principle with some extra fun stuff tacked on top. Instead of just an electrical input, I also have a network input. I'm communicating to a protocol with a set of rules. That's the Bitcoin network. And as I send that current through those resistive traces, they just happen to be designed very well. And so the current, that flow rate, is flowing through a specific path of transistors that's communicating with that protocol, the network. That's called an ASIC chip, an application-specific integrated circuit. And what's the output? Still 100% heat. There's zero waste. Oh, and every now and then you get some Bitcoin. So we found a way to monetize electric heating. This is how I reframed it in my mind. And you might say, hey, Tyler, why hasn't this been done before? Why Bitcoin? This doesn't seem, I mean, my gaming computer in my office gets pretty hot. Can I use that? So let's look at these images here. On the left, you could have been monetizing your heating with an Ethereum miner years ago, right? But what happened? The Ethereum Foundation, a centralized authority, a group, rug pulled everyone. If you had a water heater powered by Ethereum mining, it doesn't give you any money anymore. It's centralized in that sense. That token is no longer proof of work, it's proof of stake. They've changed their consensus method. Similarly, OpenAI, or these HPC data centers, those are monetized heating systems in a sense, right? You pay to use them, they make a boatload of money, and all of that electricity is turned into heat, millions of watts. But these large data centers, again, there's the centralization risk. You rely on those companies, those securities that have to exist and deliver that heat. But also, at that scale, they tend to be remotely located where there's cheap power, the HPC. They're not nearby heat demand. And then this actually goes back further than Bitcoin altogether. I was trying to research what was the first concept of monetized heating. Gene folding at home. So you could enter your computer 2 decades ago into this program. It was a decentralized in that sense, kind of like Bitcoin, and you would compute gene folding algorithms. So you would donate your computing power, so to speak, And some of these programs would give you rebates, gift cards, or even if you gave KYC information, link your bank account, they could reward you for it. But all of that requires an extra step, a central authority. There's a man in the middle, right? So that's why Bitcoin, and I really do, this is, Alex brought this up when he was on stage earlier. This is literally from the talk forum, August 9th, 2010, talking about heating from your Bitcoin miner is not waste. And if you have other heating sources cheaper than electric, then the waste is only the difference in cost. They really did think about everything, which is crazy. But this is why Bitcoin. I think of it this way. Satoshi invented a way to monetize heat without counterparty risk. It's automatic. You plug it in, you connect it, you turn it on, and you immediately start converting electricity into heat. That's non-negotiable. That's the first law of thermodynamics. You can't argue with that. Only sometimes do you get the Bitcoin. There's some luck involved. The miners will talk to you about that. But you're always getting the heat. It's ethical in the sense that no one controls it. So no one can rug pull you, and the Bitcoin protocol will always exist. And it's neutral in the sense that anyone can participate. And I'm glad we're transitioning to that neutrality here because I was so excited about this. I started building this presentation on Tuesday, going around town, talking to locals. And I went to the local tribe building. I went to the state capitol. I went to a heating company. Rick, I was out with Rick. We went to AELP, the electric utility. We were excited. We were talking to all these different people, trying to say, hey, I think this really fits in Juneau. This is cool. What do you guys think? I'm trying to learn. This was essentially all the feedback I got. So Bitcoin's too political. Bitcoin's bad for the environment. It uses too much energy, or heat pumps are more efficient. And I was like, okay, this is good. I mean, we're definitely in our echo chambers a little bit. At a Bitcoin, I work in a Bitcoin office, so that makes sense. But let's address these, right? So Bitcoin is for anyone. It's not political. No one controls it, and no one can keep you from using it. Hash rate heaters have the same emissions as your electric car. So how can it be bad for the environment? I've seen a lot of electric cars here. That's awesome. There's a lot of hydropower as well. There's no emissions. And to address Bitcoin uses too much energy, all of the energy used to mine is converted to heat. So if you're buying heat, if heat is the goal, then there is no waste. It doesn't use too much energy. It uses the bare minimum required to get that heat. And then lastly, on the heat pumps, it is true. Heat pumps are more efficient than electric resistive heaters, including hash rate heaters, but it's solving for a different problem. Heat pumps, like I said, they move heat from outside in. They're kind of like air conditioners that operate in reverse. They struggle in colder climates. They often have backup resistive electric heaters inside of them for those peak cold days. There's a refrigerant. You have to have a condenser outside. It's just a more expensive, more complex machine. Hence, there are subsidies to get those installed as well in the city. All right. Now, we are at a Bitcoin conference, so I want to make sure I address the Bitcoin maximalists in the room. Like, okay, maybe you already maybe you're a whale and you have a ton of Bitcoin. You don't need to save on your heating bill, and you're like, why should I do this other than support the network? Well, hash rate heating is you're effectively turning your utility, AELP here in Alaska, in Juneau, into your Bitcoin exchange. So you are getting non-KYC sats. They don't know how much you're using your heat. They don't know how efficient your miner is, your heating system, your water heater, your furnace, right? So every bit of energy you use for heat is also serving as your exchange, stacking those sats for you without sensitive customer information being collected. This also supports network growth. Imagine if every heating system that came online also supported the Bitcoin network, and it was just this decentralized web of heating devices that are processing transactions for this decentralized open monetary protocol. And that leads to hyper-decentralization. This is a common topic in the mining industry right now, which is decentralization, not so much physically, but also digitally. And what I mean by that is where the mine's located, but also what pools are they using for their team, so to speak, that work together to solve blocks. I think hash rate heating helps both in the sense that right now you could have a 10 megawatt farm that uses one mining pool, one block template, one filter consensus mechanism. With hash rate heating, in that sense, every heating system, every homeowner is a mine operator. So it just leads to more choices for different pools, different payout structures, different block templates, and different filters. And here's the kicker that people don't really think about. It actually blew my mind when I first ran this math. So half of the world's energy is used for heat, half of it, 50%. It's like 85,000 terawatt hours. Half of that is what we call comfort heat. This is not industrial heat. You can't melt aluminum or boil water and steam. So you can't use it in these big industrial plants, but a quarter of the world's energy is comfort heat. That's your HVAC heating, your water heating, but also some commercial processes like greenhouses, breweries, distilleries, car washes, things of that nature. It's around 42,000 terawatt hours, which is 250 times larger than the entire Bitcoin network consumes. If 1% of that comfort heat target market, and the reason I'm filtering to that is that's the temperature that Bitcoin miners are in the realm of, 1% would add 2 zettahash to the network at 25 joules per terahash. So that would triple the Bitcoin network if 1% of comfort heating systems were powered by hash rate. I'm quite sure that more than 1% of them are already electric. Juno probably adds a lot to that. So it's a way bigger market. I think it's a win-win-win. The incentives are aligned. And as Alex said earlier, it's a Trojan horse for Bitcoin adoption, right? I mean, you invite your neighbor over to a dinner party and you say, oh yeah, my heating system's paying me. They're going to want to learn more. You might be showing off your utility closet. So I think this has led to why I'm here specifically. Juneau is perhaps the best suited city I've ever seen to benefit from hash rate heating. So I had to come. I was thrilled to be here. I've had a blast thus far. And that has to do with the dynamics of the city itself. Like I said, it's cold with a long heating season. There is no natural gas infrastructure, so you don't have cheap natural gas, which is abundant heat in that sense. And there's abundant hydropower, which is clean, efficient energy, right, that we can tap into. There's a beautiful photo of the dam, the hydro dam. And also, it's the capital city. This is the place for leaders in the last frontier, the opportunity to showcase this innovative heating technology to the rest of the world and similar places. So let's look at how hash rate heating performs. This is a generic breakdown for let's say, the effective cost per unit of heat compared to other heating fuel sources. So there's electric and hash rate heating are the same because the operating cost is the same. They're both electric. One of them pays you this orange rebate that I have here, the Bitcoin rebate. And how far that eats into your cost, how much that rewards you, how big that rebate is dependent on the efficiency of the Bitcoin miner and the network difficulty and stats. It's a little convoluted, but for the sake of presentation here, it can be anywhere from, I've seen it over 100%, but I put it right smack in the middle here, around 70%. There's also fuel oil and propane. These are your expensive hydrocarbon fuel sources for heat. Common here because they're stored. They're not transported over infrastructure. And then heat pumps there are super efficient. You can effectively take your electric price and cut it, divide it by 3. That becomes your heat pump price. And then there's natural gas, which comes out to around 2 cents per kilowatt hour on average in terms of if you were to convert that to a mining equivalent for heat. That's how much the power costs. But luckily, in Juneau, you guys don't have that here. Luckily for hash rate heating, this conversation. So this is what I've done since Tuesday. I actually built a dummy model. I said, okay, let's dive deep. Let's figure this out in Juneau. 2,500 square foot home. I looked at the actual weather data for the city over the past 20 years. I called Ike's Fuel and got the most recent pricing on number 1 and 2 heating fuel, kerosene and diesel based. $4.91 a gallon. I went over to the AELP office and I talked to them. Their peak 13 cents a kilowatt hour for residential rate for power, and I put this all into my little model. And it comes out to this, where on heating fuel oil, you're looking at, this is a snapshot in time, 85% savings on your heating. That means if you spent $100 on heat this month, you should have mined $85 worth of Bitcoin. So that net is around $15. And similarly, for electric resistive, if you spent that $100 on heat, you should have mined $90 back worth of Bitcoin. This is that snapshot in time with the Bitcoin price and mining net metrics. You're not paying any more. It's just all upside in this sense. But you might say, well, Tyler, I don't trust you because the Bitcoin price changes every second, so does the mining difficulty and all this stuff. How does this actually play out, right? The metric isn't the exact same for one whole month. And I know heating periods are even longer here because you don't always fill up your tank once a month for heating fuel. Well, this is where I built this cool tool, and I'll walk you through it so you don't have to get too bogged down with the small numbers, but I was thinking to myself, you're right, I don't want to get into the practice of predicting the Bitcoin price or mining difficulty. What if I just took someone's heat load, which I mapped from the house and the local weather, and I applied that to historical daily Bitcoin price and mining difficulty. That's what this chart is. So this is someone's heating profile mapped. That's what you can see, the ups and the downs. It's a steeper slope in the colder months. They're trying to buy more heat. And then it's more tapered in the warmer months. This is mapped to their heating demand. And so this is no longer guesswork. This is the actual revenue that a hash rate heating system of 5,600 watts would have earned a 2,500 square foot home in Juneau if they plugged it in 2 years ago today. And there are two lines because there's two ways to go about this. You could sell the Bitcoin every week. Maybe you're not convinced on Bitcoin. You just want to offset your heating costs. If you sold the Bitcoin every week, they would have saved $6,700. And if they held on to it, maybe you could cash flow the Bitcoin, or excuse me, the electric cost for the heat. That'd be worth over $13,000 today. So I call it the seller versus hodler. But this is real data for a fake home of how lucrative a hash rate heating system can be. But then you might say, well, how does it compare to the heating oil? And this is where I want to look at that total cost of ownership, right, for Juneauites. And that's where I have to get a little predictive. So this is forward-looking, 3 years out from today, and I'm assuming a 30% increase in Bitcoin's price year over year and a 9% increase in the network difficulty for mining, more competition. This big solid white line, the negative slope, that is your heating bill, and it fluctuates again with the heating season. That's your bill. It starts at zero and it goes down because that is a cost, that is a sunk cost to an owner. Then there's the hash rate heating system. I put in some numbers here. Let's say it's $9,000 to get the boiler or whatever you need and all the heating systems online and up and running, right? So there's that offset. That's your CapEx, your initial expenditure. But then it's subsidizing the heating costs. So there's these two lines here again. The bottom one is if you're selling weekly, the paper hands model, we'll call it. And then the top one is if you held on to those sats with those same metrics. And you can see the ROI is 2 to 3 years in either case. So a negative slope means the heat costs you money. A flat slope means the heat is effectively free, and you'll eventually have that inflection point where it becomes worth it. And then a positive slope means you're literally making money to heat your house, which could very well be the scenario here in Juneau. So what does this look like in Juneau? I think this is an awesome opportunity for a pilot program for hash rate heating. I've never seen a better city for this. What if we did 3% adoption, right? There's roughly 13,000 homes in Juneau. What if we took 375 of them, a handful of small businesses, averaging $4,000 a year per property in savings on heat? That's $1.5 million paid out by the Bitcoin network to residents and business owners directly here in Juneau. Almost 15 Bitcoin to be paid out by the Bitcoin network, not by the government, not by a utility, not by these programs. What does that look like from an energy perspective? It's roughly 2.34 megawatts at peak demand, so at the coldest day of the heating season, that would be the expected demand you'd see added on top of the electric load, because again, we're switching from oil to electric heat. And from a hash rate perspective, that equates to around 287 terahash per second per home, which is 112 petahash in this thought experiment, which is around 0.015% of the Bitcoin network. It's amazing to see that just a small sample size in a town like Juneau can have impact on the community and the Bitcoin network. So who benefits from this? The residents do. They get direct rewards from their heating system. There's no middleman in this sense, right? The utilities do. What if you get a call? What if someone calls me and says, hey, Tyler, or they call the heating and plumbing company. They say, hey, the heating and plumbing company, can you come service my heating system? I need to change the filters, or I need the pump to be upgraded. And they go, oh, no, this is a smart heating system. We opted you into this. We can actually see the data remotely because it's a hash rate heater. It's a Bitcoin miner at the end of the day. Your hash rate dipped. We noticed it last month. We already sent a tech out, problem solved. And maybe he'll take 1% of the hash rate for that. So the incentives are flipped. Instead of being incentivized for your heating system to break, I want it to break, then I'll come out and I'll charge you a $700 bill to fix it. I now have a system where we can split the rewards digitally, and maybe I take 1% of the revenue, and I'm incentivized to keep it healthy. I always want to keep it online. Those are my passive SAT generators. So I think that's a really fun way to think about this. And then from a government perspective as well, we can reduce the reliance on the heating assistance program. I called the heating company and AELP this week, and they told me they get checks all the time from this government program that basically is trying to solve that security problem for people where they're concerned about being able to afford their heating bills here in Juneau, Alaska. So this sounds awesome, right, Tyler? This is sweet. Let's do it. What does it look like? Does it look like this? I thought mining was industrial. It used to be the case that mining was on your laptop with the cypherpunks. That's where it started. And then it went to GPUs, right? It started to get more competitive. You wanted more powerful machines. You wanted to outcompete the other guy. That race, that arms race, so to speak, is what drove us to the industrial Bitcoin miner, the ASIC, that machine that does one thing. And quite literally, they're at the point now where they are limited by heat. That is the thermal bottleneck. You can't get any more Bitcoin mining power out of these machines anymore because you can't run any more power through them without them overheating. So when I came into the Bitcoin mining ecosystem, I immediately saw these things as the most power-dense little electrical shoeboxes that are heaters. That's how I viewed them. They kind of naturally emerged as heaters. And so when you take that industrial heater and you apply it in an industrial setting, you get this. This is a Marathon plant in Finland that heats 11,000 homes from Bitcoin miners. So it does work at that industrial scale. It's almost easier, I'd argue, in the sense that most of the miners are made industrial. So if you need industrial heat that's low grade, it's very trivial in that sense. But you can also apply this to more local levels. This is what it looks like. This is a forced air HVAC system on the left here, with a return and supply duct and different fans to quiet down the system. It's set up with a control interface, just like a thermostat on the wall that you can communicate with and control smartly from your phone. And then also we've got an immersion tank system here. So this is actually a truck wash in Chalice, Idaho, where the entire truck wash is heated by hash rate. And so he's actually getting paid as guys come in and wash their trucks. They can take longer truck wash up in the Midwest, Idaho. But I also think this transitions to plug-and-play devices. We talked about self-sufficiency, right, and sovereignty in that sense. The gadgets are coming out, the heat bits. This is an awesome wall-mounted system, hash rate heating system from 21 Energy over in Europe. And these are fantastic. They're great solutions for just quickly benefiting from this technology. You don't have to rely on the plumbing guy or the HVAC guy or the complex installation and integration. You can do this yourself and benefit right away. And we've already walked through the numbers. Juneau is well suited to benefit from this technology. So I think Juneau is the best city I've ever seen to benefit from hash rate heating. I hope we can implement it. And you might be thinking, well, how do I do this now? How do I know what I need? And that's where I've come up with this framing called the heat audit, and it's a little bit interesting because this is the first heating technology where there's a revenue angle. There's an economic equation to be figured out, so to speak. And so what the heat audit does is it looks at your actual heat consumption, the local weather, your heat load from your utility bills and the insulation of your home, et cetera, your target applications. And it tells you, basically, it's a go, no-go gauge. Am I a good fit for this? How much can I save? We walked through some of the results earlier in this presentation. And if that looks good for you, then you can go and get those recommendations and do it yourself or buy them. Or perhaps you want the system design. Maybe you want it fully integrated. I know my fiance doesn't like having space heaters all over the house. So maybe it has to be a little bit hidden, tucked in the utility room. That's still an option. And I think we're going to work towards a world where this is just a default, another option for heating infrastructure that the HVAC guys and the plumbers and the electricians and the installers can confidently offer and service in the community. And so if you're interested in this stuff, you can come talk to me after my presentation. I've also got a handful of books that I can hand out for free. I authored this book, Bitcoin Mining Heat Reuse, which covers the whole thing. So you can learn about how to do your own heat audit and some challenges and barriers that we have to overcome. We'll also talk about this tomorrow on a panel with some other guys in the room. Or if you do want to just see what's best for you, you can go to exergyheat.com and you can heat your home and start taking profits. So. Thank you very much. Become a heat punk and heat with hash rate.
All right. Man, that was awesome. Thank you, Tyler. Good Lord. That is cool stuff. All right. How's everybody doing? All right, here we go. Let's keep this train rolling. That's a great picture up there, Wade. Look at you. All right. So, again, my name is Gabe Lord. I'm up here with Wade Hoek. Wade, let's give him a round of applause. This is the man with the idea that brought us all here today. So, let's keep this conversation going. First of all, Wade, how about a little bit of background on you? Tell us about yourself. Tell us however much you would like to divulge as far as your own Bitcoin journey is concerned, and just give us an idea of who you are and what brought us here today.
Hello. So I served in the Air Force back in the early 90s. That brought me into the Bitcoin veteran community. I'm just going to skip over the personals, but I ended up in the Bitcoin community early on, with Cafe B, but before that I fell into Bitcoin through Mike Maloney and the Hidden Secrets of Money, and then went further down the rabbit hole with Jekyll Island, and got into Bitcoin at about 2014, 2015, and then around 2020, I had a remote meetup here in Juneau with a bunch of people, Alex Danzig, Nat Brunel, Sam Callahan, a whole bunch of people came in, Greg Foss. And yeah, since then I've hit a couple conferences, joined the Bitcoin Veterans when you first built it. And yeah, it's been a fun ride since.
Outstanding. Very humble, so I can appreciate that. Wade is actually one of the OG Bitcoin veterans in that community, which is now roughly over 1,000 veterans across the country, and a few overseas that is now thriving. So as one of the foundational members of that group, thank you for all the work that you've put into that. So I just wanted to be sure to acknowledge you. Now, Juneau, why here and why now?
In the entire nation, there's no better place to have influence than Juneau because we're landlocked, so people can't run away. We have a very small amount of people, 30,000 people, but there's so much influence here in Juneau that can help the state educate and grow. You look at other communities, I like to look at them as bubbles. In Nashville, you go to Nashville and there's a conference going on and nobody knows who's coming in to speak. I remember getting to the rental car agency, they didn't know there was a Bitcoin conference, they didn't know Trump was flying to town for the conference. It was the same way in Vegas, nobody knew the conference was actually going on. But in Juneau, you can have a meaningful impact. And for the satellite events, what we did in Nashville was kind of how I modeled this. We had so many satellite events with the Bitcoin veterans, and that kind of created a mixer, but I really wanted to broaden that mixer from just veterans to just everybody in the community. And I wanted to bring people out to meet the people before the conference to encourage people to come to the conference and learn about Bitcoin.
Excellent, thank you. Now, let's talk a little bit about an overview of some of the, and we've been touching on this already, which is fantastic, but share with us some of the benefits that we can talk about to Juneau and maybe even Alaska, on a larger scale. What are some of the benefits that Bitcoin can bring to this community?
So in Alaska, we've got the individual who suffers from a lot of inflation. And over the years, I found that I do all my savings in Bitcoin, and I don't make a lot of money. We don't make a lot of money, but by saving in Bitcoin, we do quite well. And it could be the same way for anyone in Alaska. You just opt out of the inflation. From a community level, a lot of the communities have renewable energies. From a heat reuse, Tyler Stevens just talked about that. So there's so much to gain at a community level as well as an individual level. Then we also have the native corporations who could do very well. They horse trade for land to utilize resources. Well, what if they could just get the hydro? So from the standpoint of the native corporations, it should be an easy sell. It's not, because it's education. And from a state level, we're struggling to pay for state services, but we have the largest sovereign wealth fund in the country. If we were to, I like to tell people, if we were to allocate just $20 billion, dollar cost average, over 5 years, then we could pay for all state services, fully fund the permanent fund, which is something we haven't done since, I think, 2017.
Wait, so for those that aren't familiar, what is the permanent fund? Can you explain that to us?
The permanent fund, back in the early 80s, we decided to take a small percentage of monies earned through resources and give it to the Permanent Fund Corp and let them invest it wisely and give the return back to the state and incentivize the residents, and help the residents pay for the expense of living in Alaska, because we are the owners of the resources in Alaska. So a lot of people think of it as a social system, but it's really a capitalist system, because we're actually investing in creating value. The downside is now they're locked into the TradFi system so tight. How do you get them to allocate? We have to educate them. And it's sad that we can't get them to opt out of the TradFi system, because if you have a 2.5% CPI, but that's actually 9%, but they're earning a 7% revenue on the investment, we're still down 2% in real terms. So even though they look like they're doing good by the state, they may not be doing well in real terms with inflation.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that background, because that's something that has been new for me to learn about, which I think may be unique to the area up here. And so talk a little bit about your journey of, what really inspired the motivation for you to put this together, to build Bitcoin Alaska, to make this happen? When was that moment where you said, okay, you know what, I'm going to do this and it's going to happen no matter what it takes? Walk us through that.
I've thought about doing conferences in Juneau before, and I always come up with the dilemma of lodging, the expense of coming here. Can I get people here? I didn't have the funds to do it back then. And the light bulb moment was when I was on the phone with Jordan from Bitcoin Veterans, who's from Fairbanks. And I explained to him all the reasons why not Juneau, and he explained to me all the reasons why my reasons were reasons why Juneau. And the switch went off, and he said, let's do it. So I started building it. It was about 2 weeks later, he said, no, dude, you got to roll this back. Like, this might not, and that wasn't stopping. Like, the train's going.
It was too late at that point, right? It sounds like he might have been daring you a little bit, knowing him. But here we are. Here we are. So let's continue to talk a little bit about what is some of the resistance that you may have encountered here in Juneau, or maybe that you have experienced on a larger state level. What's some of the resistance that you hear from individuals when you start talking about Bitcoin? Because I know you, and I know that you're talking about it with everybody that you meet. So what's some of the resistance that you have met, and then how do you counter that? How do you continue the conversation? Because I know you're not going to stop. So how do you keep pushing that forward?
The resistance is pretty much just the normal FUD, but even worse than the FUD. I don't mind the FUD because I can respond to the FUD, but I have a hard time responding to the people that don't want to have a conversation. So when I'm speaking to somebody who might have influence in a community or in the state, when they're not open to the conversation, like, we send out invitations to the entire legislature, commissioners throughout the state, and one of the people within 24 hours, even though they're local and they have local staff, they responded stating that they would not be at the conference. And so why not? Why not find a way to pay for all of state services? Why not have somebody here to learn? Because you're already local. You've got 40 miles of road. What excuse do you have to not come here and speak with the experts? So that's the most challenging thing is when people are a little bit older, generally, and the analogy for that I heard that I really love is they spend their whole life climbing this mountain over here, and they get to the top of it, and they're on top, and then somebody says, you climbed the wrong hill. You got to go over there. So I'm troubled by the older leadership and the locked-in mentality of how things need to be, because that mentality is what makes it so their children will never be able to afford homes. But they don't recognize that.
So on that note, where are you seeing the greatest success as far as receptiveness to sharing the Bitcoin message with people, where are you seeing it work the best right now, here in this area or on a larger state level?
Mostly the younger community. And these are people who could potentially be policymakers in the future, which is great. So getting them on board, I think, is the most important thing right now. Trying to orange pill the people who don't care. They already have money. They already have a home. They've benefited from the system. We're not going to get them, or we might, but what good will that do really overall? You know, it's not even going to move the needle in the price of the asset anyway. So go after the younger generation. Teach them what money is. We just passed a bill here in Alaska, I believe, that encourages or is going to require financial training for kids. Unfortunately, that's going to teach people how to balance their checkbook. It's not going to teach them what money is. Does anybody actually teach what money is anymore?
Yeah, I think on a pretty large scale, the answer to that is no, right?
Right.
Yeah, they teach you what the debt system is and how to wallow in that with everybody else, but not what true sound money is. And I think that is obviously one of the biggest challenges that we have is we're fighting against generations of indoctrination into a particular system that has already failed and is just dying a slow death. So let's talk about a little bit from the policy perspective. On the state level, what would be the ideal situation for you for Alaska to leap forward on its Bitcoin journey? What would need to happen?
For policy, I'd love to see the permanent fund be able to invest in Bitcoin. And it's the most challenging. I understand it's the most challenging. Everybody I've spoken to who works in policy has expressed that they just can't do that. You have to have something, they're going to have legislation, change some rules to make that happen. But I want to make sure that conversation is being had now rather than in 10 years and come back and say, well, we should have. Back in the 70s, early 80s, we think it was late 70s, we created the PFD. Why aren't we utilizing Bitcoin mining, having some allocation of, we fund the permanent fund through revenues earned from resources. Why don't we take a percentage of those resources rather than going to, those resources that are used for Bitcoin mining and allocate those funds back to the permanent fund and allocate those funds. And you can either keep the Bitcoin that's mined or have them allocate some funds to Bitcoin to pay for state services. To me, that's a no-brainer. To everybody else, it's, they just don't understand what money is. The other one is the Alaska Retirement Management Board, getting them on board, because I personally opted out of my PERS. I was a defined contribution. I had the opportunity of buying back a defined benefit, and I realized that in an inflationary environment, a defined benefit is useless. So all these people who are being sold the goods to take their defined contribution and go back into a defined benefit when the inflation's through the roof, you're just going to get more poor every year. Or the defined contribution with the state, I allocate 8% and I get a 5% match. So I just opt out, take the 8%, invest that in Bitcoin, and I outperform everybody else who's got their whole 13% going into funds. They can't allocate anything to specific stocks or anything, and those funds just cross-trade and eat up, a lot of your funds are eaten up by the fees of when they trade, between the different assets within the funds. Why not just opt out and buy Bitcoin? I do better.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that we can all probably say that is the case. So what is it that that lawmakers need to be most aware of here in Alaska for them to be able to move forward well-informed as they navigate through this inevitable transformation that we're seeing? Because I think that we can recognize now Bitcoin's not going away. It's here. What can politicians do and their staff and lawmakers, how can they prepare themselves to best navigate through this changing ecosystem?
Politicians are hard because they generally get elected on one or two topics. And if they take on another topic, then they're going to alienate a portion of their base. So they want to stick to the topics that they got elected on. So I guess the way to drive them towards making what I would consider more rational decisions regarding funds would be to pressure them and let them know that their base now has some kind of value stored in Bitcoin. Now, if we were to allocate some funds from the permanent fund into Bitcoin, and we were able to start, paying permanent funds out in Bitcoin to people's private wallets, or people's retirements were allocated to Bitcoin, like the state of Alaska uses Empower, which isn't even in the top 60 retirement management, companies. So, if people were able to allocate their assets to Bitcoin, then their voters would be incentivized to encourage them to, look at the asset.
Yeah, that's good. Question about energy, mining. Talk to me a little bit about what that looks like in the state of Alaska. What is the mining potential here? Access to energy. What is the situation here in Alaska? What does that look like?
So Southeast Alaska, we have a lot of hydro. There are some difficulties, like one of the difficulties here in Alaska is the Jones Act, which doesn't allow us to, if you take natural gas on the North Slope and you were to transport it to another part of the state, you're not allowed to transport it directly to another part of the state via shipping, which is the means that we have to ship anything anywhere, without taking that vessel and porting in a foreign nation, or else it has to be a U.S. built, U.S. flagged ship. And this is a federal law, so we can't get around it. So we end up having to take that ship, dock in Canada or another nation, and then bring it back up to Alaska, which is ridiculous because we're just burning more fuel to make that happen. So down here in Southeast Alaska, it's mostly hydro. You get up in the interior, there's a lot of opportunities for geothermal, and there's a little bit here in Southeast too. I'm sure we could do something in Sitka maybe, but up in the interior, lower interior, there's a lot of geothermal opportunity. And then up in the North Slope, we've been capping the oil wells since '82, I believe. And since we're capping the wells, we have to maintain those capped wells. And if we were to be able to utilize the gas that's in those capped wells, my research came up with the amount that exists there now, which is less than what actually exists, is 30 petawatts of energy. So if you want to Google how many zeros that is, that's a lot of zeros. It could fund the state for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's awesome. And so as far as the general population of Alaskans, Juneau, everywhere around, what can we anticipate will be some of the benefits to them of Alaska adopting a Bitcoin standard as a state?
So opting out of inflation in Alaska, in Juneau it's not that big a deal. We've got a little inflation. But if you were to look at the inflation rate of Hoonah, or even worse, you go out to Uktiavik, Barrow, then you're looking at a massive amount of inflation. The amount of money they spend just for a gallon of milk is astronomical. It's upwards of $10. So to be able to take a little bit of your revenues and set it aside so that it appreciates over time, then you can afford more later. You sacrifice your ability to buy something now for later, but then you're able to buy more later, whereas with a US dollar, you sacrifice your ability to buy now, or you buy now and then you're not able to buy later. It flips the switch. Do you want to save or just spend because your value is going down anyway?
Yeah, that's awesome. This just came to mind. What would you say is roughly the percent of people that are involved in homeschooling their kids, either in this area or around the state? Is it significant in Alaska, and I'm asking because I'm thinking about that generational change that you mentioned with the younger residents being more receptive to it. And I agree with you. I think that's going to be a challenge, and we're seeing that all over the country, that younger people tend to be more receptive to it. So from that generational change perspective, we see a lot of homeschooled families. Their kids are more likely to be positively responding to this. So how much of that do you see here in Juneau and around the rest of the state?
In Juneau, we started with, in 2020, we started with, I believe it was about 300 kids who initially went into Homebridge, like right around COVID. And they had one teacher, and I know he had to be working hard. That has increased, I think it's doubled now over the past few years. They've brought in another staff member, and with the Homebridge school system here in Alaska, you're able to receive state revenues to pay for education for your children, and that your children can also opt into taking classes within the public school system, have access to the sports, the libraries, and whatnot. So it's a great program, and it rolls over every year. So this year we were able to get our kids into Scott Lindbergh's Free Market Kids course, and it was incredible. I don't consider myself new to Bitcoin or economics by any means, but I sat in on about 98% of everything that he talked about, and I learned a lot from his class. Anybody who has revenues to spend via Homebridge, I'd encourage them to reach out to Scott and find a way to work out an opportunity to take that course.
Scott is here today. So you have a rare opportunity. He's in the room over there by the Hickle room. So you have that opportunity to go and talk with him because that is a fantastic program. Okay, excellent. So we're getting pretty close to our time here. I'm curious, and I kind of want to circle back to you. I'm curious how your experience as a military veteran ties into your notion and your embrace of service to your community, because you don't have to do this. You could just stack sats and just do your own thing. So what is it that, why at all? Why get involved in this? Why serve your community and not just kick back and do your own thing?
A lot of people went in the military for the same reason I did, which was to make the world better in some way. And you realize that it's all crap. Like, a lot of it's crap. And people are out there fighting foreign wars, they're dying, and the people over here are given bad information about what's going on in those different wars, or one-sided information. And since Bitcoin disincentivizes war because you can't steal the asset from the opposing side and you can't debase your currency in order to fund the war, from that aspect, it's incredible. Also from the human rights aspect, where, like, why shouldn't we be banking another 6.5 billion people? And when you have people who are trying to mass migrate to get closer to the money printer, like, they're not coming here for any other reason than to get access to the global financial system and to get US dollars, because their currency is being debased faster than ours. They don't have access to buy and sell anything worldwide, but what if you gave them the ability to do that in every nation around the world? You just disincentivize mass migration and let them stay with their families and their communities. It makes, like, people are given so much bad information about how the world works, and if you just apply Bitcoin to basic common knowledge that people don't want to leave their families, they don't want to leave their communities, well, or you look at, why do the cartels import drugs into the US? They want the US dollar. Like, so, and what does the US want to do? We want to export our dollars. So we're actually incentivized to play with the drug cartels and purchase their drugs because we're exporting our inflation and offsetting that on other nations.
Yeah, no doubt. So I presume that you have learned a lot on this journey of Bitcoin Alaska, of building this initiative, of building this event, which is more than just, of course, these 2 days that we're spending together, and the beginning of this week doing all of our adventures that we've been involved in. So in the spirit of open source, let's say we've got some people down in Mississippi or over in Arizona, and they want to do their own thing, and they call up Wade and they say, "Look, Wade, we saw that you put this amazing thing together with your team up here in Alaska. What are some of the lessons that you have learned that you would like for them to be aware of when building an initiative like this in their own state?"
Trust is king. Make sure you curate, your friends, your family, and also figure out how to tie in your conference with the community. That's what I was going for here. Make your events, your satellite events, more important than the conference. get your speakers to interact with people in the community, whether it be in the restaurants or, at a picnic or whatever tourist event you have that you can come across, that you can think of. Because it's not about the echo chamber and the conference hall. It's about bringing the people in that community. We're not going to a community to try to orange peel the people who are traveling to go to the conference. We want those people who are traveling to go to the conference to educate the people in the community.
Excellent. Yeah, that's good. Because I think it's safe to say that we're going to see more and more people that are motivated by this. When they see this, when we're posting this on social media and we're sharing with them, they're going to say, wow, I mean, look at what's happening up in Alaska. I'm going to get a hold of this guy, Wade, and see what in the world is going on with that. Talk to me a little bit about, well, I'm just curious, man, what's been your favorite satellite event of the week?
Sleep.
I don't think you've actually had any of that, man. So, well, how many times have you done the cold plunge this week?
Twice.
Twice. How many times are you going to do it before the week is over with?
I don't know. It depends on if I sleep. Probably
Tomorrow
more time.
Morning. Tomorrow morning. Yeah. The cold plunge is taking place again tomorrow morning. So for those that would like to do that, that'll be the time. Any final thoughts, Wade, before we wrap it up?
I'd just like to thank everybody for coming to Juneau for this conference. I'd like to thank Simply Bitcoin for bringing their team, Paul for doing the sound. We've got probably the best team of people and the best speakers in the entire community. It came together like magic. So thank everybody for helping out.
Outstanding. Great job, Wade. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Do-do-do-do. Good morning, Alaska. Buongiorno. How are you guys? Woohoo! I love Alaska.
Hello, everyone. My name's Adam, and I'm here with, of course, Isabella Santos. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Isa and I get to work together every single day. She has the pleasure of working with me. We co-founded, along with our third co-founder, Julian, Vays, which is a media company. And part of what that media company does is we produce a show called BTC Isla. And BTC Isla is a circular Bitcoin economy that Isa is the founder of, that she heads up and started, looking to bring Bitcoin to the island of Isla Mujeres. And so we're going to talk about that today. We're going to spend the next couple of minutes understanding what is a circular Bitcoin economy, understanding why it's good, where it struggles, and ultimately how it helps bring Bitcoin to the world. And so first things first, Miss Isa, what is a circular Bitcoin economy?
To simplify it, a Bitcoin circular economy is just you substitute the dollar or the peso or the currency in the place that you're in with Bitcoin. So instead of using dollars to, exchange a good or a service, you would just use Bitcoin. And obviously there's different ways to start it, but that's the gist of a Bitcoin circular economy. So when you hear people talking about that, it's just they exchange their currency for Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's kind of like when I first heard about circular economies, and I've traveled to a few of them, some with Julian, some thanks to other conferences that I've been at, you don't think about the back half of the merchant. You think about, I can go and I can buy stuff with Bitcoin, or I can spend my Bitcoin to buy a coffee. But really, a circular economy needs that secondary layer, which is, does the merchant buy their coffee beans with Bitcoin? Does the merchant spend the Bitcoin that they earn, and then save the rest. And so I want to hear about specifically BTC Isla. Why is doing this on the island so important to you, bringing that full circle Bitcoin kind of to this? I've never been there, but I think it's a pretty small little island. Why is it so important? How did you end up there? And just give us the story of BTC Isla and how it came to be.
Okay, well, that you asked
Hang on,
like.
look at the timer.
Okay, I'm looking at the timer, but you asked like 4 questions in that. What do you want me to answer first?
How did BTC Isla come to be?
Okay, how did BTC Isla come to be? It started, honestly, for a selfish reason. I was at my boyfriend at the time. We're engaged now, so. Woo! He lived in Mexico. I lived in Miami, and I quit my present job. I was working at Hola TV, a TV studio, and I quit, and everything I was doing was online. So I was like, okay, I have no excuses now. I'm going to move to Mexico. But when I moved there, I wanted to have something of my own. So I was like, oh, I'm going to orange pill the island. So that's what I mean. It started like for selfish reasons. It was just like, oh, this is cool to say, oh, I orange pill an island. And the world has a funny way of just like working things out. It was a time where I was praying a lot, and God kind of like guided me to this path where I met Julian, and Julian was filming a documentary in Peru. He was recording he wanted to document how all these 17 circular economies that this nonprofit organization called Motive was doing it. And it was the first circular economies that I was seeing. I'm originally from Peru, so it was something really close to home. And seeing how Motive was using Bitcoin just as a tool for freedom and teaching these women in really dark situations, be better. They were teaching them English, teaching them how to do businesses, and it was all across through Bitcoin. Like you could do all this and at the same time sort of teach them about Bitcoin. And it was just like an arm of an octopus. That's how I viewed it. And when I saw that, I was like, wow, no, this is what I want to do. I want to help and give back because I have this theory that you have to have 3 hobbies in your life. One that produces you money, one that makes you healthy, and another one that you're giving back to the community. And I was missing that third one. And when I tried to do that in BTC Isla, that's when I started to realize, like, this is something way bigger, and I am way in over my head.
I want to understand, so it sounds like part of that purpose there is enabling and helping the community that is about to be a circular Bitcoin economy. So I want to understand specifically for Isla Mujeres, how is Bitcoin helping the island, or what does the island need that Bitcoin can kind of bring to it?
So I didn't understand this because obviously we all live in our own bubble, and you assume people sort of have the same upbringing than you. And part of my life, I grew up in the States. And in the States, many people stumble across Bitcoin for a saving mechanism, or, a fight against inflation, or you want to opt out of the system for completely different reasons. And when I started going to ISA and I started teaching a certain batch of like students, and I would be like, yeah, you don't need the government. The bank is literally creating money out of thin air. They were all looking at me like, what are you talking about? We don't have bank accounts. Like, we don't pay taxes. The bank, like the government.
Shout out Mexico. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, all of these reasons why I got in, they didn't care about because that wasn't an issue. And the more I was there and the more that I would talk to them, I started to realize that what they needed was something completely different. And they were sort of getting into Bitcoin for another route, which was the savings mechanism, that it's global, like their money doesn't devalue. And it's these things that they didn't know. They don't save, and they live day to day. Their mentality is like, yeah, I'm going to work till I die, and I'll spend all the money that I have in my pocket. And if something happens, along the way in life, like I get into a car accident or I get, injured, they don't have money to pay for that stuff.
Yeah, it's the broken money curse. This idea that you can't, when you have no ability to save for the future, it makes it very, very difficult to have hope and to start thinking about, you said they live day to day, so forget about next month. And like, we're not even focused on the next generation. And I feel like since I've been able to save my wealth in Bitcoin, I get to think about, and I talk about her all the time, this non-existent human being and my great-great-granddaughter. And I feel so lucky that I get to think about, a little girl that I probably won't even meet because I'm going to be so old. And if I do meet her, I'll be like, even crazier than I am today, and probably I won't be with it. But it's so cool that we have this savings technology to be able to project our wealth and our value into the future. And I think that absolutely it makes a lot of sense in hindsight that the island would be wanting it for that versus like you and I, which were like, we want KYC free Bitcoin. We don't want the government to like steal our stack and stuff. And so it's interesting how Bitcoin kind of takes these aligned incentives and moves them through a perfect monetary system. Okay, so flipping the script into the other side, because obviously, you're very benevolent and you're giving back to the community, but there's an ulterior motive here. Circular economies are good for Bitcoin. They're good for the Bitcoin network. They're good for the Bitcoin economy. I want to understand from your perspective and given your history building this circular economy, how does Isla Mujeres and BTC Isla help the Bitcoin network?
The thing is with Bitcoin, and if we want to reach hyper Bitcoinization, one of the things that we need to understand is we all have to put our little grain of salt. Whether you're a developer or you're, I don't know, everybody has different talents, and you have to that's the cool thing about Bitcoin. Everybody has to put in their part to make it work. Like, we all need to run our nodes to make Bitcoin work and function how it needs to. We all need to start mining for it to start, working how it needs to be that decentralized technology that we need. So that being said, I'm the worst with technology. So I was like, oh my goodness, I would go to these conferences and I would be way in over my head. I'm like, I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Just to jump in there really quick. So we set up at GetBase, we have a Bitcoin treasury, and we set up a multi-sig amongst the co-founders for this treasury. And so Julian and I are on there, and we've done this before. It took Isa and I 2.5 hours to set up this multi-sig wallet. And she's like, what is this for? What is this for? You're asking the right questions, but I will agree that you are maybe, your technological experience was
below average.
Below average.
Like, I can get you like some good editing videos, but that's about it. Like, basic editing. So that being said, I was like, okay, well, how am I going to contribute to the Bitcoin community? And this was one of the reasons why I can contribute was to literally teach people about Bitcoin. The Bitcoin education, like, there cannot be enough Bitcoin teachers out there. And also, it works as an experiment. Yes, we all have like these dreams and ambitions. Like, I hear people like, yeah, we're gonna, this is what everybody's gonna be using, Bitcoin. It's gonna be the underlayer of everything. Yeah, that's great, but what happened? Like, it's a technology. There will be flaws, and if we don't test it out, how are we gonna know? No one's God to literally tell you, oh, this is gonna work, or it's not. And one of the things that I've been noticing is, like, for example, like the Lightning Network. Adam and I and Julian, we went to Vancouver one day, and we tried to survive the whole day using Lightning. It so happened that it was the time where they accepted the ordinals, right?
Yeah, so there was a split amongst how two technical Lightning protocols kind of changed their direction for literally that day. It was about an 18-hour bug that existed, and in Vancouver, the circular economy there, which honestly, shout out Vancouver because they're doing an incredible job. I think they have over 80 merchants that accept Bitcoin there. However, there is centralization in that all 80 of those merchants use the exact same merchant accepting tool in CoinOS, and the bug affected CoinOS and every other centralized Lightning wallet there, and so we had a very, very hard time spending Bitcoin when we went there. Isa flew from, I forget, you were Miami, you were from Cancun. I flew in from Alberta just for the day to go spend Bitcoin, and the centralization around Lightning Network kind of put a wrench in the project.
And the thing is, if we don't have those moments, how can we fix them? And you do it by trial and error. And noticing how when you're teaching like people that are even less technological than myself and like that have no idea about Bitcoin as a technology, they don't understand the logic of why credit cards charge the 3% fee. They think that business owners are actually taking it from their paycheck. So teaching them about Bitcoin makes me realize how early we still are in the development of Bitcoin, and how we can sort of tweak things in order to, get your grandma on board, have her understand what Unchained is, and all these different technical things that we do need to understand in order for Bitcoin to succeed as a decentralized technology.
Yeah, I find this one thing too, especially in Vancouver, and I've had the pleasure of talking to many of the merchants that accept Bitcoin. They often are interested in accepting Bitcoin, which gives them kind of that upper edge. But if you got to go into a shop and kind of pitch them to accept Bitcoin, and then there's problems, I can see why that would be challenging. I remember specifically one of the restaurants in Vancouver. It's kind of like a steakhouse, small steakhouse, and the owner is still in court today with the fighting the government because the government fined her for staying open during the pandemic. She serves this incredible grass-fed steak. We all went there and happily spent our sats on this awesome piece of meat. And I was talking to her. I was like, "Hey, why are you accepting Bitcoin? Why is this so important to you?" And her answer straight away was just freedom, just because nobody gets to take this. Her bank was temporarily frozen. She didn't have access to her money. She couldn't pay rent. And it clicked for her, like, oh, hey, when the regime changes, I want access to my money, and Bitcoin is the only way that I can do that. And so she is very willing to go in and do the work, learn the technology, and accept Bitcoin. It doesn't feel, though, like the 99% of merchants are going to be doing that today. And so I want to understand from you, what have you seen be successful? Like, how many merchants are taking Bitcoin now on the island?
We have over 20 merchants accepting
Come on.
Bitcoin.
Let's go. Shout out Isa.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And we're currently building a Bitcoin cafe.
So will that be the 21st merchant?
That will be the 21st merchant.
That's serendipitous.
Yeah. And it will open August 21st. And it'll be like this cafe that everything's going to be priced in sats. So that's going to be interesting to see how it works.
So for the first 20, which is, I think, probably that's where it gets real. Like, you get one or two merchants, it's like, okay, you got one or two of your friends to accept Bitcoin, or you just, you bribed them with your business to go and accept Bitcoin. But 20 is the real deal. And so what have you found be successful in getting those 20 merchants onboarded?
The success comes for you being consistent and going and bringing people there. Because when you but when you get a merchant to accept Bitcoin, if you let them be, they're going to forget how to do it. And at the beginning, I was using Coinos.io, and I love it. Don't get me wrong, because it's non-KYC, and it was very easy to set up. But one of the things that I would realize was when they would forget, because it was a Safari link or a Google or a website. Yeah. So I started testing out different wallets that they would be able to, download without putting their information, because some of the wallets require you to put your ID, your number, and everything. And I try to stay as far away from that as possible. So I've tried like Wallet of Satoshi, I've tried Blink, and all these different types. So it can sort of be decentralized in a way. I didn't want to depend on only one Lightning wallet. And what I've realized that works, that I'm applying it now, I didn't at the beginning, was you have to get sections. Isla in itself is really small. It's 14 kilometers long. and 3 kilometers wide. So I thought, oh, I'm going to orange pill the whole island. I'm going to do 2 merchants at the south point, 3 merchants in the north point, and 4 at the middle. Like, this is perfect. You will be able to go around the island and spend your SADs. But that's the issue. You have to be, in that part, you have to sort of like choose an area and tackle that. And sort of see game theory play out in a way. Because once one merchant starts seeing all the tourism that they start attracting and all the sats that they're stacking globally, because one of the things that I end up doing is every time I onboard a merchant, I take a picture of them with their QR code and I show them how Bitcoin is global. I show them that this isn't me, a crazy Peruvian girl that's living in Mexico and, you know, on this island. It's not because, like, for me, I have nothing to gain for teaching them about this. And they can't grasp that because many people are like, oh, what's in it for you? And I'm like, really? Nothing. Let me show you. I get them set up, and when I put their QR code, they see how they're getting sats from all over the world, from Poland, from Austria, from literally like Alaska. And that's when it starts sort of like clicking for them. And then they start telling their friends. And now sometimes I'm like, hey, my friend wants to accept Bitcoin. Because that's the other tip. Get the owners of the spaces. That's one of the advantages that Isla has. They're small businesses owned by regular people. It's not like I'm dealing with a McDonald's or a Steak and Shake. I'm dealing with people that are just, hey, I'm going to start up a cafe, and they do it. So you can literally talk to the owners. And once you start explaining to them, like, why are you going to reject income? You know, if somebody comes from Australia and they want to spend sats because they don't want to go to this exchange shop and change their Australian dollars for pesos, why don't you just have them accept Bitcoin? You know, you don't have to report it to the, you know, to the, there they call them like the SAT. So that's one of the things that many people are like, oh, okay, fine, I'll start accepting it. And they realize that, yeah, not everybody's going to come and accept and, you know, come in and pay in Bitcoin. It's just a small percentage of their clientele. So that sort of has been nice to see.
What would you say is your biggest success story? I've seen a few of the posts, and I like to see like the little shop owner holding their QR code, a big smile on their face. They're like, please send me money. and obviously, you know, the tweets get hundreds of thousands of impressions, and people are sending them sats, and I think that's so cool. After that, you know, the music fades, the lights go down. Do you have one or 2 success stories that come to mind that of a merchant or of someone that's saying like, oh, thank you, you know, you go into the shop 2 weeks later, like, thank you for doing this, you know, because of this, we got to keep that customer, or, you know, hey, we are now able to save our value in Bitcoin. Can you kind of think of a success story or of a specific merchant that you might want to highlight?
I'll highlight, there's many. But the one that comes really close to heart is the first taco stand that accepted Bitcoin on the island, because his name is Jose, and he has a stand called Taco Toro.
Come on. Jose with the taco stand. So good.
And Jose was it was like his first week opening the taco stand. And when I came in, we were doing a competition, like trying to see how many merchants we can, you know, onboard in less than 2 hours. When I tried to explain it to him, he sort of like took a bet on me. He didn't understand it. He was like, you know what, whatever, this is my first week doing it. And, you know, I'll try anything. After asking, like, how am I supposed to use this and convert it to pesos and pay for my supply for the tacos? Like, I won't have any money for, like, because Chedraui is a supermarket that they have in Mexico. They don't accept Bitcoin. So how am I supposed to buy, you know, my tortillas? How am I supposed to buy my meat? And I was like, listen, whenever you want to cash out and get physical pesos, come to us, come to Mayaquita, the first restaurant that accepted Bitcoin, and we'll convert it to pesos. Like, don't worry, like, there's an out, because you always have to show them an out. And I remember him looking at me, and like he turned and he did like the cross sign and said like, thank you, God, because it turned out we were his first client. Yeah, and it was crazy that he decided to accept Bitcoin. And thanks to him, we onboarded another stand that has fruit, a fruit stand. My goal was to have a fruit stand there to accept Bitcoin, because who doesn't like mangoes? And he started telling his friends. And the other day he comes up to me, he's like, I don't understand why people laugh at me. They see me with the QR code and that they accept Bitcoin and they're laughing at me. I'm like, what? Why are they laughing at me? I don't get it. I'm like, it's another income. I'm getting more money anyway. It doesn't affect me. And it's sort of like trying to get those people that they're not afraid to step out of the box and like step out and try something different. Another one was the taxi driver. There's a huge taxi mafia in Mexico. And a taxi driver was actually orange-pilled by one of the Bitcoiners that came to the island. His name was Josh. He came to Isla Mujeres for a week, ended up staying for like 2 months with his wife because he loved it so much. And he would he would get this taxi driver named Tomas, and he was like, Tomas, you gotta accept Bitcoin, you gotta accept Bitcoin. Convinces Tomas to accept Bitcoin. And we end up having like a boom of Bitcoiners coming to the island, so everybody would use Tomas. All of a sudden, because you have to understand, it's sort of complicated for them to switch their sats for pesos, because you would have to go out of your way to convert it, because either you would have to go to Mayaquita or you would have to go to one of the ATMs. And Tomas gets into this car accident, and he totaled his car and the other taxi driver. And since he did not convert his Bitcoin to pesos right away, he was able to pay for the accident.
Because the Bitcoin had
appreciated. And he was like, I don't know what I would have done. Like, there's
the promise of sound money. I have a similar story. We pay, so at Bitcoin Well, we've got Bitcoin ATMs, and we pay our merchants in Bitcoin if they so choose. And last year, I was at a Bitcoin conference, and one of our hosts came up. He was like, Adam, I got to tell you something. And I was like, let's hear it. He says, so I think we've got 4 or 5 machines in 4 or 5 of his stores. And he told me, so we pay them a couple $100s a month. And for a business, for a restaurant, a couple $100 a month just kind of gets washed away. It's kind of a useless, petty cash that just kind of floats around the business. But he said he's been diligent. He accepts his Bitcoin, dumps it in cold storage religiously every single month. And he had been for a couple years. And he said that the $200 a month from one store only that he'd been saving over the couple, I think it was about 20 months or so, had grown so large that he could now open up another store. So he had enough value just from DCA monthly. He rents us 4 square feet of space, and he got to expand a whole other store with the value that had protected over a couple years. And it really shows how, when you're holding, to borrow, I think, from Jeff Booth, when you're holding a melting ice cube, you are incentivized to spend, incentivized to waste, incentivized to have this high time preference attitude. But when you're holding Bitcoin, that $200, it's a whole new store in a couple years. It's a business expansion in 3 or 4 years, or it's it's saving your bacon when you crash your car. And so I think that's probably overarchingly throughout the world, one of the biggest hurdles that we can get over as Bitcoiners trying to promote a circular economy is like, don't sell, right? Hold it as long as you can, savings. And I'm personally not the guy that's like I spend Bitcoin every single day. I love spending my Bitcoin. I sell Bitcoin because I earn Bitcoin. And in my opinion, if you're not selling Bitcoin to live, it's because you're holding fiat. And, I'm not a fiat maximalist, so I just don't do that. But I think that getting the merchants over that hump is super important. It sounds like Tomas is going to be preaching the Bitcoin gospel there pretty soon. So you've got people or merchants accepting Bitcoin. You're going around asking Jose the Taco Man to accept Bitcoin. what has been kind of adjacent or just as important as the merchants accepting Bitcoin to kind of create this circular economy?
The most underrated aspect that I discovered was meetups. I was sleeping on meetups. I thought they weren't that crucial. I don't know why. I had, the way that I started it, I low-key don't research much, which is really, really bad. So I was like, if I research about creating a Bitcoin circular economy, I'm probably going to get cold feet. I'm going to be like, oh my God, I won't be able to do it. So I was like, you know what? I'll tackle it like one part at a time. And I started with education. And then I started with onboarding merchants. And then in my mind, I was like, oh, the next focus is like getting jobs and have people getting paid in sats. And I was sleeping on meetups. Oh my goodness, what a disadvantage that I do to myself, because the key to a successful Bitcoin circular economy are the Bitcoin meetups. The reality is normal adults are not going to sacrifice their time with their kids after work to clean their houses to go to learn about something that they don't care about. But they can sacrifice 1 hour, maybe, or 30 minutes to grab a coffee and ask the questions that they need at a meetup. And it's not so serious, it's more chill, it's a very relaxed environment. So having the bi-weekly meetups has been a huge game changer, because it sort of takes this pressure. For some reason, people, when they think of class, they're like, oh my goodness, class, I don't want to go to class. But when you have meetups, it kind of takes that pressure away, and people can just go. Yes, you'll have a lot of people that will show up once and never come back again, but they're learning. They grab books, they ask, there's some Bitcoiners that come on a regular basis to the meetups, and they have become sort of like the teachers. They start telling them like, this is what you need to read, this is what you need to do, and it guides the person sort of like to take the trail that they need.
Do you still run the meetups, or how many people are coming, and do you have community members now that kind of help you run those meetups?
So the way that the meetups work is they're on a bi-weekly basis every other Wednesday. And the issue with Isla is that it's a tourist place, and a lot of expats live there half of the year. And one of the guys that was helping to run this, his name, he's incognito, so I'm not gonna out him.
Dox him.
I'm not gonna dox him. But he was my first Bitcoin friend that I met on the island, and he was like, you know what? He was the one that organized sort of like the Bitcoin meetups. He's like, we have to do them every other Wednesday, and we started that, and we sort of like try to follow it religiously. But one of the issues is we're right now during summer season, so it's kind of hard to do it because most of them are gone. But we try to do like whoever's there, because we have like sort of like a handful of Bitcoiners on the island that are actually there. And we do them at the same place, same time, every Wednesday. And we kind of rotate whoever's there. It's like, hey, I'm going to do it for, if you want to come. And we try to get the tourist or the Bitcoin tourist, because we're getting some of that to like join the group and feel part of it and know that there is sort of a place or an activity to do when they come to the island.
Is that helpful for the island? I remember when I was in El Zonte at the Bitcoin beach, I was talking to some merchants, and some merchants are very pro all the Bitcoin action that they get. But there was also some merchants that were like, we didn't need this. We were a surf town. All you Bitcoiners come here and think you're the kings and try to spend your fake money, and they were quite salty towards it. What do the islanders, I guess, what do they think of this circular economy that you're there?
Yo, nobody understands how important it is for Bitcoiners to travel to these Bitcoin circular economies. Literally, by you showing up and going there and saying you're a Bitcoiner and just spending as little as 1 sat is game changer. It's something that Roman from Bitcoin Beach, he says, he's like, every Bitcoiner should have a bucket list of at least one Bitcoin circular economy that they should go to support, because it shows the proof of work. It shows that we're bigger than just the people there that are trying to teach and trying to, help them opt out of the system. So having outsiders come and show their sats and being like impressed, like, wow, you're so cool, like that you guys are accepting Bitcoin, it's sort of like that pat in the back that, humans like. Because that's one of the things, like, obviously, like, when someone says, it's sort of like a good job type of pat, that many people like to hear. So it helps out tremendously to have Bitcoiners come.
So shifting gears and kind of thinking back to where you were a couple years ago, just starting, thinking about BTC Isla and orange pilling the island, you obviously, probably stumbled along the way and had a couple missteps. I guarantee somebody in the crowd, somebody watching is thinking, I want to do that in my area, in some other area. I want to move somewhere and start it. What would you say, what is that first most important step? So, as you know, I'm big on the next action step. You have the vision and you gotta run towards it. But often, for me anyways, starting with that blank page is just impossible. And so give the people that one, what can they do right now? What can they do today to help kickstart a Bitcoin circular economy in their hometown?
Honestly, to just start, just do it, Yes, there's this famous quote that gave me a lot of peace because it does bring a lot of anxiety because it's really overwhelming when you look at the end goal. But it's sort of like when you want to eat an elephant, the best way to do it is one bite at a time. And that's what you have to do. You have to sort of break it down. Don't go crazy and do everything at once, but start little by little. Like, for example, start with the meetups. The meetups are the simplest way and like one of the most important pillars in building a Bitcoin circular economy. The other one is merchants. Have one or two places, set them as goals that you want to orange pill or onboard them, and start going there every day, talking to the owner, explaining how easy it is. Have them just start accepting tips. Like, you don't even have to be like, you don't even have to sell your product. Just accept tips. Like, that's all you have to do. Or, the other step would be the education. If you want to teach to students after school, if there's people that will listen to you and will sacrifice their time to learn about this, I use Mi Primer Bitcoin as sort of like a skeleton to teach the students. But one of the things that I realize is every Bitcoin circular economy is different. All of them obviously need Bitcoin, but they all have different needs. Every country is struggling in their own way. So you have to meet them where they are and hear the people out with how you can help them and how Bitcoin will help them.
Something that strikes me about your story and what you just said is oftentimes when I think of a Bitcoin circular economy, I think of like the Bitcoin beach or the Bitcoin jungle in Costa Rica, and it's hundreds of merchants with, literally like decentralized teams running it. And I think of you, and you've got 20. You're basically a one-woman show on the island. You got some help from the community, and I think that strikes me so much is that just starting somewhere is kind of the important thing. I think probably we'd all agree, especially in this room and anyone watching, we'd all agree that accepting Bitcoin, it's a matter of time before Bitcoin is going to be accepted everywhere. And I think the sooner that we can get merchants, the sooner that we can get the economy rolling on that Bitcoin standard, the sooner we can hit that mass scale and that we can, flesh out the technological bugs that exist, probably the better we're all going to be. It's as someone like in myself, I'm permanently debanked in Canada. I don't have the luxury of a checking account, and it makes sometimes very difficult to spend money. I walk down the street with my $50 bill in my hand looking for a sandwich, and the shop doesn't take 50s or 100s because they don't have change or what other excuse. In Canada, our new premier or prime minister just made a law where you can't spend over 10 grand in cash. Like, we are seeing increasing more and more control inside the centralized monetary system. And I feel like we're kind of running up against the clock. I'm not some like doomsday guy here where, August 15th, we're doomed and everyone's gotta have their sats to spend. But I would definitely, I personally believe we are years away from, Chipotle and Starbucks and McDonald's, like maybe decades. But building that circular economy is so important. And so to finish off, I just want to say congratulations and good job. I think it's very, very encouraging. And also want to encourage you, look at what Wade has built here with the first Bitcoin Alaska. I probably would have never come to Juneau in my life if it weren't for this conference. And so, but hey, I'm pumped to be here. And this town is so beautiful. And, Wade, not to call you out, I don't know if you're in the room or not, but next time we come, there better be 21 merchants accepting Bitcoin or somewhere thereof. And I would just want to encourage everyone, we need the Bitcoin circular economies to be decentralized and to be moving in the direction of mass adoption, because without it, I think that we're going to have a hard time living on a Bitcoin standard.
To add on to that is one of the things that we need to realize is Bitcoin will start mass adoption not only from the top down, but also bottom up. The importance of grassroots movements is even more crucial, in my opinion, than having, a bill added to take Bitcoin strategic reserves. In my opinion, good for the state, good for the country, but what's more important is for the people to use it. There's only going to be 21 million Bitcoin. So if we have all the governments, trying to gobble it all up, and we forget about the people and we forget about, the grassroots communities, then we're going to go back to what the system, is like, which is we have the top dogs, which is the deep state up there, and they're controlling how everything is.
Yeah, Satoshi didn't say wait for the government to make it legal tender. Yeah. I think something peer-to-peer cashless electronic system or electronic cashless system. And I think that's the vision that you're bringing to BTC Isla. That's the vision that I see here in Juneau and all of the other Bitcoin circular economies. And so, yeah, I think that's probably our time. So thank you, Isa.
Thank you guys for listening to us.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
We got a good one coming your way. Giveaways. Good one coming your way. I got to break a few things to you. If you're not bullish on Bitcoin, you're definitely foolish. And you're about to find out why. Welcome to the stage, Bitcoin. Well, Luke Broyles.
Hello, everybody. How's lunch? Good? Let me know when the slides can go. Great. So what do you guys think so far? I'm loving it. I love Alaska. My first time here. Beautiful. Everyone having a good time? So out of curiosity, who here is a local to Alaska? Okay, and then who is flying in from elsewhere? I'm included in that. Okay, so like half and half. Okay, and how many of you all would you self-identify as a Bitcoin newbie or beginner, or I'm trying to get a good sense of the crowd? Okay, great. Welcome. And then everyone else, I'm assuming, is a Bitcoin nerd to some degree, right? More or less, right? Okay, good. Yeah. So today's presentation, I want to talk about the frontier. So as someone from the 48 states, from the continental U.S. and not from Alaska, it is amazing how just remote it is up here. I mean, the most remote place I've been besides here in the U.S. was Montana, and this is like Montana on steroids. It's absolutely beautiful here, and that was my inspiration for today's talk. It's basically comparing, hey, Alaska is the quote-unquote final frontier for the U.S., and Bitcoin is this kind of new frontier. And both for those that are new, as well as for people that have been involved or interested in Bitcoin for a while, one of the main questions that people always ask is, am I too late to Bitcoin? Has it gotten away from me? Am I too late? You know, how much should I buy? That kind of thing. So today's presentation, I'm going to be comparing the frontier of Alaska with the frontier of Bitcoin. So the question, am I too late to Bitcoin? Right? Everything else, all the questions about how it works, what I do, all those other things, people don't really engage with that unless they believe that Bitcoin can bring opportunity to them. And that's true with everything else, right? People don't improve their health, they don't improve their financial situation. People don't take action in a positive direction unless they believe that that positive action is going to have an impact. So I actually think that this isn't just a matter of bullish hopium and excitement. I think it is really important to help people understand that, hey, yes, Bitcoin's gone from 6 cents to in the 6 figures now, but that doesn't mean you're too late. Alaska was purchased from Russia in 1867 for about $7 million US, just over $7 million US, which granted $7 million is a lot of money, but that was a pretty good trade for the entire state of Alaska. So now here, a century and a half later, Alaska is much more expensive. Actually, it's 13 million times more expensive. Alaska, you know, give or take a few $100 billion, is about $1 trillion asset, right? This beautiful state with all the resources it has, you know, the 700,000 people that live here and work here. So it's a lot more expensive price in terms of dollars now than it was 150 years ago. So the question is, right, are you too late to be in Alaska? Are you too late to live in Alaska or quote unquote invest in Alaska by living here, being in the nature, right? Obviously no. Like there are plenty of natural resources, right, which we can use to live and also that we should preserve, right? The population is going to grow. So just because we're looking at the past, comparing it to the present, that doesn't mean that we can just say and write it off that, oh, well, I'm too late to Alaska. Man, I wish I got into Alaska early 100 years ago when it was, you know, only $100 billion or whatever, right? You're not too late because priced in dollars is just going to continue. The late 2100s, the same time interval into the future, we should expect Alaska to be worth at least 15 or 14 quintillion dollars. So there's trillions, then quadrillions, talking in quintillions now, right? And that's assuming that Alaska continues to appreciate at the same rate as it has for the last 150 years. So just because we're looking at a big number of 7 million, comparing it to an even bigger number of $1 trillion, it doesn't mean you're too late. You still have a lot of growth in front of us for 2 reasons. Number one, because the dollar is depreciating, right, which you have heard plenty of other talks talk about, right? So that's the first thing, is that dollars in 1867 were worth a lot more than dollars today, and dollars in the future will be worth even less. So that's one exponential factor contributing to this. But of course, the other factor is that there's way more economic value, right? 150 years ago, people here, you know, the main economic output was, you know, whatever it was, beaver fur or something like that, right? But now with better technology, better innovation, we can extract more resources, we can live more sustainably, and everything else. So 150 years in the future, Alaska is going to be an even better place because we're going to be even hopefully more efficient. We're going to be able to steward the resources even better than we are today. And of course, if you price it in terms of dollars, you're absolutely not too late to Alaska. And so now let's transition into Bitcoin, right? There's lots of surveys out there, lots of media headlines and news rumors of, oh, millions and millions of Americans own Bitcoin, and oh, Bitcoin's gone up in price so much, it's doubled or tripled or whatever. Oh, the president's talking about it, you know, whether you like that or not, right? Oh, all the politicians and all the banks and all, you know, we see a lot of excitement in Bitcoin, especially the last 3 years. And so it's very easy for people to look at Bitcoin and where it's gone from the past to the present and say, oh, I'm too late. Oh, I'll just ignore it and I'll just try to get rich in some little token, or I'll just live my life. You know, people don't take action in that positive direction unless they believe there's still opportunity, right? Nobody goes west, proverbially, if they don't believe it's going to have a benefit to them. And so I think it's really important for us to not frame where Bitcoin is today in comparison to the past. I think it's really important to compare it to the future, right? So roughly speaking, there's about 750,000 people, just under, in Alaska, which to me, being from the continental U.S., is crazy, right? Like every other city I go to in the U.S. has, you know, 250,000, 500,000 people, 750,000 people. So it's just crazy to think that, you know, this humongous state and you guys don't even have 1 million people, which is awesome, right? It means more beautiful wildlife and everything else. But the point is, let's assume, just to pick a number, an easy number, let's assume 1% of Alaskans own Bitcoin in some degree of self-custody, whether that's $10, $100, you know, $10,000, $100,000, whatever it is. Let's assume that 1%, 1 out of every 100 Alaskans has some amount of Bitcoin self-custody, right? Obviously, a larger percentage has, $10 of Bitcoin on Coinbase or whatever exchange that they choose. But let's say 1% has that, right? But obviously, not everybody that has Bitcoin self-custody has a tremendous amount of Bitcoin. Now, so then the question is, how many Satoshi billionaires could we expect living in Alaska, right? And if we say 1 out of 100 Bitcoiners that has Bitcoin self-custody have 10 Bitcoin, 100 million sats a coin, 10 coins is a Satoshi billionaire. Point being that it's easy for us to say, oh, Bitcoin, we're so late, but then you come to this conference, you look around and you see, oh, there's like 750,000 people in Alaska, and we have this wonderful conference in its first year, and half of the people here aren't even from Alaska, right? So I think that no matter how you look at it, no matter what number you choose, it is very optimistic, I think, to say that there's more than a few thousand people here in Alaska that have Bitcoin, denominating in Bitcoin, and thinking in Bitcoin for the long term. And that is a really important trade-off. A lot of people look at Bitcoin and they view it as, oh, I'm too late, let me go somewhere else. But that's the point I want to make here today, is that you're not too late to Bitcoin. In fact, you're really early. We're basically living in the early frontier days of Alaska. To give a different example, instead of the beautiful wilderness here in the middle of nowhere, let's go to the Mecca of the United States, right? New York City, right? The economic hub, right? New York City is another great example. It's the one that's more commonly used in the Bitcoin community. It's the one Michael Saylor talks about all the time. And so I think it's a good proxy, good comparison, and even more dramatic comparison than that of Alaska. So there's, roughly 8-10 million people in Manhattan, New York, and the greater New York area today. And if we're going to take the same percentage of people that use Bitcoin today compared to the global population, we're about at the era where there were 10,000 people, more or less, in Manhattan, on the island of Manhattan. And so a lot of people look at Bitcoin and they say, oh, I'm too late. But then they hear people like me say, you're not too late. And they think, oh, okay, so we're in like the year 1800 for Manhattan, right? Or Luke, what are you saying? You're saying we're in the year 1900? It's like, no, we're actually more in like the 1630s, right? That's how stupendously early we are to this. If you compare the population of the world today versus the number of Bitcoiners, that's more or less where we are for Manhattan. We're so early to Bitcoin that we're not only pre-20th century, we're pre-America. We're 140 years before the American Revolution. We're not even a British colony. We're still a Dutch colony, right? That's how early we are. We are in Manhattan before the first hotel is there. That's still, another decade away or so. Maybe that's MicroStrategy. Maybe MicroStrategy is the quote-unquote first hotel of the island of Manhattan. But the point here again is that if you're living on Manhattan in 1630, your biggest problem is not, oh, dang it, I'm too late to New York City. It's like you're not calling it New York City, or you're not even calling it New Amsterdam yet, right? Your biggest problem is not you're too late to Bitcoin. If anything, your biggest problem is you're going to have to wait a while, right? And we're okay with that. It's going to take many years for Bitcoin to get to $1 million and $10 million. It's going to take a long time. It's probably not going to happen next month. It's probably not going to happen in the next few years. But that is the cost that we pay. That's the cost we pay because the benefit is how early we were, and so the cost is that we may have to wait a while. Speaking of waiting a while, let's zoom out even more. So we were looking at Alaska 150 years ago. This chart on the screen here is over the last 3,000 years, the different political currencies of the world. So at the bottom here, we have the Greeks, right? The black bar representing the length of time in history that their currency was the dominant store of value, right, for the world, proverbially the ancient world, antiquity. And over time, we see these black bars as we go from the Greeks to, the Spanish, the French, the Dutch, Portuguese, right, all the way up to America at the top right. We see these black bars are getting faster and faster and faster. And like I was saying earlier, there's two things to keep in mind when pricing in the future. First thing is the devaluation of the currency you're pricing it in, right? The dollars are getting worth less. And that second thing I mentioned is that technology is accelerating, getting faster and faster. We're going from beaver trapping to now, beginnings of geothermal and that kind of thing, right? And in the future, technology be even greater, right? And so the reason why these black bars are getting shorter over time is because we're building technology faster and faster and faster. And the faster we build technology, the faster that devaluation of the currency has to happen. And unfortunately, what this means, converting these black bars with all the numbers into, a more visually appealing slide here. what this means is that if we don't change anything, the problem and why Bitcoin is really important at helping us protect that future is that it helps us preserve it. If we are in the frontier of Alaska in the 1860s or whatever, it's really important we do everything we can to make sure that the future has a sound monetary system, because if we don't allow that, then the generations coming in the future are going to squander this beautiful resource, this beautiful land that Alaska has. It's really important we have a sound and ethical system that doesn't result in this, in that red section. That's the direction we're heading today without Bitcoin, is that political regimes turn over faster and faster and faster as we have more technology accelerating at a faster pace with more AI and more weapons and more of everything else. The incentive, the honeypot, the competition over who controls the world's money gets greater and greater and greater, and the question increasingly becomes, who has the biggest gun that can point it at everybody and say, hey, this is the political currency that is in charge of the world right now, right? And so this is the problem we have. Of course, what Bitcoin hopes to do is extend the era, so instead of a perpetually faster turnover of currencies, we can now have a stable currency over time. And again, getting back to the metaphor of Alaska, this is really important, because us today may have trouble. If we're all the beaver trappers, a couple hundred years ago, it's tough for us to imagine a future world with cars and airplanes and all kinds of technology they can't fathom, right? When Europeans first went westward in the continental U.S. and bought Alaska and everything else, they literally thought, oh, we're never, ever going to be able to exhaust these resources. But now here we are, a few hundred years later, and it's pretty clear that, hey, if we don't take care of these resources, they could be squandered or altered or changed, right? Whether it came to whaling or it came to logging, whatever it is. And that's why Bitcoin is really important. It's important for today, yes, but it's even more important for protecting tomorrow to make sure that even more powerful technologies of tomorrow aren't squandered. And so when it comes to visualizing where we are, I think this pie chart is going to be a bit helpful, right? In helping us understand the things one has to do to be able to win this proverbial lottery of being this early into Bitcoin, right? It's like every single person here is really fascinating and has a story. For some crazy reason, you are here. Either you've flown to Alaska like myself to be here and talk and hang out and chat about Bitcoin, or you're a local and somehow you've gotten to this point. And a lot of that was a lot of hard work learning about Bitcoin, and a lot of that was luck. It's important to keep in mind that this is a privilege. The fact that we have the privilege of renting out this beautiful space and having all this fancy equipment, being able to talk about Bitcoin and spend our time and spend our money hanging out with each other, sharing meals together and talking about this, that in of itself is a privilege, right? The majority of the world doesn't have the means to even have the privilege to be able to talk about what is the best form of savings, because the majority of the world doesn't have money to save, right? We've all seen the statistics. 30, 40, whatever % of Americans don't have enough to, save beyond a $1,000 emergency, right? And that's really troubling. That's really sad. And if 30 or 40% of Americans are having trouble keeping up with the monthly bills, what about the billion people in China or the billion people in India or the most of a billion people in Africa, right? The majority of the world doesn't even have the means to even consider saving, right? It's easy for us Americans to sit here and say, oh, fiat is horrible. My savings is getting eroded by the government and blah, blah, blah. And that's all true. You all have the right to complain about that. But the reality is that most people are so stolen from by the fiat system, they don't even have the ability to save, right? People in Latin America, people in Africa, people in these other places have the resources plundered by government officials as political currencies get turned over faster and faster. And so the fact that we're here means we're already in the top 10%. Like, we've already done great. So we've made it through that first window, right? We've already made it through that first selection, right? Most people that are saving money don't want to save it or invest it for the long term. They don't have a desire, right? So if only 10% of the world is saving their money, only a fraction of that percentage has any interest in Bitcoin. And so if you, number one, are born in a place that has the ability to save, and number two, have any interest in Bitcoin, you're now a fraction of this pie chart of the world's population. And most people that do buy Bitcoin don't end up buying it as a form of savings, but as a form of speculation. Oh, I'm going to buy some Bitcoin, and when it doubles, I'm going to sell it, or whatever, right? So not only do most people not have the means to save, not have any interest to save in Bitcoin, but most people are buying Bitcoin, aren't saving in Bitcoin, they're gambling in Bitcoin to some degree. They're trying to day trade it or whatever. Most people that do save in Bitcoin for the long term aren't saving their Bitcoin in self-custody. otherwise known as UTXOs, right? Most people are saving in Bitcoin, are doing it in MicroStrategy shares or ETFs or, for goodness sakes, letting it sit on an exchange, right? And so if you have self-custody, you're an even smaller fraction of the pie. And most people that do that even, most of that wealth is going to be lost over the next few generations, right? We all can hear of crazy stories of various professional athletes and people that won the lottery losing their money within 10 years or 20 years or 50 years, right? And so even if Bitcoiners are 10 times more likely to save it for multiple generations, that still means that probably half or 70% of us are going to have our third or fourth generation down the line, lose the vast majority of that Bitcoin. So if we are a subset of a subset of a subset that has us here sitting in this room, bonding together over, and laughing about our own quirkiness and weirdness, that's what we should expect. We should expect we are very weird. We should expect we are very passionate. I was just at lunch with some new friends, and they were like, Bitcoin's kind of a cult. And I'm like, yeah, you're kind of right. We should expect that because we are a tiny little orange sliver in a world of 5.3 billion adults. So like I was saying before, if you're here and if you're in Bitcoin, we can look around at our room here and think, oh, I'm too late to Bitcoin. So much has changed in the world, but we got to keep this context in mind with the rest of the world. It's easy for us within the tiny orange slice to say, I'm too late to Bitcoin, but forget that everybody else, for whatever reason, whether it's not in their control, like what country they're born in, or it is in their control, like they haven't done the work of learning about Bitcoin, whatever the case, the reality is they are not here. So let's go through some numbers. Like I said, there's about 5.3 billion adults in the world today. Assuming the percentages I gave earlier, 90%, 85, down and down and down, we can estimate that there's a couple million people that are using Bitcoin as a unit of account. That seems right to me. There's 7 million people on the Bitcoin subreddit. There's 4 million people that follow Michael Saylor, right? But even a smaller number of that have the self-custody and are going to be able to save that self-custody over the coming years. So there's maybe a few 100,000 people that have fulfilled all of these things. So if you can do these 5 things, you can relish in the fact, you can be amazed by the fact that you were this very fortunate person that went westward or went to the Alaskan frontier at the right point in history, right? So first, you got to be somewhere that you have the privilege being able to save, right? Go America, God bless America, right? We have a lot of wealth here, and a lot of opportunity, land of opportunity, right? Even though many Americans are struggling month to month, the reality is it's better to struggle month to month here in America than it is to deal with potential starvation in the majority of the world, right? 80% of the world's adults make less than $30 a day. So that's the first thing, to be able to have the privilege to be able to save in Bitcoin. Be born in the right place. And of course, the second thing is be exposed to Bitcoin and be curious or embracive with it. The third thing is to continue that education. So you not only have to be curious about it, but then you have to have the right information presented to you. The fourth thing is to gain enough insight to be able to take the self-custody component, and then from there, be able to hold on to that Bitcoin and don't let your future self or your children squander that wealth for whatever reason or have it stolen from you or taken from a criminal or the tax man or whatever. So it's really hard to get to this point. And so that's really important to keep in mind. And it's easy, so that's the hard part. The easy thing for us to do, because we're people, is compare ourselves to others, right? It is what humans are infamous for when it comes to everything, when it comes to our careers or our cars or our homes or our Bitcoin, either stack, education, experience, time being in Bitcoin, whatever it is, it's very easy for us to compare ourselves to others. And the problem is that because we are in this crazy tiny little bubble that is Bitcoin, it's easy for us to compare ourselves to what we see when we scroll Bitcoin Twitter or when we talk to our Bitcoin friends or we go to the Bitcoin conferences or whatever. But again, we can't compare ourselves to this tiny orange slice. We got to compare ourselves to where is everybody else. And that also, by the way, is going to make us more effective at being able to meet people where they are and relate to them, right? If you go to a random person in the street and you start explaining to them about, UTXOs and nonces and hash rate and blah, 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 they're going to totally miss it. So it's not only important from a place of humility, it's important from a place of just being a good friend, being a good family member, being a good parent, being a good child, whatever it is, and loving the person more than trying to just convert them to Bitcoin. So this is my point here, is that it's easy being, when someone buys Bitcoin, when somebody gets into Bitcoin, they are quite literally the last person so far to be in Bitcoin, right? If somebody, one of our wonderful new people here joins in buying Bitcoin or getting involved today, that they are quite literally the latest person in the entire Bitcoin network. And so it's easy to not feel great about that. But you got to keep in mind with the 5.3 billion people behind you that are yet to get involved, right? Like literally right now, about 60% of the world's adults use the internet. The other 40% don't because they're not wealthy enough to be able to afford a computer to be able to plug into the internet. And so every day there are tens of thousands, of new people plugging into the internet every day. But that doesn't mean they're too late to the internet, right? In the same way that when somebody moves to Alaska later today, probably somebody's going to move here later today, I don't know where, but every single day it's like you're not too late to Alaska, you're just the latest person in so far. And so my encouragement is don't look at your fellow Bitcoiners around today and say, oh man, they were in Bitcoin longer than me, or they have more Bitcoin than me, or they have more education than me, or they've been to more conferences than me. Don't compare yourself to our fellow tiny bubble of the orange slice. Compare yourself to what the rest of the world looks like. So this picture on the screen here is representative of the rest of the world. So in orange, right, this is a zoomed in version. In orange, you have multi-whole coiners, meaning people that have multiple Bitcoin. Then you have whole coiners and partial coiners. The reality is that most people are never going to have one Bitcoin, right? I'm sure many people here see this all the time, or loved ones, or family members, or coworkers, whoever says, oh, I'm too late to Bitcoin. I never have one Bitcoin. Dang it. Bitcoin's 100 grand. I can't afford a whole Bitcoin. Well, that should be expected. The majority of people, all the people in white here, are never going to have one Bitcoin. In fact, most of them will never have 1% of a Bitcoin. The multi-whole coiners are that tiny little orange slice. You probably can't even see it. On the top left, that's the maximum number of people in the world that will ever have more than one Bitcoin. And even with a tenth of a Bitcoin, it doesn't get a lot more dramatic than that. But beyond that, Bitcoin's not only finite in space with the number of coins in the network, it's also finite in the number of transactions that can happen within the network, right? And I think that perhaps is even more daunting or more impressive than the fact of how many Bitcoins somebody could buy. So if you have the ability to buy a coffee or buy one of the wonderful cookies outside in Bitcoin, right? If you have the ability to make a transaction at the base layer Bitcoin network, you're a part of that purple section, right? So people ask me all the time, okay, Luke, when is everybody going to have self-custody? It's like, it's not going to happen, right? Even if we upgrade the blockchain for quantum computers, even if we do all these things, like the reality is that most people not only are never going to have a whole Bitcoin, most people are never even going to be able to make a single Bitcoin transaction at the base layer. And probably for a lot of the Bitcoin nerds in here, you probably make at least one of those transactions a day, or if not one a week, right? And so you are part of the privileged purple section that you can barely see up there. Everyone else is in the white section, right? And this is not to say that, oh, look, we're going to be the new elite, everybody else is too late, ha, 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 we're so special. It's just to say that that's the reality of it, right? Is that we're here in the Alaskan frontier, and in the 1800s or 1700s or whatever, we could say, oh, well, now there's 1,000 people in Alaska. I'm too late to Alaska. 10 years ago, there were only 10 people here in Alaska. But keep in mind, there'll be hundreds of thousands and eventually millions of people over the coming decades that move here, right? Which is why it's really urgent, by the way, and this is what I do for work, is I help people, take self-custody of their Bitcoin, protect it, and all those wonderful things. It's because, everything is a trade-off. And that's a big thing I really want everyone to take home. It's easy for us to be excited and say, oh, look, I'm going to get rich in Bitcoin. It's going to be so great. But the trade-off of this is that if you are early enough in Bitcoin, you're going to have negative consequences, or there are going to be negative trade-offs to that, right? If you got a whole Bitcoin and you're in self-custody and you think you're good to go, the reality is that, 999 of 1,000 people are nice people, but every single person that was this early to Bitcoin that has more than a few million sats in the future, it's like you're going to have crazy people out there that want to steal it from you. You're going to have lawyers out there. You're going to have violent people out there who are going to want to try to take it, right? Just like if you had a massive pile of gold that could be stolen, it's the same consequence, right? If you want to be this early to the Alaskan frontier, you're going to have to deal with the grizzly bears, right? Nothing is free and everything has a trade-off. So that's what I focus on. That's what I encourage for everyone in here. Make sure you have your self-custody topics, your estate planning topics, your insurance topics, your legal topics, everything possible to make sure you protect that Bitcoin. Because the trade-off of being this stupendously early to Bitcoin is that you have those risks, right? You can't be in Manhattan in the 1630s without the negative trade-off of you don't have a hotel to rent. You can't be this early to Alaskan frontier without having to deal with the grizzly bears. Another way to think about it, a little less visual and a more conceptual one, is I hear this at Bitcoin conferences all the time. People are like, oh, well, Michael Saylor or the other mega Bitcoin multi-billionaires, I'm not like them. I'm just a regular Joe, right? We're all just regular Joes. But the reality is that if you actually believe Bitcoin's going to become the world's money, which if you're here, you probably believe that to some degree, then you actually have more in common with Michael Saylor than you do with the average Joe, right? Michael Saylor's got a net worth of about 50,000 Bitcoin between his stock and his personal Bitcoin stack. You know, if you, let's say, have 5 Bitcoin, or even 0.5 Bitcoin, or 0.05 Bitcoin, right? You are much closer in orders of magnitude to the stack Michael has than to what the average regular Joe is going to have. The average regular Joe is going to probably have about 50,000 sats or so. There's about 230,000 sats a person. Obviously, once you include a Pareto distribution, it's significantly less. So my point here is not to say, oh, look at how wonderful and special and magical it is that you're going to be this wealthy person. My point here is to have a bit of both. Both the excitement of the opportunity, if you're looking for decades in the future, but also a bit of that urgency and a bit of that focus on wanting to protect what you have, right? In the same way that if Michael Saylor walked in the room, you'd be like, oh, wow, like, you know, he's got influence, he's got a lot of Bitcoin or whatever, right? The same thing's going to be true with all of us. And that's why I come to these events, that's why I'm really passionate about these things, is because we are going to be able to help steward the money of the future. You know, 50 years from now, when there's new technologies, new energies that we can't even imagine yet, and people are debating, oh, should we do this in Alaska or do that in Alaska? You know, the Bitcoiners of Alaska, those people with 50 Bitcoin, 1 Bitcoin, or even a tenth of a Bitcoin or less, right? Those are going to be the people. They're going to be stewarding the resources of this beautiful state and the economy for the children and grandchildren of the state, right? So you quite literally have more in common with the kind of management Saylor has than what most people are going to have in the future. Because again, like we said, you know, Saylor has multiple whole coins. Saylor can make on-chain transactions. Likewise, you're the same. All of us in that purple section, we have more in common with each other than we do with everyone else. And that's not to say we're better than everyone else. It's just to say that's the trade-off. You know, we had to deal with the Grizzlies, whereas everybody else coming in later just didn't have to deal with that. Sure, they may have way less Bitcoin than us, but they didn't have to go through the struggles that we did, right? In the same way that when you meet somebody that was in Bitcoin in 2010, 11, 12, they went through all kinds of things that we didn't have to go through because we were spoiled, and that sure, we got in quote-unquote later, but we had less negative trade-offs with that as well. So as I wrap up here, again, remember that you're very fortunate to be here. A lot of that was luck. A lot of that was not you. As much as Bitcoiners talk about, you get Bitcoin at the price you deserve, and you did all this work and blah, blah, blah. Again, remember, like 90% of the world doesn't even have the financial ability to be able to discuss savings. So the ability to be here and write books and read books about how to save your money better with Bitcoin, that's a privilege. So a lot of you being here in this room and us talking about Bitcoin or watching it online later, like a lot of this is just pure fortune, and it's wonderful. We should be very grateful that we're here having this conversation. You were born in the right place in the right time in history. And a lot of it is work. You put in a lot of work. And keep in mind that as tiny as that orange slice already is, probably 90% of our children and grandchildren won't even keep the Bitcoin that we work so hard to keep, right? And that's just the reality of it. You don't get to be in Alaska this early without the negative consequences. So the question of, am I too late to Bitcoin? Bitcoin's up whatever million, bajillion % over the last 10 years, and now it's expensive, or I'm too late, or now this and that, the other, right? And the answer is no, you're not too late. Your actions are not trivial. Your actions are not going to be insignificant. They might be insignificant over the course of weeks, but not over the course of decades. They will be very significant. In fact, if anything, it is probably a more true statement to say you're too early than you're too late. Obviously, as time progresses, that doesn't necessarily mean that you shouldn't get involved, but that's just what's important to remember, is that we're very early to Bitcoin. It's wonderful that this is the first Bitcoin conference here in Alaska. I hope that there are many, many more years of this wonderful event. I think we're going to look back at this with fond memories and joke about all the negative headlines and all the crazy stuff that we had to go through in political shenanigans from DC at getting this point. So yeah, again, the metaphor being, if this is the proverbial digital frontier, like that is what we're dealing with. Like, congratulations, we've won the lottery and we're here. But the consequences, we got to deal with the bears, right? We got to deal with the frontier. So very exciting, also a little terrifying, but it's wonderful to be able to enjoy this with all of you. And if you want to contact me for whatever reason, whether it has to do with the Bitcoin estate planning stuff, or just to chat, or to learn about other conferences coming up in the continental US, or if you have any questions about anything you see on the screen, which I don't have time to get into, if you have any questions or commentary or concern, feel free to reach out to me, give me a text. Happy to help, happy to chat, and happy to make friends and fellowship with our fellow pioneers. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate your time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time again. We got a Blockstream Jade giveaway with the multi-sig air-gapped drive. Brett to the stage. You're about to find out why Alaska should compete with Texas to be the Bitcoin capital of the United States. Send it.
Okay, let me calibrate with this mic. I'm not used to talking through a mic. So December 31st, 2008, I was a federal employee. I'm an Air Force veteran, and then I worked with the FAA as an air traffic controller. And I was single. I had a couple condos, and I had a brand new Corvette with a Borla exhaust. It was awesome. And my buddy calls me up. It's New Year's Eve. His name was Bubba. I live in South Carolina, and Bubba's awesome. He's very smart, by the way. He's like, hey, come to this party. We got all our four-wheelers out there and everything. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm coming. They're going to hear me coming, too. And so I start driving down to Bubba's party in my Corvette. And as I'm driving, I'm getting excited. And I feel a little something bubbling in my stomach. I'm like, oh, no. This is not going to be good. But I can control it. But then it gets worse the more I try to control it. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to call Bubba and be like, I'm just going to run in. Because there's nowhere to pull over. So I'm like, I'm going to run in and just go straight to the bathroom. I don't want to say hi or nothing. And so I call him up, and he's like, it's the second house down on the left. You just need to come in the house, go up the stairs. It's on the left, and go straight in there. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm sorry. This is embarrassing, but I don't really care. So I'm just going, and and they're all cool. Like, everybody's just chill, and I'm not really worried about my image or anything like that. And so I pull around the corner, and I go, and there's the house. There's all these cars out there, and I'm like, there's the party. I pull up, and it's loud. I'm like, yeah. And by the way, the Corvette was black, and the windows were tinted black. I had red brake calipers. I mean, it was like I was Batman. It was super cool. And I was a lot thinner back then, too, so I looked cooler. And so I get out of this vet, and it was a little weird, but I was like in emergency mode. I was like, I need to just get to that bathroom because I don't want to have a problem where I have to go back home, if you know what I mean. So, but everybody's wearing like nice sweaters, and there's like some kids over there, and they look a little older. But I just go, and they're like standing on the porch, and I just like, hey, everybody, and I walk up, and there's somebody standing at the door, and I just walk around them and go right in the door and up the stairs and into the bathroom and take care of business. Everything's good. But as I'm sitting there, I'm looking, I'm like, this is a really nice bathroom. I feel like I'm at my parents' house right now. So everything's fine. As I'm coming out of the bathroom and going downstairs, everybody's gathered at the bottom of the stairs. And they're looking at me. And they're like, who are you? I'm like, I'm Brett. And like, who do you know here? I was like, Matt, and Bubba's friend, Matt. And they're like, oh, Matt. And they all start laughing and everything. And they're like, and they're like, wait. This Matt? I'm like, no, not him. And I was like, wait, am I in the wrong house? And they all started laughing. I was like, I'm supposed to be my friend Bubba. And they're like, oh, you're like 3 houses down on the left with all the monster trucks. I'm like, oh. And it was but everybody thought it was so funny. They had a professional photographer there for their family photo. I'm in it. So somewhere, I never got their numbers or anything, but somewhere I'm in somebody's Christmas family photo. And I'm gonna come back to the point, but actually, ironically, it was like 3 or 4 days later, the Genesis block was mined. So there's the point now. But I'm actually gonna come back to this. So I'm Brett. I'm the CTO now CTO, but I was the original founder of Guardrail Mining Incorporated. And how I got there is going to hopefully help some of you guys with if you want to get into Bitcoin mining or maybe even understand a little bit more about it. But basically, Bitcoin mining takes electrons or electricity and turns it into money. So that's pretty cool. So I'm going to talk about as a pleb or a beginner, somebody that started doing this out of my house as a side thing, just like a hobby. And then now we do it professionally at a very large scale, Talking like anything below 20 megawatts of Bitcoin mining is small for our company. So I'm going to do some overly simplified explainers, then I'm going to tell some stories more, and then plug my company some more at the end. And if you have a question, by the way, if there's enough time, I'll try to answer it, and you can interrupt me for no reason at all if you'd like. So why mine Bitcoin? There's a lot of philosophy and different viewpoints in the space that I've noticed. I've kind of come back into the space after a year and a half absence. I got turned off by a lot of the red flags that I experienced as I was spending my own money and life savings building a Bitcoin mine, as you're about to see. And it kind of like disenfranchised me and was kind of a turn off. But then when Bitcoin Park, I was introduced to them about a year ago. And that kind of got me back into this. And then I was introduced to the Bitcoin veterans about 3 months ago. Further got me excited about getting back into this space. So there's a lot more legit people around now than there was when I first started. So, but my company, the company that sent me here, and it's called Guardrail Mining Incorporated. And they basically provide jobs for people to go into these large industrial scale mining operations like 50 megawatts or 100 megawatts, and you're just installing Bitcoin miners, taking them out of the box, putting them in, doing the wire management, managed operation, troubleshoot, repair, provide machining, light machining work, light, electrical, low voltage, stuff like that. So why mine Bitcoin? Somebody last night was asking me that at the barbecue. I don't know if I can say her name, but Stacy was asking me, you should talk about why mine Bitcoin. I'm like, well, that's a really good question, but hasn't somebody covered that already? Well, I'll give it, I don't really know because I haven't been keeping up with all the YouTubers and things like that since Vays and Jimmy Song were doing it a lot. That's kind of how I got into it back in the day, how I learned about it while I was still working. I would come home from work and just watch YouTube videos. And a lot of times it was Tone and Jimmy Song and Antonopoulos, those guys. So, but basically, why mine Bitcoin? Here's my attempt at that. Well, the dollar system was good. I think it was portable. It was easy to split fiat or dollars. It was expandable for growth. It was quick in crisis, and it enabled modern digital banking, like loans and things like that. It fixed trade because the old forms of money, like gold and things like that, are hard to divide, and carrying a brick of gold around isn't really convenient. Someone might steal it from you too, so that's not good. But what happens is drift, because it's controlled by people with power, and they want more of it. So we create rules and things to try to balance that power out, but eventually over time, it kind of gets more and more consolidated into the hands of the few, and then they're just like us. These people are people, and they become corrupted. So every now and then, you got to have checks and balances in your system, but it kind of gets lopsided. Well, remember 2008, back to the original story. That was right around the housing crisis. I remember that quite a bit, and I did have some condos, and I was a little bit of a landlord, but I became an unlandlord after that. So I wasn't very happy about that situation, but I didn't really discover Bitcoin for years after that. But still, it makes sense because that was kind of like a catalyst to get Bitcoin to take hold, because the whole code and the idea of Bitcoin isn't really a new one. It just never really had a catalyst and all the stars lined up in the right way to take off. But it is a good idea. So the Bitcoin system is good because it kind of takes the power away from the current people that are holding it right now. Because anyone can use it anywhere in the world without permission. And it removes the need for trust, because it assumes that everybody is selfish in their nature. And if that's true, we need a system that protects us from each other, and including the president or whoever has the power at any given point. So it's a good system to protect us from each other. And nobody really controls Bitcoin. It's open source and decentralized, so that's important. I'm sure everybody's heard this stuff before, but the other reason you mine Bitcoin is, and why it works, is because it uses game theory. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do a good job explaining this, but I'm going to try. Game theory is about figuring out the smartest move when you know other people are also trying to win. So what the genius of Bitcoin is that it was a system, they figured out how to make it work finally. But I really personally think it's working because the tech got to the point where it could work. So before in history, that's never existed before. But now that we have the tech lined up with the incentive, and the right crisis happened at the right time, 2008 housing crisis, all that stuff, we were ready. Like the internet boom was 2000, and we're like 2008. The iPhone, I think, was like 2006. So it was just getting just at the sweet spot. As soon as you could have like a digital wallet or something, boom, now we have the catalyst that this could actually work. But there's a lot of problems to work out with this because everybody's selfish. So how do you make it a truly decentralized system? The hashing power or the Bitcoin mining computers themselves, you're giving something to people that everybody has in their house already. And you're saying, hey, it's a race, it's an opportunity for you guys to compete. The most selfish of you are going to get the most Bitcoin. So everybody's like, okay. But here's the crazy thing. They built in things to make it very difficult or impossible to cheat. So, and I'm sure everybody here would be happy to explain some of those mechanisms, like the blockchain and things like that. But basically, they called that Bitcoin mining. So game theory needs an incentive. It needs to provide an incentive for people to do things. So when I heard about it, I'm like, oh, Bitcoin's worth a lot of money. How do you get it? Oh, I can just buy it or I can mine it. So I learned about this. It took me about 6 months of really getting into it. And then I'm like, well, if you can't hack it, you can't cheat it, I don't have to trust anybody. I think I should start messing with this. So I, bought 25 bucks in Bitcoin and sat on it for like a month. It went up to 26 bucks and I sold it. I was like, yes. But that's like getting a tattoo, and then next thing you know, you got 2 tattoos, and then 3, and then 4. So I just started to get crazy, and then eventually I'm all in on Bitcoin. Running out of time, man. Thought this would go a lot quicker. Sorry, guys. Yeah, like what's all this mess I wrote? Nash equilibrium. So that's like more game theory stuff. Remember that movie, A Beautiful Mind, with what's the guy's name? Russell Crowe? Yeah. Well, that's game. He invented Nash equilibrium, and that's what Bitcoin mining uses to incentivize the whole thing. It's like everyone acts in their own self-interest. Kind of like if you're driving. When we drive in a car, everyone knows to stay on the right side of the lane. We were taught that too, but we also are incentivized not to go on the left side of the lane because it's an agreement that we have with each other that we're all going to act in our own self-interest, stay on your side of the lane, or you're going to crash and die. So, I mean, it's a pretty good agreement. Well, Bitcoin mining is the same way because it uses a ton of electricity. And if you're going to sit there and mine or compute to try to get Bitcoins and you're not playing by the rules of the system that's hard-coded in that can't be hacked, you're going to waste all that money on electricity. So people have tried to game this, and they lose every single time. There's multiple ways that you can try to get around it, and there has been some slight successes we could talk about, maybe in a breakout or something, and talk to me afterwards, but they never last long. So mining is cool because you can take your electricity and convert it to money as long as you play by the rules on the Bitcoin network. Now you'll hear, I'll just throw this out there, alternative cryptocurrencies and things of that nature. They also have different ways to mine, and they have their own miners and their own little systems to do things, but they also have their own rules, and they're not as resilient as the Bitcoin network because they came way after. And there's only like a few people that do it, and they're kind of like little cults that they kind of stay in their little bubble. And then, like, if enough people, I've seen it over and over again, enough people start coming into their ecosystem, into their little cult, next thing you know, they'll change some algorithm, and then all the computers don't work, and you've just invested all this money, and you lose. It's like every single time. Somebody mentioned Ethereum earlier. Same thing happened. They went from proof of stake to proof of work, which means they changed the algorithm, and everybody's computers were like dead. You couldn't make any more money off of that algorithm. Well, that cannot happen with Bitcoin unless everybody agrees. Okay, I got 10 minutes. More details about Bitcoin are readily available. Ask anybody else here. All right, so why mine Bitcoin? I already did that. So I've been doing this for about 10 years. Around 2016, I started to really get kind of tinkering around with it, and then I got really serious in 2017. Started watching, I already mentioned Tone and these other guys. Then I started doing it myself, watched more videos, got more tattoos. So really the value I want to add in this talk is like the red flags that I learned along the way, because I did spend my life savings doing this, and it ended up working out, but at the time it was pretty stressful. And I was an air traffic controller before, which was also stressful. So I don't know what I'm doing to myself. Yeah, I remember this. So I can't even read that. Oh yeah, so I started, it was weird. I was just always tinkering all the time. Let's skip this. Okay, so my first mine. I got some pictures. I don't know if the video worked. Had the miners in there. I think this is just a 100 amp circuit. That's all 220 plugs. And then I made this little hot room. And that had a 5,000 CFM fan, super loud. The heat would just get sucked out through there. It was pretty good, man, compared to some other stuff. This was my intake to filter the air. Little did I know, you don't need to worry about it so much. But this was the panel I had put in. And this is in a music shop. So obviously they've been storing their stuff in here. And this is just like last month. I just happened to be there. I went in and took this video. It's still there. This was the door. See all the intake I drilled? I cut in there. And anyway, this place is falling apart. Lots of laundry. Yeah. Yeah, so that was my first mine. I was just like, I play bass guitar too, so I just was like hanging out there, play bass with my buddies sometimes, and I'm like, hey man, can I get that closet back there and build a little Bitcoin mine? He was like, what? I was like, I'll pay half your rent, because like he didn't know how much I would make. Those S9s that I put in there were making a ton of money. I mean, it was like $8,000 a month or something. I mean, it was nice, and I gave him 700 of it. But he was happy. That's half his rent. Sorry, Chris, if you see this. Yeah, so I learned some lessons there, like, good luck trying to, those S9s were beasts, man. I mean, you didn't really have to filter the air. I also realized how powerful and how much heat these things actually produce when you start aggregating them and building them up. They put out a lot of heat. And so that's I'm excited about what Tyler's trying to do, because it's like wasted heat if you don't do something with it. So I really am excited to see where that goes. So again, the tattoo analogy. So I started buying miners. This is my living room, and yeah. I had nowhere to put them, and so I've run in this other mine, and I pre-ordered miners because they come in batches, and there's different brands, and I was doing like Dragon Mints and T1s. We even had GPUs going, like 40 of them, but I went a little crazy. And then I got my brother, that's him right there. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, he's also a veteran, but he was up in Delaware, and he has a family and everything, but I paid for him to move down and help me build this Bitcoin mine in South Carolina. And that took some convincing, but he did it. And me and him, in my brain, I thought we were like the Wright brothers, but we crushed it out. It took us we did it in 9 months, and we made a lot of mistakes, but it led to some other things. So like that's the inside of it. First of all, should probably not make a Bitcoin mine out of wood. That's like the first thing I learned. It's highly flammable. And these miners sometimes spit fire out the back of them. Because like they're all like experimental, by the way. Yeah, you think they're coming from China, and they got to ship all the way over here. Heat sinks get loose. There's like in the power supplies sometimes. I mean, it was all just like thrown together a lot. So, but if you have 100 or 300 of these, like I did, you know, you're gonna get 1 or 2% that start breathing fire. In fact, 60 of mine were called Dragon Mint. That was literally their name. So. And another thing, see all this Connex? I don't know what I was thinking with all that. You know, I could have been a little bit smarter. Yeah, and I spent way too much money on this meter with the CTs. I could have got, you know, power units that were from Matt Carlson. It would have been a lot cheaper. And then there's leaks that you didn't realize were there, so you have to redo the roof. Then you got to buy these fans that I really didn't need, you know, and they were crazy. Oh, but by the way, if you have fans, you got to put holes in the wall to get the fans out. And this was reinforced concrete at a Navy shipyard. So then I had to figure out how to cut through the wall and put holes in the building, which was, you know, but once you start heading on a path, you gotta complete the mission, man. So I just kept pressing forward. We're gonna make this happen. That was one of my exhaust tubes that we built. So I was like, how do we get the hot air out of here now that we have the mine here and it's over there? Well, let's just build some more walls and make a big old tube that we can walk through. It was pretty cool, actually. So then that's what it looked like from the ground. That's how high up we were. That big fan right there, it's still there too. I drive by it every now and then. Oh, and another thing. So you don't really need air conditioning to cool these things. Like you think this is a normal data center. Hey, I gotta get these things cool. But they run in really hot weather. I didn't know that at the time, so I'm building this mine. I'm like, man, it's so hot up here. You know, it's Charleston, South Carolina. It's in the winter, or in the summer, and it's like 95 degrees up there. I'm like, they're never gonna run. I'm gonna build this whole thing and can't run them. So we need air conditioning. Well, you start pricing out and air conditioners at that scale, it's very expensive, can't afford it. So I'm thinking, all right, I'm gonna build myself an air conditioner. And we didn't have ChatGPT back then, so I'm like Googling concepts of like, if I pressurize the air and then it expands rapidly, it'll be cooler. What if I do that at scale? So I built this huge, this is so stupid. I built this huge channel to drop air in, and then, so it's like 12 feet, then it goes down to 8 feet. The pressure is supposed to be getting bigger, then it goes down to 16 inches, and tubes are supposed to go in and into the mine and cool it. But then I've got this genius idea to put ice water in these buckets and then hang copper tubes like a coil and then create a closed loop circuit. What was I? I needed friends, okay, to tell me. But I'm like, well, hey, worst thing, I get an education, right? So this is what I did. And I did get 4 degrees for 15 minutes, and then all the ice was melted. So then I started thinking, I'm gonna get one of those ice machines, like, where you can, so I can, you know, they just produce ice, like, nonstop. I was like, I'll hire a college student to just keep dumping ice. But like, this made a lot of money back then. Like, this was no joke. So I was thinking, I'll just put it into the budget, you know? I just hire a student to just keep dumping ice on it. It'll work out. It didn't. So, I did. It's crazy. So then I went, there's like it's like a horseshoe. I was building it out, and then I was like, screw it. I'm going to go buy this thing. It was a big air conditioner. But here's the thing. That was broken. It didn't work. So I got it all the way from Myrtle Beach down, and it didn't work. I got 50 seconds. This is not enough time. Okay. That was a video. It was 8 minutes long. Anyway, The point was the air conditioning failed miserably, but then I was like, well, I'm just gonna run them anyway, and then if it gets too hot, I'll turn them off. And that's when I discovered you don't need air conditioning because they never went off. They ran straight through the summer. In fact, the problem was in the winter when the moisture came in and the humidity went up, that hurt them way more than the heat ever did. It was the moisture. Let me just zoom through it. So, can I get like 2 more minutes or is it, yeah. So this is where I really made the money though. So all that was just, so like that video I was gonna show you was there's a YouTuber called Voss, Drew Voss Coin or whatever. He came to my mind and did a special, got a lot of views, and then people started to call me and ask me to do stuff like this. And where I would go to these mega mines and just work on thousands and thousands of miners, just like swapping hash boards, troubleshooting, diagnosing, reading the kernel logs and things of that nature, based on there wasn't a lot of people that had done what I had done. So it was pretty rare, and they really appreciated my help, and I appreciated the money. So I did it. And I taught them how to do it, and then I would go to the next mine. So I had been in like all the mega mines, well, I still have, and just watched it evolve over the years. And what happened there? Oh. And then I went to Core, took the Bitmain certification test, learned how to do chip level repair and stuff. That's where I got all this equipment. Eventually, I started teaching the classes for Bitmain. These are like the test jigs you have to make and stuff. This is one of the classes I taught in Kentucky. And then I started to train people to replace me because I was out in the field too much, and I have 3 kids and everything. So it kind of grew into a big business. And that's when it used to be called the Block Yard, and now it's Guardrail. Yeah, but places like this, I mean, that's like one wall, but some of these mines I've been in have just like 5, 10. I mean, it's like crazy. One building I was in one time had like 75 megawatts. That was one building, and they had like 7 of them. And we would just repair the miners all day and go down. 6 months later, we've already been around the building twice because as soon as you fix them, they break again. So anyway, to sum up, as a pleb, the red flags I would want you to take away with are don't do the pre-orders because you'll end up with a bunch of miners in your living room, and then you'll be like desperate. So the reason that you don't want to be desperate is similar to the story in the beginning with the Corvette. You're going to end up in the wrong house. You're going to be making desperate moves, lots of mistakes, and you'll be embarrassed. It might be a funny story, but what if I didn't make it in time either, you know? That would have been even worse, and I wouldn't even be telling the story at that point. That would be. Don't hire experts. I hired consultants, electrical engineers, people. I think I paid for a plan once. It was like 20 grand. What a waste of money. Because in the end, I just ended up learning from my mistakes anyway, and I would have been better just to keep that money in Bitcoin. Make more friends in the space. I didn't have a social life. I didn't really do anything, go to meetups or anything. I was just kind of like figuring this out on my own. That was probably a mistake, because then I would have never made that stupid coil air conditioner, because it was such a dumb idea. Just go slow. Also, if you're going to do it at a low level, you need like a baseline business, like around here, like if you had a hatchery, for example, you know, another secondary income source, like that's the main, and then this will be like an ad hoc, add-on type of way to take those electrons when you're not using them, convert them to cash, so you're always kind of generating cash. But by the way, this is not a passive income type of business. It's a lot of work, and you constantly are tweaking the machines, and then a fan or a power unit goes down. You're just kind of always watching them. They become like your children almost. Yeah, I'll just go. So if you're going to if anyone here wants to scale to 50 megawatts or 100 megawatts, you need to become a publicly traded company. and if you do, there's some things like Oh, yeah, logistics is a problem. A lot of people want to save money. If you're shipping like $2 or $3 million worth of miners, I've seen this, they'll try to use a third party. Well, when it gets to port, a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, in this one particular case, somebody took all the miners out of the boxes and put like old burn up miners and replaced them all back in the boxes, sealed them up and shipped them off and pretended like, so we never found out who stole $1.5 million worth of miners. I'm still, it's one of the things that kind of turned me off to the business. I'm like, because this is somebody that I'm supposed to be helping, and I felt so bad. It wasn't my responsibility. I never told him to do that, but still, it's like disgusting to see. And I'm like, I need to be in a different business. But I would just recommend logistics, find a good logistics person you could trust, and that's key when you want to go big. Contractor overlap, load balance, like I could talk forever on this, so I think I better just stop at this point. These are all companies I like and support. Bitcoin Veterans, as a security company that we're starting soon, and Guardrail. Thank you.
Brett!
Thank you. If you want a job working for Guardrail, you can scan that QR code and apply. Anybody? You leave it up? All right. But you won't be working for me. I'm just saying, like, don't blame me if it's too hard. Good? Let's go, Adam! Are you good? All right.
Here we go. Give it up for Brett. So next time you feel that little rumbly in your tumbly, that might be a sign from Satoshi. It's time to start mining some corn. All right? Here we go. CEO, founder of the Bitcoin Well, Adam O'Brien is here. Was Jesus a Bitcoiner? You're about to find out.
Awesome. Thanks, Rustin. Hello, everyone. How we doing today? Yeah. Okay, right on. I've had the privilege of being all over the world because of Bitcoin. I found Bitcoin about 12 years ago. I've been all over the country of Canada, all over the USA, all over the world. And I got to say that Bitcoin Alaska is the first place that I've ever gotten up at 4:45 in the morning, ran for a mile, and then jumped into glacier water. And so I have you, Wade, to thank for getting me out of bed bright and early this morning and literally freezing, well, my you-know-what's off this morning. So, but no, it's awesome to be here. I love what Wade said earlier about making the satellite events more important, because I feel like it's that community that kind of brings us all together and all so much closer. So it's a pleasure to be here with you. Today I want to walk through 3 different key principles. We're going to be talking about what the Bible says about money. We're talking about Jesus' life and what he says about living. And then I want to try to tie it all back as to how on earth that relates to Bitcoin. And we're going to start with something that I think many of you will be familiar with. I am certainly familiar with, as it's been, for me about 12 years, which is the Bitcoin journey. And so this Bitcoin journey kind of starts down below. And I don't think anyone here is crazy enough to start, you hear about Bitcoin for the first time today, and you're going to ape into a multi-sig sovereign machine, sell your house, sell your business, buy Bitcoin, and that's it. Right? We kind of start slow. This is the advice that we tell people is start slow. Take the Bitcoin journey. And part of that journey, at least for many that I've talked to, it starts always in the same spot. Somebody else bought it sooner. Maybe your neighbor or a coworker, they bought Bitcoin in 2011, and now they have a Lambo. And you want a Lambo. So you go ahead and try to buy Bitcoin. But Bitcoin's old tech, and so you got to get kind of the next best thing. You want to get those sick gains, and we don't need Bitcoin. We want to get mad gains as fast as possible. But of course, you missed that boat too. So next one's monkey pictures and meme coins. And so you grab some NFTs and some fart coin, but then you realize, oh my goodness, this is really hard to hold myself. So I'm going to give it to this curly-headed fraudster, and he'll keep it safe for me. But then, go figure, the League of Legends pro wasn't that good at keeping assets too safe. He loses it all, and now you're sad. No Lambo, no Bitcoin, nothing. But something clicks, right? This is part of the Bitcoin journey. We kind of realize, hey, maybe there's hope, right? We realize the system is probably working against us. We realize the system, not just the monetary system, but the food system, the pharma system, the medical system, the media, everything is kind of stacked up. Am I okay? Everything's stacked up against us. And it all stems downstream from a broken monetary system. From there, you buy a cold card. You buy a hardware wallet. You're able to actually self-custody some Bitcoin. After that, you realize that you can buy a little bit of Bitcoin, and you go ahead and do that. You lick your wounds, you take your money off the custodial platform, and you deposit it straight into self-custody. You buy more Bitcoin, you understand there is no second best. You sell all the memes and all the NFTs. You reduce your living expenses so you can buy more Bitcoin. Now you're part of this decentralized network. Your monetary policy doesn't rely on centralized bankers. You've exited the fiat scam, and you're a Bitcoin maxi. Congratulations. We are all Satoshi. But this kind of Bitcoin journey that everyone kind of goes through kind of gave me this thesis. And this is kind of where this conversation started for me, was there are two kinds of people in this world. There are Bitcoin maxis, and there are pre-Bitcoin maxis. That's it. There's only two things. There's only two types of people that we can go through. But over the last decade or so, my Bitcoin journey has kind of taken an unexpected turn. And I'm starting to realize that there might be a third, and what I believe to be the final step, which is Jesus maxi. Whoa. Bet you guys didn't see that. The fraudster taking my meme coins all the way through to Jesus maxi. But if you think about it, our Bitcoin journey is going to teach us about two key concepts. We've got time preference and decentralization. Time preference is the idea that we learn about Bitcoin and we realize that the principles of sound money is a financial cheat code. Low time preference, the ability to forego present desires and place emphasis on our future needs. This is the stepping stone and the principle that gives us the best chance at having the best life. One that is only really possible with a low time preference. Of course, this is opposing the high time preference, where you prioritize present desires at the expense of future needs. And so this means we're foregoing quick dopamine hits, right? Maybe we're not scrolling TikTok for 3-4 hours a night, getting dopamine flushed into our brain. We're not having these unhealthy, sugary snacks. We're opting for more of a natural diet, right? We're not filling our evenings with alcohol. We're foregoing these substances that cause us harm in the future, which also means foregoing these quick dopamine hits. For those of us that are parents in the room, it's been awesome connecting with lots of you. You guys have seen my kids tearing around the room. It means lowering our time preference to limit screen time. No junk food, right? We're trying to develop these good habits early on. This is me and my son a few days ago on the whale cruise. Let me tell you, 8 hours of a whale cruise with a 3-year-old is some low time preference. It was not easy keeping this little guy entertained. He just said, "Dad, hold me by my ankles." And so we walked around the boat like this for about 30 minutes, which was pretty awesome. This low time preference, something we absolutely need to do. We need to have in order to protect our bodies and our minds. I don't think anyone in the room, anyone on this Bitcoin journey is going to argue against having a low time preference. And so with that core low time preference, we start to think about something else, which is control. Specifically, who has control over us? And we realize that control is almost always thanks to the centralization of power. We actually, all of you probably hear this very, very early in your Bitcoin journeys, right? Not your keys, not your coins. Not your keys, not your cheese also works, but both of them are saying the same thing. If you do not hold your Bitcoin, if you give up power and control of your Bitcoin, you are not going to have very much fun. You're not going to be very free. I personally have experienced this. I've been debanked from every single major bank in Canada. All of them have frozen money from me to the tune of millions of dollars, and it's taken me months and months and months throughout my last 10 years at a time getting that money back. Not your keys, not your coin, money in the bank, not actually yours. It's not just Bitcoin exchanges, though, that kind of have this centralization problem. We've got SIM cards, banks, governments, education, food, pharma, media. Centralization absolutely nukes our ability to be free individuals in America, in Canada, really around the world. And I don't think it's a surprise that you could probably look around this room and we could agree with what's wrong with all these things. We all know what the specific issues are when we talk about these categories. When power centralizes, everything gets worse. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. If we focused on rules instead of rulers, I think we'd have a better shot at a better life. So, we've got low time preference, we've got decentralization, but there's a problem. These two things have some limitations. Unfortunately, low time preference and decentralization cannot fix the physics of time. We do not have the ability to outlast our bodies, right? Thinking about me with my kids, I've got 4 kids now, ages 8, 7, 5, and 3. If I crush it, if I dedicate all of my time and instill this low time preference, decentralized habit into my children, probably when they're 15, they'll really start to embody that principle. They'll actually start to get it. We've got like a little bit of savings, probably some medical advancements coming up. We probably have about 100 years left. Quick note, Bible also says that humans live to be about 120, which is kind of interesting. So we've got about 100 years after we instill these principles into our kids, and then poof, that's it. We're gone. And that makes me sad. I don't think I want to do all this hard work to just be gone in 100 years. I think that we have to start thinking about what it means, not just for the 100 years that we're here, but for 100 years after that. This is the true and purest form of a low time preference mindset. And so in that thought, in that vein, we kind of have to think about what comes after. What is coming after death? And, I've been explaining Bitcoin to people for 12 years, so I'm getting pretty good at breaking complex topics down into simple properties. And I've broken this down into 2 possibilities. When you die, either you do nothing or you do something. These are kind of the 2 options that I've come up with in here. So nothing, you turn into dust, that was it, it's over. Or something, we go to heaven, or we go to be with a creator in some capacity. Honestly, guys, my logic center does not comprehend dust. I cannot picture a world where after 100 years, we cease to exist. It doesn't make any sense to me. Our time is done, our lives uttered, virtually meaningless. I'm actually super interested in this topic, and I'm going to be starting a show called Proof of God, walking through what the proof of God looks like and how we can take not just biblical references, but how we can take really the way the world works and how God designed a very smart and intellectual system for us to live on. And I'm really excited about that. And so with this proof of God mindset, we can naturally kind of deduce that we are here with a creator. But if we're going to entertain this topic of creator, I want to just stand up here and make sure that everyone knows that I understand that both of these, both this nothing and this something, both of these things are absolutely insane. Thank you so much. Either we've got, boom, a bunch of atoms with no creation magically exploding to give us a perfect Earth, which can never happen again, by the way, because that ignores the law of conservation of mass. Or we have this big, all-knowing, as my wife and I call him, the man with the big white gloves, from Mario, the big white glove guy that used to come and pick you up if you fell off the Rainbow Road. We've got that guy making the Earth in 6 days. And so if we kind of talk this through and think about it a little bit more, we've got the dust concept. We go back to nothing, which means kind of screw your low time preference. I don't think it matters that much. Why do we have a moral code? YOLO, it's done in 100 years anyway. Let's just get after it. What do we care about our morality? Why do we care about being kind? Why do we care about leaving something for the next generation? Why do we have love? We're here by accident, and we look a lot more like animals. And so with all this, it is my belief that our Bitcoin journey actually leads us to a creator. And the question I want to try to answer today is whether or not you have to ditch the orange pill to take the white pill, or can they complement each other? So the first thing we're going to look at is God's monetary policy. If we've established there's a creator, then we can kind of come through and let's see what he has to say about money. Do we have to ditch this orange pill, or did God actually have a plan for money as well? And I'm going to borrow here from the book called The Bible and Bitcoin. This is written by a fellow Canadian up in Ottawa, Alan Armstrong. And he outlines in chapter 2 of his book, in Deuteronomy, which is a book that predates Jesus by thousands of years. This is the book where God talks to Moses. I'm sure all of you guys have heard of Moses. He's famous for like splitting the waters to pieces or apart, so people could cross. God gives Moses 10 commandments, 10 rules to live by. And this is what's included with, not as part of, but with the law of God. First, it says, you must not have two different weights in your bag, one for heavy and one for light. This means our money needs to be fungible. God is telling us money has to be the same. You can't just earn money with a heavy weight or with a light weight, meaning you get more, and then give it out with a heavy weight, meaning you get to give less. It has to be fair and equal. And so he says that, virtually saying, don't debase the money, right? We can't have people playing shenanigans with our money. Then he moves into what you get if you follow that law. Do this so that you can live on the land that God has given you. This one is packed. I love when God says this. Not only is he saying you get to live a long time if you have fair and equal money, he's also saying that God has given us property rights. God made this world, and he's saying, yo, you don't have to rent it from me. I'm going to give it to you. You, the people, get to own this land, right? If you use fair and equal money, you get to keep, or you get to live on the land for a long time that you also own. And then he's got a warning. The Lord your God detests anyone who does these things. Anyone who deals dishonestly. Did you guys catch that? The Lord your God detests anyone who deals dishonestly. Now, the money printer go burr meme isn't in all the Bibles, but I figured I would throw it in here to paint the picture. God doesn't like fiat. The American dollar, something that one human being gets to control, wasn't part of God's original plan for money. He's issuing a decree to a sovereign individual that utilizes a sound money system. This stuff is literally written. God told Moses, this is how money needs to and should work. Next, we're going to move through to the Proverbs. Proverbs is a book of the Bible that is written by a king. At this time, the kings were installed by God. They weren't elected. It was not democratic. God straight up chose someone and put him in. And this king in particular that wrote most of the Proverbs, his name was King Solomon. God explains in a different book of the Bible called the Kings, he explains what Solomon was known for, and that was wisdom. This is what is written in the Bible about Solomon. He had wisdom beyond measure. He had wisdom that surpassed the wisdom of all people, and he was wiser than all men. So the book of Proverbs is a bunch of little stories, kind of like some wisdoms going towards really some beneficial wisdom, I suppose. And we have it written by the guy that God called wiser than all men. So I think we should listen, right? Wiser than me, I'm a man. And this guy is at least wiser than I am and all other men that you've ever talked to. And so let's see what he has to say. He has to say, a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. Ooh, I like that one. Something stack sats for your last name, am I right? A good man leaves an inheritance to his children. And what's particularly interesting in this section of the book of Proverbs is that there's a ton of little short sayings that kind of look like this. This notion of thinking about the next generation is very, very strong. But also, we've got wealth obtained by fraud will dwindle. Whoever earns it through labor will multiply it. Looks like proof of work. We've got the one who profits dishonestly troubles his household, but the one who hates bribes will live. This is the wisest man, or someone that God calls the wisest man in the world, saying these things. We've got bread gained by deceit is sweet to a man, but afterwards his mouth will be full of gravel. It's dissatisfying. We don't actually want to play these cheap games just in order to win a little bit of money. Now, I could probably go on here, and I won't, but I want to sum up what the Bible says about money. We have God commanding sound money. We have him then declaring land rights. We then have a godly, wise king saying, build wealth for your children's children, earn wealth, and it will grow, hate bribes for a good life, and deceit seems good, but then it turns very bad. I don't know about you guys, but as a Bitcoiner, I kind of like it. I can get down with God's monetary policy here. So, green check mark. We're good. I'm going to grab some of this water so you guys have to listen to me smack my lips. So we like God's monetary policy, but I think we have to now investigate the second half of the story. The Bible's broken up into two pretty distinct stories, pre and post Jesus. We've got pre-Jesus, right? God's monetary policy. Now, what does Jesus have to say about the way that we live? While Jesus walked on earth, he taught, and he told a lot of stories. And he basically, I want to break down three of the things here. He taught about value for value economics. His whole life basically amounted to decentralization. And then I'm going to highlight his answer when his disciples asked him, who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? So, we're going to start in the book of Matthew. Matthew is one of the followers of Jesus. I'm giving you guys this context. I find it so fascinating how the Bible's split up and broken up. Matthew basically walked side by side with Jesus and then wrote an eyewitness account of his life walking with Jesus. And he was there when Jesus told this story. This is the parable of the talents. So the parable of the talents effectively goes, there's a master, a very wealthy master who's going away and gives talents to his servants. Talent can be like a form of money or a form of currency. He gives 5 talents to one, 2 talents to someone else, and 1 talent to somebody else. And they go ahead. He says, hey, guys, keep this safe for me while I'm gone. When I come back, you're going to have to show me what you did. So master goes away. Master comes back. And the first servant comes up. He's like, yo, I had 5. Check it out. I got 10 now. Proof of work. I put my 5 talents to good use. I've doubled it. Master's like, very good. Second guy comes up. He's like, Master, you gave me 2 talents, and I now have 4. I also doubled it. 2 plus 2 is 4. He's like, I don't know why I said that. I just figured I'd spell it out for you guys. And the master's like, okay, you too. Well done. I'm proud of you guys. This is awesome. And the third guy comes, the guy that got only 1 talent, and he's like, Master, you are a scary man when you're upset. I did nothing. I buried this thing into the ground, and I kept it safe, but I have 1, only 1. And the master freaks out, calls him wicked, calls him lazy. This is actually, I found it interesting. He says, you might as well have put that talent in the bank. That's in the Bible. He says, the least you could do is giving it to the bankers to give you some interest. At the bare minimum, how could you? And then we go through the story, and Jesus describes the master as taking the talent from the lazy servant and giving it, this is the important part, giving it to the servant that turned 5 into 10. And I think this is a key principle here because Jesus is kind of showcasing the harder we work, the more responsibility we get here on earth. Jesus here is preaching about value for value. He's preaching about proof of work. He's preaching about taking responsibility for what we have and then having the ability to do more with it. Okay. Next, we look at Jesus' life through the eyes of decentralization. Here I'm going to jump to a different follower of Jesus. We're going to read from the Gospel of John. John's another guy who walked alongside Jesus, him and Matthew both, and of course 10 others, the 12 disciples. During this Gospel, we're going to look at the Last Supper. So this kind of comes as Jesus is getting ready to literally go and be crucified. This is the night of that he dies. And they have one last dinner as a crew. And listen to what Jesus tells the people, or his people. I tell you the truth, it is to your advantage that I go away. If I do not go away, the Helper will not come to you. But if I go, I will send him, the Holy Spirit, to you. Jesus knew that his physical presence here on earth was a limiting factor to the mission. He decentralized his presence by leaving. He left earth and brought the Holy Spirit to the world, into the people, to continue on this mission of spreading God's love. Okay, after he says this, some absolute insanity happens. He predicts his death. He then goes and gets crucified, the most wicked death that any Roman kingdom has ever given. 3 days later, he comes back to life. He walks the earth for 40 days, talks to what the Bible says to be at least dozens up to hundreds of people, and then God brings him up to heaven through the ascension. So during that time, this is during the time after he's risen from the dead, is currently walking around on earth, he says this: go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. When we zoom out in Jesus' life, we kind of start to think about the two things that he really accomplished here. One, he fulfilled the old law. This is something I'm just so deeply fascinated in, looking at the ancient world, looking at what was verifiably written thousands of years before Jesus came to the earth, and then seeing how Jesus made it come true with eyewitness accounts. But then he decentralized the mission. He could have stayed. He was literally immortal. He could still be here right now if he wanted to. He proved that. He beat death. Literally immortal. But instead, he goes back to heaven, and he left it to us to finish the job. Now, this is where it gets really cool. So Jesus here, I want to hear what he has to say about being the greatest in heaven. Okay, heaven, we think is a pretty good place. Who's the greatest one in heaven? Who can finish this for me while I have a drink? Stay. Oh. Nice. Stay humble. Stack sats. I love that. Right? The Bible actually talks about humility 80 times in the Bible. Some in Proverbs, right? That wise guy that wrote the book of poems. He talks about humility. Paul, in the book of Romans. So Romans is basically a letter from Paul. We'll talk a bit more about him in just a second. But his mission was to virtually spread the good news. He wrote 13 books in the Bible, the most out of anyone. And the dude, it's debated, never even met Jesus. Certainly didn't walk with him, wasn't a disciple. I'll tell you some crazy stats about Paul in a minute. This is what he says in the book of Romans. He says, live in harmony with one another. Do not be proud. Instead, associate with the humble. Outdo one another in showing honor. These are the key teachings of Jesus taught by Paul 50 years after Jesus died and then parroted by Bitcoiners 2,000 years later. Right? That's some gangster level time chain action in the Bible. I think that the best example of how Jesus really teaches us and embodies this humility factor is set out in this story here. So this actually happened. This is, again, from the book of Matthew. He recounts this afternoon where Jesus and some of his friends are hanging out in a park, and Matthew or someone asks, hey, yo, Jesus, who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? Now, I love that question because, the disciples are probably around my age, a little bit younger, right? Mid-20 males. It's like, I'm going to be better than, this guy. They got that alpha male energy going on, following the king of the world. They're all looking for that edge. How do I get the edge? And Jesus, I imagine, or what is written, is he looks around and he says, yeah, whoever's like that kid over there is going to be the greatest. I can imagine all these alpha males, like, they're walking around all day. They're probably pretty strong. They're like, those kids are weak. They don't even have nice beards. They got like garbage hair. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna be great if they're looking like that kid. And then Jesus, as he always does, has to reiterate, whoever humbles himself like this child, this one is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Whew. I think about that, and I think about all these, probably alpha males sitting in a circle, thinking like, okay, how many people we got to save? How many people we got to tell? I'm going to run the fastest. I'm going to tell the most people. Someone's going to baptize the most amount of people. It's going to be me, And Jesus is like, no. Forget all that. Just be humble. I love that. I have in my notes here, he might as well have said, stay humble, stack sats. But that's not what he said, obviously. But I think it's amazing. So, Bitcoiners, we like what the Bible has to say about money. I think we like what Jesus had to say about living. Now, how does it relate to Bitcoin? So I'm not a pastor here, and I definitely do not have all the answers. But that said, I really, really, really enjoy learning and thinking about this stuff. I'm going to be here for the next couple of days. I don't think there's time for a Q&A after this, but if we have a couple minutes, I'd love to you guys can rapid fire questions at me and we can chat all day. The harder I lean through my Bitcoin journey, the more and more and more I see Jesus' face showing up. He's this guy that comes to earth, sent to earth by a God who commanded sound money. He lived the majority of his life as a hard worker, a carpenter, right? Actually, back in those days too, you couldn't become a rabbi until you'd retired your mom. Till you'd retired your mother. That was part of the rules to being a Jewish rabbi. And so pretty cool that Jesus had to work so hard, lower his time preference. He probably had some pretty insane savings to go on, I don't think Mary was particularly old when she was giving birth to Jesus there. He had to retire her to make sure that she was looked after for the rest of her life before he could start his ministry when he was 30 years old. He then taught about value for value economics, and his teachings essentially boil down to be humble and love one another. After that, his life was spent decentralizing the church so the church could live in the people and not in the corrupt state that killed him. So I want to highlight just one final thing, if you guys are still with me, and it's about the Bible and how the Bible kind of works. So there's 66 books in the Bible. As I told you, Paul, I think he's the GOAT. He wrote 13 books in the Bible, and they're all letters to different churches kind of surrounding where Jesus was crucified. And this is kind of, Paul is the original embodiment of that decentralization. He was not a disciple. As I mentioned earlier, it's kind of debated whether or not he even knew, or he even talked to or knew Jesus. And most interesting about Paul is that before he went on this mission of writing the most books in the Christian Bible, he was literally killing Christians. He was hired and paid to kill people that professed that Jesus was King of Kings. So this guy goes from like Jesus slayer to Jesus preacher, writes the most books in the Bible, and this excerpt is from a book written to the church of Corinth. He says, "Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom." Whew! Yeah, you love to hear it. This is first generation decentralization of the church, sending a promise to what would be the church, the promise of freedom. How's that, my fellow freedom maxis? It's pretty good, right? This is why I called this presentation, Jesus is a Bitcoiner rather than was a Bitcoiner, because he was successful in this mission. He successfully came and decentralized the church. He decentralized and shared it inside all of us, that we get to share his story. He continues to live inside of all of us, right? It's got mega, we are all Satoshi vibes, but on a much higher and deeper level. We are the church, and the church lives in me as much as it lives in all of us. So now, I get to speak to you, my fellow Bitcoin maxis, my freedom maxis, right? My shirt says Independence Maxi. What if your journey doesn't end with the giant orange pill, but there's another step where Bitcoiners actually look like Jesus Maxis? So thank you guys all so much. I really appreciate it, and God bless.
Give it up for Adam. That was awesome. I don't know about you guys. I kind of want to watch like Braveheart now. Just like freedom. A bunch of William Wallaces out here. All right, I got a giveaway. Blockstream Jade.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Bo Turner. I'm the CEO and the founder of Abundant Minds, and we are an Oregon-based Bitcoin mining company. We make hands-off Bitcoin mining available to investors who are looking for Bitcoin-denominated passive income, as well as a real-world impact with their capital. And I'm here today with a goal not just to talk about mining, but how it can uplift our communities and empower our local economies and really create lasting abundance in our world. And by the end of this, if I do my job well, you'll be asking yourself, why don't we already have Bitcoin mining in our communities? And you'll be looking for ways that you can bring its benefits to your tribe. And at the end, I'll save a few minutes for questions as well, so that if there's anything that you'd like to ask, you have that space. My journey into Bitcoin and mining started like many of yours probably did. I was just trying to make sense of a world that we live in and looking for something that was more promising than the status quo. That led me from systems engineering to real estate investing and then finally into Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. In college, I studied engineering management, which was what trained me to see the world in systems, how things connect, where friction lives, how we design for scale, and most importantly, how we remove waste from systems and use resources that otherwise would go to waste or are used inefficiently. And that lens is with me in everything that I do, especially in the world of Bitcoin mining. So after my engineering focus, and before I was in mining full-time, I was a real estate investor. I loved the physicality, the opportunity to create value by building or improving real-world assets. I was also working within the widely accepted framework of how most of the world stores most of their economic energy over long periods of time, that is, through property. But as time went on, I also saw its limits, how slow it was to scale, and how what I was doing day to day didn't make the kind of lasting impact that I wanted to see from my work in the world. So in 2020, I got pulled like a gravity well into the Bitcoin world after years of exposure, losing my spark for real estate, but finding it so much stronger in something else entirely that had captured my curiosity for years, but never had pulled me in full time. So I dove headfirst into mining, having a fair amount of coursework in college in data center construction and information technology. My first brush with mining I thought would be just an exceptional venture into passive income, but it truly did not go well. My wife and I invested in Bitcoin mining services with a company that unfortunately promised the world but lacked transparency, integrity, and any sense of follow-through. And in that experience, we lost $500,000 of our own money. Not only that, but at the time, she wasn't even my wife yet. And so my brand new fiance, I had to say, we've lost a huge amount of money. And to say the least, that put a huge damper on wedding planning for that following year. And it made me question if I was really doing the right thing for me and for my bride-to-be. But that pain also became a sense of purpose because we knew that we could create something better. We knew that if we put our energy into this, we could build something that would save others from that same tragic story, seeing the promise of something, but not jumping in out of fear of losing your hard-earned capital. And what drew me deeper and deeper into mining wasn't just the potential that we could make money, it was the mission, sovereignty, transparency, a system that maps to the real world and can't be corrupted in the same way that our existing systems are. Something connected to the real energy that runs our civilization, that sparked a conviction in me to build something lasting, not just speculate on price and ride the wave. What I saw in mining was an opportunity to not only create wealth, but to engineer a better world through Bitcoin's only touch point to the physical universe, which is the process of mining and transforming energy. So I came into mining after thinking that real estate would be the answer, but in truth, mining gave me a way to participate in not only a way of building wealth, but a global digital network that was growing faster than the internet while still building real-world assets and collecting streams of cash flow, which was what I was hoping for and doing in real estate. It's physical, it's infrastructure, it's energy, and it's an impact that can be felt by not just investors, but by our local communities. And this is truly where Bitcoin shines and meets the real world and turns from magic internet money into perfectly engineered real world money. So after our nightmare experience getting into mining, open to seeing how it could work better, we asked ourselves, what if we could design a mining company that actually made life better for not just the miner, but for everyone that it touched? How could we take something that often made communities anxious or scared about even allowing it to exist in their backyards and turn it into something that every community would want? How could we take the common mega farm model that concentrates all of the benefits of this industry into small areas and distribute it to the regions, the towns, the villages, and the small communities that would benefit the most from having a mining company? We didn't want to be Riot with the largest single facility in the world. We wanted to see how we could impact the largest amount of people possible as efficiently as possible and turn the tide for communities with latent potential and untapped opportunities. So we launched Abundant Mines with a novel mission to build a scalable, community-positive mining operation that could thrive in regions that have underutilized, wasted, or stranded energy resources. And our first industrial scale facility began development about 3 years ago in Cascade Locks, Oregon, a town of about 1,100 people that used to house the lumber industry as its main economic backbone. Since the 1980s, that industry has been in decline, and as such, the city has been experiencing consistent challenges attracting new opportunities and gradually losing jobs and promise. Cascade Locks was our ground zero for proving that the community-focused model could work and that it could be the foundation for a company that would impact towns across the Pacific Northwest. That town has been the template for every other site that we've developed in Oregon to date, and it will be for all of ours in the future. For a little bit of background, at Abundant Mines, our primary focus is on the co-location model, meaning that we don't just mine Bitcoin ourselves, we build and operate mining facilities where other people can host their own machines. And while we do mine Bitcoin ourselves and own many of the miners in our sites, our core business is actually providing space, power, and high-quality service to the clients who want to mine but don't necessarily want to get a technical degree or run their own infrastructure. And we chose the co-location model for a few different reasons. First is that it makes Bitcoin mining accessible to more people. Investors, business owners, even first-timers with no technical experience, without requiring them to manage a physical site. And second, because we experienced firsthand how low the bar was in this industry. And when it came to transparency, reliability, and operational care, there was a lot that we could improve on. We saw what was a clear need for a service that respected both the capital and the trust that people put in us. And so we created the space to meet that need and allow people to experience what we wished that we had when we first started this company. So we build the sites, and investors who want to mine just buy the machines from us and we handle the rest. They collect Bitcoin and they pay for their power bill. That model has allowed us to grow very quickly without overextending and to be very capital efficient while getting our clients a great return through mining operations that they don't have to manage. That allows us to focus and prioritize on our local partnerships and focus on finding the best long-term opportunities where we can set up infrastructure that has the maximum holistic benefit to our communities. By focusing on co-location instead of just mining ourselves, we make the opportunity to mine available to the average investor who doesn't have the capital or the expertise to build and operate a facility themselves, while still getting the benefits of economies of scale that are backed by high-quality service. Not only that, but with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill recently, clients who own their own equipment actually get the majority of the tax benefits, including 100% bonus depreciation on equipment that you're purchasing. That is not possible if you just own stock in a mining company. And the benefit for our company, instead of raising several $1 million for every megawatt of capacity that we want to build in order to buy just the mining hardware that goes inside, when we build the facility alone and offer hosting space and operating expertise, it saves us about 80 to 90% of the upfront cost of development, and it means that with the same resources, we can build 5 to 10 times the capacity that we would if we needed to pay for the miners themselves. That means that we can impact that many more lives with the same resources deployed. Now, that said, we do maintain a fleet of our own machines, and these are essentially held in reserve to allow us to redirect our own computing power temporarily so that we can cover if a client has an outage with the machine or it's down for maintenance for an extended time period, so that they keep earning while we maintain the service and go and actually maintain their equipment in the background so that they have a seamless experience. Now, here, as well as here in Alaska, hydroelectric power is extremely abundant, and much of it goes to waste. Hydroelectric is absolutely the holy grail for Bitcoin mining. It's stable, it's renewable, and it's deeply rooted in the communities that house it. Unlike solar and wind, hydro provides a consistent, predictable output, and in places like the Pacific Northwest and Alaska, much of this capacity is underutilized or stranded due to limited demand or a lack of transmission out. And so what we do is we step in and become that demand directly on site. It's predictable, it's flexible, and totally aligned, so that when there's unused capacity, we step in and use it. When the community needs it, Bitcoin miners are fully interruptible and flexible as a load, meaning that you'll never experience an energy shortage because of a Bitcoin miner. Our relationship with hydro providers isn't just transactional, it's really symbiotic. And because we're not competing with households for energy, we're actually helping to keep the grid stable while turning unused potential into an economic opportunity and the basis for future expansion of the energy supply. It's not just about using green energy. It's really about being as smart as we can with the resources that we have and being good stewards with a community-first approach. Now, when people think about Bitcoin miners, they're usually picturing a warehouse full of computers, which on the surface is accurate. But behind those machines, at least in our business model, is people. There's small business owners, family offices, first-time investors, grandmothers, veterans. These are people who want access to the new economy and these opportunities without needing to become technology experts. And our co-location model allows anybody, not just the big institutions, to participate in that. On the ground, we built relationships with the city councils, energy suppliers, community leaders, farmers, as well as electricians and other service people. Because when you enter a town and use their energy, you're taking on a responsibility not just to steward the energy well, but the community itself. And the Bitcoin network may be this decentralized and faceless thing that's sometimes hard to wrap your head around, but our work is really rooted in the physical world, in connecting the people in our communities to the investors who want to make a difference, and sharing the success of putting unused resources to work. And I want to show you a little bit of what that looks like in action. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, Cascade Locks is a town of about 1,100 people. It's quiet, it's beautiful, and it was historically driven by the logging and rail industries. The town's electric utility was operating at just half of their available capacity year-round, and we saw that as an opportunity. Within 12 months of us starting, our effectively doubled their utility revenue. And it didn't require years for its effects to be seen, because we actually aligned with the infrastructure that they already had in place. And we supported their growth utilizing what was already there, plugging in at the source. We showed up with a plan to help bring opportunity to the area in any way that we could, by increasing the tax base and their utility revenues, creating jobs, educational engagement with the local community, bringing in visitors and tourism dollars to our site visits from people around the country and around the world who wanted to see their machines running and see how everything worked. We created content explaining how mining works, highlighting the local grid and the energy systems, and sat down with residents and the local government councils to address their concerns and be sure that we didn't just show up and start using energy, but built trust in the business, because this isn't, as many people think, just a spreadsheet business. It really is a business that is built face-to-face by showing up consistently for your community in the right way over the course of a long period of time. And that jump in utility revenue that they experienced, it wasn't just a nice line on a chart that they all got. It was a lifeline for the town's budget and their ability to plan for the future. With increased revenue from our power purchases, utility didn't need to pass on the full weight of increasing service costs onto their residential customers. And instead, they were able to upgrade their aging infrastructure, qualify for additional funding, and even begin planning for long-term infrastructure improvements. A mining facility, when it's done right, acts like an anchor tenant. It makes everything cheaper for the other customers in the system because it helps spread the cost of service over more energy usage. It provides load predictability that enables better financial forecasting for the city, and when that happens, the city planners actually have options. They have more options to invest. They have options to support other local projects. They have options that didn't exist when the city had capacity sitting idle. And a great example of the exact opposite of this effect is when a town in Norway celebrated about a year back having their local Bitcoin mine shut down. When they got rid of this Bitcoin mining facility, they didn't realize that as soon as they did, everybody's electric rates would rise by 20% overnight, because the best customer and a keystone resource for that utility to spread their fixed costs over a higher amount of energy was gone. And this is a rude awakening when every customer has their costs go up that quickly. Following on with that topic of miners as core tenants for these utilities, this is a part that rarely gets talked about, but it's massive how much its impact is that when a utility's load grows beyond a certain threshold, it typically qualifies them for matching federal or state infrastructure grants. And that is what happened in Cascade Locks. Before we arrived, the city was effectively stuck in a doom loop, or a catch-22, where they didn't have the load to justify capacity expansions or to modernize their substations or hire additional linemen for the utility. They also didn't have enough available capacity to attract new development, and they didn't have the demand to create that extra load that they needed in order to get to the next stage anywhere in sight without us. So Bitcoin mining was their bridge. With our demand profile, the utility crossed that threshold and began qualifying for infrastructure grants that have been out of reach for years. And that's the hidden power of the mining demand that mining demand brings that isn't speculative. It's rooted in our real economy, and once you have a guaranteed customer for years into the future, financing conversations become much more fruitful and likely to result in a successful outcome. I know of at least a few new development energy projects here in Alaska that are currently having trouble qualifying for additional financing because although the resource is abundant and viable from a cost perspective, there isn't enough demand locally to justify the upfront cost at any level. And mining fixes that, not only by creating the demand, but by creating it on site. Because it can truly go nearly anywhere, it can be placed directly next to your energy source, cutting the cost requirements for developing new transmission lines, which is a huge part of the expense of developing new energy access. Now, there's ripple effects to our locals, not just to the energy providers, when you actually improve the utilization of energy systems. When energy systems become more efficient and utilities become more solvent, everyone benefits. And we're already seeing a trend where these stabilized municipal utilities are able to offer lower rates or flatten any proposed rate increases to households while not sacrificing any reliability or power availability. When you have increased utilization of your existing resources and you remove the waste from a system, everything gets more efficient. And beyond that, energy is the base layer resource that fuels our entire economy. When you have an impact on energy pricing, you have an impact on the cost of living for everybody. All finished goods, all of the input costs for all of the things that we enjoy in our daily lives, everything that we touch in some way comes back to energy. So when you impact the cost of energy, you actually impact someone's entire life, and you make their existence more abundant. The extra productivity that we enjoy over somebody from 100 years ago is largely due to the availability and channeling of abundant energy through technology. Whether you're talking about a motor, a manufacturing process, or running a large language model to supplement your own intelligence, that is all possible due to the availability and the economics of using energy more effectively. So when you plug in mining correctly, you're not just mining Bitcoin, you're actually expanding the possibility for the future of civilization. And in many cases, it touches most deeply the remote places that may otherwise have felt completely forgotten by progress. One of my favorite ways that we're beginning to channel this energy to create more abundance in our communities is finding ways to repurpose our heat. And this has already been talked about for a few times today, but most people don't realize that half of all the energy in the world goes to heating purposes. If you weren't already aware, miners create a ton of heat, and they create it constantly as a byproduct of this process. So in our Eugene facility, we piloted a project that is turning what's usually seen as waste, that heat from mining equipment, into a regenerative input. We're rerouting the heat from a mining cluster into a modular greenhouse system. And even in the dead of Oregon winter, we'll be growing fresh food for our community. As cool as that is, it's not just about the food. It's about proving that mining infrastructure can serve multiple functions in our communities, and that a well-designed and well-integrated mining site can create food, jobs, education, and energy abundance all at once. We don't have to choose between industrial development and environmental or agricultural stewardship. With the right designs, they go hand in hand and support one another. A miner that's selling heat to someone growing food can help offset their costs and be more viable further into the future. And a farmer who's growing in all seasons and climates isn't subject to the same variability or seasonality that keeps some regions from making sovereign food systems viable. These benefits aren't hypothetical. They're in practice in more than just our pilot sites in Oregon. Partnerships like this in the Pacific Northwest have existed for years to make mining part of nutritional abundance in colder growing climates like Idaho. At our Eugene site, we'll be partnered with our local nonprofits and our food banks to donate a portion of every one of our crop yields. And in an age where supply chains are fragile and food deserts persist, especially in small remote towns, this kind of localized abundance matters, and there aren't many good alternatives to create it otherwise. So what began as just an experiment is now a demonstration of community sovereignty, and it's all powered by Bitcoin. It plants a seed not just in the soil, but in the imagination of people who start to ask, what else could we do with this energy? Could we dry our salmon jerky? Could we dry lumber? Or something new entirely? Everywhere that we're building these sites, we're hiring locally. That includes electricians, operations managers, technicians, security, maintenance, and we're not just hiring people, we're also training them and helping them build skills that map to the new economy. We create opportunities for veterans, for tradespeople, and for young adults who are looking to enter the world of technology, computing, or the energy space. People that think Bitcoin mining doesn't create many jobs are absolutely wrong, because it is certainly job creating when you design it with the community in mind. Because on a daily basis, these facilities are creating impacts not just for the investors who are running the miners or the energy providers, but the people who are recruited on the ground to make it all happen day in and day out. When we're looking at a new site, we always use a co-development framework, and that includes 3 major stakeholders at every stage. This is the utility or the energy provider, the miner, and the community. We do joint planning sessions, we share impact assessments, and we're always seeking feedback from local leaders on the implications of our sites. That means that when we're expanding, we're not just thinking about how many megawatts under management can we get or how much hash rate can we point to the Bitcoin network. We're thinking about long-term development and partnerships. We're thinking about infrastructure upgrades. We're thinking about winter food access, environmental impact, local education programs. And that attention to the soft tissue of these projects is what makes them sustainable over 10, 15, or 20 years or more. You don't get that kind of longevity by going dark after your permits are approved and hoping that the community forgets that you're there. You get it by showing up consistently and involving people in your process from day one. Most people get into this business thinking that it's done on spreadsheets and remotely from laptops, but it is done in person with people with community involvement. And in my opinion, Alaska has something very serious to gain from mining that most places don't. And again, it's already been talked about today, but serious, relentless, and expensive cold is a huge opportunity. And that's exactly why I believe this state is the perfect place to pioneer something transformative. The main byproduct, the heat from Bitcoin mining, something that most companies are just venting into the air, could be redirected to warm not just greenhouses that grow food throughout the winter, but our homes, public places, schools, affordable housing, and even industrial processes. And what if mining wasn't just producing Bitcoin, but also reducing the heating costs through the winter and cutting dependence on more expensive fuel sources, similar to what Tyler was discussing today? We're not doing this here yet, but we want to. There's tons of opportunity, and projects like this are already reusing heat in this way across Northern Europe, as well as parts of Canada. And Alaska is where it could matter most. All it takes is forward-thinking partners, local governments, utilities, and community leaders who see the potential in turning these heat byproducts into winter warmth. Everything that we've talked about so far, from heat reuse to food security to infrastructure development, hinges on one core truth. It's that energy is only as valuable as our ability to use it effectively. Bitcoin mining allows us to monetize that energy in a way that creates wealth locally, rather than exporting all of the value to urban centers or distant stakeholders. This is how we turn nice theories into real progress that you can feel in the here and now, by tying it to true economic empowerment and development locally, by aligning incentives between the energy source, the community, and the miner. We can create something sustainable and scalable that builds on itself and creates a virtuous cycle. In my view, Alaska stands at a crossroads. On one hand, you've got some of the most abundant, untapped energy resources in North America, from hydro, oil and gas, geothermal, and even tidal in some regions. And on the other, you have isolated communities with some of the highest electricity prices in the country. These are places where diesel gets barged in, where families pay 2, 3, or even 4 times the national average for power just to keep the lights on. And yet every day there are power plants throttling down or flaring methane because there's no one to buy or use it. What if Bitcoin mining could be that buyer? What if it could balance the energy system as a whole? What if it brought not just a temporary boom, but a long-term revenue-generating buyer, one that's not just consuming, but participating in the health of your energy system? That's what we've seen all over the world from places that choose to work with miners. And I believe Alaska can go even further. You have the raw resources, but you also have multiple levels of synergy with mining. And what's missing is just demand and leadership. Demand for your energy locally that's flexible, digital, and decentralized, and leaders that are willing to try something new and clear the path. That said, Alaska doesn't just need more promises, it needs real partners. And I know that over the years, outside projects have come and gone, many with big visions, big headlines, and often very short lifespans or dubious benefits. That kind of local history would teach anybody to be careful with new ideas and new people and to protect what's yours. As miners coming in, we have to respect that completely. That's why we don't typically approach communities with a hard sell pitch. You have to come with questions, ask what they need. And where could you clean up waste that could be redirected to build something that's lasting? Because when we show up, it shouldn't be just to plug in machines. It should be to show up at city council meetings, to solve unique engineering problems, to explain the technology to students, and to build relationships that long outlast our equipment. Trust isn't and shouldn't be a buzzword. Because when you come in and you help with economic development, it doesn't work if there's someone who doesn't benefit from it. Everybody has to win, otherwise you're always going to encounter obstacles. So the invitation is simple. Let's talk about where energy is that's wasted, where your infrastructure is stalled, and where we can plug in to make something more meaningful and optimized that benefits everybody. To unlock the potential of this opportunity, what we need from Alaska's leaders and policymakers is not to pick winners, but just to pave the way for innovation and help lower the entry barriers. Right now, the biggest barriers aren't really technical. They're procedural and they're bureaucratic. Permitting for energy-related projects can often drag on for months and sometimes years, even if projects are low impact. If they don't have the right support because of how many different stakeholders exist, and in some cases with one person not benefiting, the most favorable energy setups can be totally unused and stopped by a single pen stroke. Interconnection rules vary widely between utilities, and sometimes it just takes that one person who doesn't have aligned interests to kill a project that would otherwise benefit the whole. The way that we use energy is evolving, but policy and public opinion in most cases hasn't caught up. We have these new kinds of partners at the edge of the grid, like Bitcoin miners, who aren't just consuming power, but can actually help balance it. But most people are still afraid that they'll harm the system. The truth is that these consumers aren't liabilities, they're tools. But without the policy frameworks and local supporters that recognize their value, we miss a huge opportunity to modernize how energy gets produced, distributed, and monetized for the benefit of everyone. We've already seen what this looks like in Oregon. We've taken small towns that were economically fading and given them a new anchor. We've created jobs, stabilized utilities, and redirected waste into warmth. We've built a model where mining serves the people and not the other way around. But I believe that it's just the beginning. We didn't build Abundant Mines to win the Bitcoin network hash rate leaderboard. We built it to prove what's possible when you align energy, capital, and care for people. And now we're looking for partners, for leaders, for cities and tribes and utilities who want to write a new chapter. So if you're here today in this room, it means that you already care about where Alaska's headed. And embracing this future isn't just about money and code. It's empowering the edge, the small towns, the overlooked regions, the locals. We don't want to be the biggest mining company in the world, but we do want to be the one that communities are proud to partner with. We want to leave behind a positive impact that long outlives us. In a future that's increasingly automated, globalized, and disconnected, Bitcoin is one of the few technologies that lets us opt back into the holistic human experience. It lets us root into the land, the power, and the people who make up our lives. And I believe that the future created by embracing this technology will absolutely be abundant. So, my goal, if you've listened to this point, is you now have a burning desire to see a Bitcoin miner in your community because you see the benefits that it can bring. Abundant Mines is growing from our roots in Oregon across the Pacific Northwest, and we would love to be part of the success story here in Alaska. And I know that we're not alone in that desire. There are other miners here in this room. So if you're an investor, a community leader, a policymaker, an energy partner, or a builder, I would love to talk while we're here in town, because we're here to make this happen and accelerate what is, in my opinion, a very obvious opportunity for the benefit of everybody. Thank you. With any remaining time, looks like we got about 6 minutes. I'd be happy to dive deeper on anything, hydro, economics, partnerships, technology, or anything about the company or mission if anybody's got questions.
What challenges do you see in an environment like Southeast Alaska for setting up one of these mining communities?
There's two sets of challenges. I would say there's engineering challenges, and then there are people challenges. The engineering challenges have to do with just nonstop wet and cold. Cold is great in small doses and at the right temperature range, but if it gets too cold for too long, you can damage equipment. And the other challenge is access. So logistics, if you've got somebody that's got to do repairs, if you're trying to deploy miners, you need to be able to get in and out of a facility, and in many cases, some of the best energy here is not accessible by roads. So you have to have logistics that make sense for any facility. It's probably not going to be economical to helicopter in every time you have to go to a site. For the people problems, what we usually encounter is just how many stakeholders are involved in an energy project. You would think that if you just owned a resource, you could do what you would like with it, but in most cases, you've got to get several levels of permission, whether it's from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, depending on whether it's a private, state, or federal resource, you might have a different set of permitting processes. You've got whatever local codes, building codes need to be overcome. And if it's not an existing energy resource, like you don't already have a hydropower dam, for example, trying to build new generation is a multi-year timeline just to get to the point where someone says yes. So the people are really the biggest barrier, but also the greatest opportunity if you just get the right people to understand the opportunity. Everything engineering can be solved. What else? That's a great question. Yeah, in the back.
Which one, you said it was essentially like the government, the utility, and then the community. which one, if you want to approach a site, I guess, would you approach first, or is it just kind of whichever one seems most willing to buy into it?
The easiest one to start with would be the utility or the energy provider, because if you don't have an existing resource that's underutilized, then you're kind of starting from scratch. It's great if you have a community that wants something like this, but if there's no existing energy source, then you're at least waiting years before something gets set up in most cases. So the best way to start is find out where is something already in existence that's underutilized, that has capacity, where just by having someone come in and start using it, everybody else benefits. And that sounds like, okay, that's low-hanging fruit, but this exists all over the place. I mean, the statistic is 30% of all the energy generated in the world is completely gone to waste, and it's no different up here. So there's absolutely an opportunity where underutilized energy resources would benefit from just having someone come and consume locally. And part of that block in many cases is just that if you have extra energy capacity, trucking that energy out logistically doesn't make sense either from a pure physical logistics standpoint or from a cost standpoint. So by having something that can come to the source and actually be deployed right on site and can operate anywhere, I mean, if people aren't aware, a mining site of thousands of miners can operate on a Starlink, so you're effectively not location constrained at all as long as you can get to it. That is why it's so powerful, is that it really can go pretty much anywhere and is extremely modular. You guys need me to get off or one more? Any more questions? Could you use the mic? I can't quite hear you.
How do you become somebody that repairs miners, and how much do they make?
A miner repair technician, depending on how deeply trained you are, and it also depends on where you are in the world and how much you're needed, I would venture a guess that someone here would be in much higher demand because there's a much smaller talent pool, anywhere from 50 to the low six-figure range a year. And there's different levels of knowing how to repair these machines as well. So there's very basic repairs that almost anybody could do, and you could get trained to do that within a few hours. And then things like board level repair, you would be looking at going to existing repair facilities to train with, and those can command much higher rates because it's a much more specialized skill. One more question?
I was curious about your Eugene facility.
Mm-hmm.
What's the time frame to get that online? And then the acreage, how much space it actually takes up?
Yeah, so that one is a 40 by 80 greenhouse, and to get the site actually up and running, just the mining site, took us about 6 months of construction. The greenhouse, at the end of it, will be about 90 days. So this coming winter will be its first full season. Oh.
Another study by Duke and Wounded Warriors that puts that number at 44. Nearly 900,000 veterans battle alcohol and substance abuse, and over 37,000 are homeless. These are not numbers. They are brothers, sisters, fathers, sons, daughters, uncles, people who gave everything and came back to a system that just fails and forgets them. But what if the one thing the military-industrial complex hates, sound money, is what could help save them? I'm proud to be here today and get to welcome to the stage Gabe Lord and Scott Lindbergh from Operation Bitcoin, an organization bringing hope, sovereignty, and purpose back into the lives of those who have served. Man, welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Give you some breathing room, Scott.
You're all good. All good.
All right, here we go. So, with your guys' experience, what are some of the toughest things you've seen or experienced personally or in communities when veterans return back to civilian life?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and thank you for that preface of helping us to explain the severity of this situation. So, one of the most challenging aspects that veterans face when returning to the civilian world is a loss of connection to a sense of purpose and to a community of other individuals who share that same purpose. And so we get a lot of them come back and find that they're just kind of floating around out there, somewhat in a tailspin when that sense of purpose is gone. And I think that's something that most people, veteran or non-veteran, can relate to, is life is just much more meaningful when there's a sense of purpose. And for veterans in particular, there's an amplification of that sense of purpose when we're on active duty. And then when it is suddenly gone, then it can pose a significant challenge for a lot of us coming out.
I think the thing that comes to mind is also in the military, if you've got an entire career, you're used to having a guide somewhere. If I'm going to go into a new post, there's going to be some SOP I'm supposed to follow, some things I'm supposed to go and do. And when you're exiting, they're going to go through. They didn't have it when I was in. That was a long time ago. But they have this process. What was it called, Gabe? The program where they're helping the current military
When they're getting out.
when they're getting
TAP.
out. TAP.
Yeah.
And you think that's great. They're helping them find jobs, but it's just they're not used to going into a place and not knowing what the culture is, not knowing the structure, and not having some kind of system in place. And so having a guide is where I'm going is that they don't have a guide. And so now you have this pressure of you feel like you need to take care of your family, you're supposed to be whatever it is that you think you're supposed to be. And you don't have that guide that really can help you, and it's not easy. We can get into it later in terms of trying to translate what your skills are, and there's a lot of great skills that you develop and hone in the military, but you don't know how to communicate that. And it's good to have what ends up happening, at least what I've experienced. I don't have that many around me, but if you can find someone who's a veteran who's already been out for a while, they'll kind of take you under their wing and kind of give you some personal feedback. But you feel lost. Feel like you don't have a rudder, you don't have that guide. That's one of the things I've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just going to add a little bit of color to your comment about the transition assistance program. It takes several weeks, if not months, for someone to be turned from a civilian when they join the military into a service member. It takes a long time. So basic training is we've all seen the movies, right? It's very abrupt and it's scary and there's people screaming in your face and they brainwash you and all those things happen. But after that, there's job training, and then individuals will stay in usually for a minimum of 3 to 4 years. And so this ongoing militarization process is occurring. And then it's reinforced by being immersed in that culture. But then when the time comes to get out and to rejoin the civilian world, that transition on the way out is nearly instantaneous in comparison to the lengthy process and then the reinforcement of that really it's a new identity of being militarized. Then the demilitarization process it's really nothing more than here's how you write a resume. Go do your LinkedIn profile. Here's a job fair. Now turn in all your stuff. You can keep your boots because they're dirty, but everything else is ours now. Good luck. And that really is not, it's not proving to be a very successful model at all.
And speaking on that, the staggering numbers we talked about, the numbers struggling with alcohol, PTSD, constant pain, homelessness. What is it about this? Why is it this system fails so many veterans after their service? How does that come to be?
That is a big question. I don't know if I can answer. If we knew that, we would just stop it. I do have a close friend of mine. He just retired as CEO of a nonprofit, and they focus on helping military veterans, helping them with if they're about to be evicted or they're about to lose something else like that. And they'll come in, and they have all kinds of issues. One issue is in the military, if you're going to physical training and I don't know, you have a blister on your foot or something, there's kind of this macho kind of feeling where you're going to go tough it out, and you don't report certain things because you don't want to be the one who was that, you know, hey baby, why were you not there? You had a little blister. And so you can carry that forward, though it could actually be a more serious medical thing, and a lot of them won't reach out. So you almost need some other.
Getting into, Scott, we were talking just yesterday or on the boat about the importance of a support system for these people. And I think we're getting on this. Do you think Bitcoin, we were talking about the mission, gives veterans a new mission, like a new battlefield for freedom that they can flourish in a way?
Yeah, absolutely, both fronts. To finish up the first part of that, sometimes you just need somebody who knows the veteran, that says, this person needs help. He's not asking for it. And then they have to go out and kind of bring it in. And on your second question, 100%. I think we could talk about that for hours, that there are a lot of ways that the things that we discuss in this community are 100% aligned with veterans. Yeah.
Yeah, and absolutely. It's that sense of mission and what's more community. Again, that we talked about a little bit earlier on. And when those things are not present in a veteran's life, then bad things happen, okay? Now, it's important to have a snapshot, a little bit of an understanding of, in general, the veteran mindset when we leave the military. Many of us leave the military feeling like we are very capable, competent human beings and are really, really good at what we do because we're highly trained, very effective, and just really good at our jobs. And we come out of there feeling like and really just knowing that we're badasses, basically. And then to come out into a world that doesn't necessarily acknowledge that can be challenging. And what happens is there's this abundance of energy that is possessed and this knowledge of capabilities that then all of a sudden that energy doesn't really have anywhere to be directed, because we'll go and get a job with a civilian company and, you know, many times they're not sure exactly how to manage this high level of talent that comes out. And so then there's this stranded energy that many times is going to be turned inward in less than productive ways and can result in negative consequences. And one of the things that Bitcoin is proving to do is to provide a place for that energy to be harnessed and then directed toward. It's that mission. And there's a community of people that have an entire subculture in itself that veterans are finding that sense of home and that sense of community and that sense of purpose with a tied mission again. And ultimately, let's talk about the battles that many veterans have fought when they joined the military in the interest of serving the greater purposes of freedom in the world. Then when we start digging into the philosophical aspects of Bitcoin, we all know that Bitcoin is going to bring humanity to a greater level of freedom. And that itself is speaking to so many of us and getting us on the mission, as we say.
Yeah, so in terms of mission, the way I like to think of that is if you are in the service, you are serving. You're talking about people who have taken an oath to put themselves on the line for a greater good. And by the way, their families are home when they're deployed. Even if they're not in combat, that's a huge hardship for that separation. Then you throw on the physical danger and the risk. It is a huge, huge sacrifice. And I have personally found, not that I've been in the Bitcoin space that long, but the alignment with freedoms and serving a higher purpose, 100% they can relate to. Because if you really boil all the things that we're talking about now, we're talking about freedom, right? I want to be able to communicate value back and forth with you without somebody telling me whether or not I can pay you or not pay you and pay someone. I mean, all the things that we talk about all the time. And here's this thing that represents freedom. Then you get into freedom of communication and Noster, obviously freedom of education, all the things are on the list that we've seen here. The military mindset can connect to that greater service. So when you contribute in any way that you want to contribute, so if maybe it's hunting or it's metastatic networks or it's homeschooling or just whatever it is, you're contributing in your way to a mission that's greater than yourself. And that freedom principle is huge. The mission greater than yourself is huge, and 100% alignment with veterans. Yeah.
Now let's get into some of Operation Bitcoin and what you guys are doing on the ground and how this is changing and saving lives. What are some personal experiences you've had through Operation Bitcoin and the change you've seen in individuals' lives from your guys' work?
Yeah, so Operation Bitcoin is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We launched in 2023, and our mission is to introduce, educate, and motivate military veterans to lead the world into the Bitcoin future. And so we started out doing that in person with, we are a full node within the Meet Premier Bitcoin network. And so the Meet Premier, the international node of networks there. And so, yeah, we started doing that in person, and we have launched our online program as well. And what we do is we basically introduce, educate, and motivate them to get plugged in. And so the questions that came after we began to administer the education were from the veterans. Are saying, well, what can I do now that I know about Bitcoin? This is great, and I can begin to buy it, I can transact in it, I know how to cold storage, and I got it going on. How can I get plugged into this mission? And so we also have a community called Bitcoin Veterans, and I know that there's a handful of us around here, and you've probably seen our activities online and in person and our shenanigans. Thank you. And that's a big part of what we do as well, is we bring them through the education program. We get veterans that are newer to Bitcoin and even some that are more experienced plugged into the Bitcoin veterans community, and that in itself has a tremendous impact on all of the individuals that are part of that. There are about 1,000 of us right now and still growing quickly, and Scott had mentioned some of this a moment ago with the different ways that each of these veterans can get plugged in. We do the majority of our communications are done, of course, virtually on a specific platform that I'm not going to mention because we don't want anybody breaking into it. Not that they can, but we have hunting chats, we have Meshtastic, we have radio communications, we have Citadel building. Of course, we have a very active mining chat where we have a number of different Bitcoin veterans that are all working on their own individual projects. We've been fortunate to have quite a few mining rigs donated to Operation Bitcoin that then we subsequently will donate to veterans who are interested in building out their own mining projects. And so that's happening all over the place right now, which is fantastic, because our goal is to ultimately build a hash army around the world that is composed of Bitcoin veterans. So Anyway, I say all that to say that, yes, we have received quite a few testimonials from those that have come through the program and joined the Bitcoin Veterans Organization, joined that community, that have reached out to me individually and expressed the impact that it has had on their lives. People that have literally sent me messages and shared with me that they're alive today because they're plugged into this community, that they got sober because they found a group of individuals to help hold them accountable. We have a Bitcoin veterans group for Christians as well, and we have people that have found Jesus and are sharing this journey with other veterans who are walking through that with them, people whose lives are being ultimately completely transformed by being plugged into this new mission with these individuals that have walked on that path and are more than happy to reach back and say, come on, I got you. Let's do this thing. And then to bring them alongside with all of us. And this community is growing exponentially. It's crazy. People just keep on showing up. And the members of this community are so gracious and giving of their time, knowledge, and gifts that we are truly witnessing iron sharpen iron on a daily basis as these individuals just continue to invest in one another.
Yeah, if I could just add one small thing, and that is, I mean, we're not trying to, if someone is about to do something harm-wise to themselves, like we're not professionals that can handle that, but there are others in the group that have had that kind of experience, and so you kind of have this division of labor where Gabe has a certain skill, he can help out with a certain thing, and somebody else. So it's not just that you have within Operation Bitcoin, is that you're establishing this network, and the network, the more people plug into it, the more powerful the whole network is, right? So, and then I will say that from a personal standpoint, with that, it can also mean is it may not even be that formal training. That formal training is good, but you and I meet on a class because Operation Bitcoin has a class or training or whatever. It's an event. But now I have one other person I can reach to, right? So how many conversations are happening privately where someone just needs somebody else, right? And you know, where I'm going with that is, yeah, we're small now because we're getting started, but it's a network, and every time you add one more node to that network, the whole network gets stronger, and you find somebody else that you're connected to who has the kind of help that you need, right? So Operation Bitcoin doesn't solve everything. We're just one more node connecting other nodes to each other.
There's an interesting parallel you were talking about there with like what you guys do, Operation Bitcoin, and like AA. Because so many people, they'll have trouble until they go to a meeting and talk to other alcoholics or other military men that went through PTSD, and these other struggles. So that is sometimes more helpful and goes a lot longer, goes a lot further than the professional help or the experts, you know. But you guys, you hit on that economic preparedness, crisis leadership when we talk about military men, Bitcoin and tech careers available to them. Some people, does Bitcoin really offer all these opportunities to vets? And how are you preparing them through your education programs to enter the new economy and be leaders?
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah, as I indicated, we started out our training program using the Me Premier Bitcoin Bitcoin diploma, which is a fantastic program, and they're doing awesome work over there, and we are an active node with them, absolutely. However, we're also finding that there's just more of a demand for some of the more technical knowledge from those that are coming through our program, and just some of the more in-depth knowledge, like I said, to prepare them to get engaged in the actual mission. So, and that's one of the things that I love about veterans is, you know, we show up and it's like, okay, I have some new knowledge. What can I do with it? Let's go. I know something. How do I direct this towards something productive? How do I build something? And so that's where we partner with an organization in Georgia called Vector. They're run by the Georgia State Technical College system. And Vector is Veteran Education Career Transition Resource Center. I want to ask you to repeat that. But it's run by the Technical College system in Georgia, and they do technical training to meet the workforce needs of the industries in the state of Georgia. And so we offer training there. That's actually the first time that's happened in the United States for a state-level program like that. So we offer training there, and we actually just started offering mining sessions over there. And so we are moving into providing mining technician training for veterans at the state-run Veteran Education Training Center in Georgia, which is a model that then we will be replicating in other states, branching out through the Southeast and then moving through the rest of the country. And so we have a lot of mining going on in Georgia. Georgia is actually number 2 in the United States for the amount of mining that goes on. I won't say the other one, but it might start with a T, and you just take it from there. But mining is blowing up in Georgia. There's a lot of it that's taking place, and the workforce demands are increasing with that as well. And so we are moving into that specifically, but it's more than just the mining technician training itself, because as we all know, mining facilities, mining companies, Bitcoin companies in general, they do more than just hire people that work on the mining machines, right? So we've got, your security forces, you've got your operations people, your finance, your accounting people, your HR people, the entire gambit of positions that come through. Fortunately, the military also has more than just people who pull triggers. The military has operations people and logistics people and financial people and HR people and all that stuff that are prepared to come out into the civilian world and become familiarized with the Bitcoin ecosystem and the philosophies which we will provide, and then we plug them into those employment opportunities at the mining organizations or non-mining Bitcoin organizations, depending on what the workforce needs are.
Yeah, I think that's going to grow. If I could just add one. It started out with just let's do some training, sound money, Austrian economic type of training, right? And quickly going into things that are more energy related. And so we're looking at this with a long-term perspective. There's the military's here, the people coming out of the military. This is not the first time that generations have experienced kind of lost veterans, if you will. So starting with the education, then you get onto training and you get into placement. Eventually we want to get to the point where we can help veterans become basically entrepreneurs and create jobs for other people. So there's a lot of potential. I think one of those next things that we're going to see is a lot of what you're going to hear discussed, especially in a forum like this, and that is the connection with energy. So veterans connected to energy-related companies, huge. And then I think the next step after that is going to be probably AI, because all of that is linked. So we're just laying the foundation. We're starting with the education. Job placement, job training is the natural next step to that. But I think it's going to extend. The name is Operation Bitcoin, but I mean the mission I think is much longer than just the timeline for implementing Bitcoin, right? It's going to keep on going, AI, energy. So I think it's going to grow, and I think with that, Operation Bitcoin is going to continue to grow to meet the needs of what those veterans need. Yeah.
And this kind of Adam getting into this, and Gabe, you were kind of getting down this rabbit hole earlier. How does Bitcoin education turn into emotional or even spiritual healing for those veterans that have suffered trauma?
Man, that's a really good question, because it's a real issue. It's a real thing. Even on top of combat-related trauma, there are a number of different internal challenges that veterans may face re-entering into the civilian world. And the bottom line is, when many of us leave the military, we leave very disillusioned. We understand that, and some of it's a little bit longer of an acceptance curve than others, but most of us eventually reach this point where we come to the understanding that we're a part of something that was corrupt, and that was, a racket, as the book "All War is a Racket" would illustrate. But So we come out, and not only do we have the, the combat-related issues or post-traumatic stress or PTSD, there's also the internal struggles that come along with being a part of something that was extremely destructive and has caused a lot of damage throughout the world with very ambiguous, if any, positive results at all.
I mean, if you don't mind me getting like a little bit personal, this is actually why we're so passionate about this. So the concepts of educating your kids, for example, that's when my wife and I are focusing on. The principle of helping someone else to have a successful, happy life is really important, and these are just the first principle types things. We're talking about sound money and Austrian economic type things. And I think, this is my point of view, but I think other veterans would share in it, that what Gabe is describing there, that's a real struggle. It was one of my hardest things in my Bitcoin journey was to realize that the money has corrupted everything, and you have these people who are sacrificing everything for that greater service, but yet you have the endless wars and how they're being funded, and the fact that the century of central banks is also the century of mass destruction, right? That is emotionally really hard to, there's a conflict, there's an internal conflict that you're dealing with, saying, I'm patriotic, I want to serve, I want to do these things, I want to help the people who do serve. On the same time, you're studying these things like economics, and you're realizing for the first time the things that you were told and believed in and were fighting for, they're not true. And have the ability that I could call up Gabe or another vet and be able to say, I'm struggling with this today, or whatever. It's really huge. It's really huge, and there's a disconnect, and as long as you have that disconnect, you're going to wrestle with it. You wrestle with it, and now you have this community that is incredibly passionate, and I think that one of the reasons is not just they align with the higher mission and the freedom, but they can relate that the other people are struggling with the same things that they're struggling with. I don't know, is that kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, even to take it further, that feeling of having been a part of something and then struggling with, I mean, on top of PTSD, then having that internal struggle again of being a part of that, being a part of a system that is corrupt. There are a lot of great nonprofit organizations out there that put veterans in jobs, and then they stay in the job for a little while, and then they go somewhere else, and then they continue to struggle, and then they continue to suffer. And it's just helping somebody find a job. It's not really doing it. But where we're finding a difference is that being connected to Bitcoin, being able to plug veterans into Bitcoin-specific jobs, there's a different philosophical alignment, and it's almost like when veterans come to grips and have that realization that Bitcoin is something that can fix the corruption that made possible the destructive force that we were a part of. When we realize that we can be a part of something that can fix that, and then find employment and find ways to gainfully build instead of destroy, and then to effectively fight against that force that we're a part of, that's when things really start to transform. I had a friend who, he was running a nonprofit that supported veterans in finding jobs, and they were pretty good at it. They would find veterans jobs all the time. But he still continued to struggle with helping them find gainful employment where they were a part of something that gave meaning, that in some ways provided atonement for what they were a part of before. And he struggled with this and fought against this, and last year he took his life because he was helping veterans find jobs but knew that it wasn't having a lasting impact. And it just ate away at him, and finally, it was so crazy, because he was the guy out there helping other veterans and trying to help them to preserve their own lives and to fight their own battles. And he was just one of those guys that never said anything to anybody about it. And then one day he was gone because he felt that there was such futility in the work that he was doing. But that's where Bitcoin is different, because as we all know, the saying is Bitcoin fixes this. And we truly do believe that Bitcoin can defund the forever wars that are plaguing our nation and the world, and have created a generation of veterans who are struggling to manage that internal conflict and to help us find a sense of atonement for the destructive force that we were a part of, and to redirect our energy towards something that will build something lasting and positive in this world.
Yeah, you have layers of missions there, right? You're helping individuals, you're helping a group, but you're on the mission for this higher thing. So
It's so powerful. Now you do not need permission to rebuild your life. Thank God for Bitcoin, guys.
Amen.
Amen to that too. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time for your keynote with Joe Kelly, Bitcoin's lasting frontier beyond the gold rush in beautiful Alaska.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Woo! All right. Really been enjoying myself. I don't do many keynotes. Got my family in the corner. One 2-year-old napping. Best audience ever. My talk today is what's the talk? Bitcoin's lasting frontier beyond the gold rush. I was born in Anchorage, so I grew up as an Alaskan. Woohoo! Some proof, fishing as a 12-year-old in Kachemak Bay outside of Homer. These days I live in Austin, Texas. I've been there for about 2 decades. And so it was actually really interesting. I really enjoyed working on this talk. It was a very kind of integrative, psychologically experience for me, coming to it as an Alaskan, a Bitcoiner, and a Texan. So I'm going to weave a lot of those ideas through this talk. A key word I'm going to keep coming back to is wilderness, just the idea of wild country, open nature, kinds of things we like to preserve, like kinds of things we like to visit, like we did on the boat trip a couple days ago. And some of the paths I want to walk through wilderness with you are going to be about insecurity and feeling insecure in the wilderness. I'm going to talk about some of the tools and things we evolved to escape security. I'm going to talk about what Unchained does and how we help clients with that same process. And last, I want to offer a call to action. So one thing, I don't know how many people know this about Alaskans or Texans, but there's this thing, you're in Texas, you ask a average Texan, what is the biggest state? They'll tell you, man, it's Texas. And then you ask any Alaskan, not just an average, they all know Alaska's a real big one. I find it interesting kind of reflecting on this and what I see even in my own family and others. I feel like sometimes it's a reaction out of insecurity, like Alaska has to prove something by using a statement of fact that we're bigger, and so we've got to remind people of it. It's cool, it's a cool fact, but it's just one of the personal ways we deal with insecurity. We also not just personally deal with insecurity, we also deal with it as a society. So we have these triggers, these things that happen. There's financial crises. One of the ones that happened in the late 1800s was part of the catalyst to the early gold rush. So that's kind of some headlines around the 1873 stock market panic. You, of course, had the great financial crisis coming up around the time of the launch of Bitcoin. Very coincidental, but definitely the kind of thing that drove a lot of people to Bitcoin. And then recent years, we had some bank failures. We had SVB, First Republic, others go down in 2023. And those incited that same insecurity, that same kind of panic in people around, well, where's my money? Wait, my money might not be in my bank account on Monday. So it's these moments of insecurity that drive new movements and drive people to frontiers, like Bitcoin, like the Klondike, like Alaska. We all kind of want to go stake our claim, get outside of society, develop some autonomy, and that's one of those drives against insecurity. But when you get out there, it's not necessarily always secure. Being autonomous does not equate to a lack of insecurity. There are bears out there in Bitcoin. There's a lot of miseducation, scams, a lot of ways to lose your Bitcoin. And so even in that becoming autonomous, you're not necessarily always safe. So a way I want to present this story as it relates to Bitcoin is really there's this template you can kind of observe in all the settling of new frontiers. So in Bitcoin in particular, I categorize it around these years. You have the frontier era, really that first 7 or so years of Bitcoin. You have kind of the mainstream or gold rush era, and finally the integration era. So the frontier era for Bitcoin, some of these faces may be familiar to you. Obviously have like a Roger Ver, Ross Ulbricht, some of the early champions and people that use Bitcoin in novel ways. It was fun. I had used these slides in a prior presentation. I just kind of saw the connections between similar cast of characters in the settling of Alaska. So on the far right, you have on the top an indigenous woman who was part of the first kind of crew that found gold in the Klondike. Some people say it was her pan that kind of first found gold. So one of the early pioneers finding it. And then in the bottom right, this guy is a notorious person here in Southeast Alaska called Soapy Smith. He was a con man. He was conning people out of money in Skagway for some time before he was shot on a wharf. So really a hallmark of these early frontier days is a lot of these innovations to just be able to survive and just get by. And in Bitcoin, we have, on one hand, Bitcoin itself is a type of innovation like that, but the early BIPs and things that made parts of Bitcoin more usable, like our seed phrases, like standards for multisig, these were early frontier innovations, not unlike the kinds of things people had to develop on the frontier of Alaska, whether it was mail delivered by sled dogs or bush pilots and bush piloting, kind of things that you needed to survive out here. In the mainstream era, some faces that have kind of come in to promote Bitcoin that were maybe established investors like Paul Tudor Jones or Michael Saylor with his corporate Bitcoin treasury strategy. I feel like these people are really complemented by others from Alaska's history, such as, have in the top right, Felix Pedro. He found gold outside of Fairbanks and led to that booming town in the early 20th century. In the bottom right, a nice crossover character, Tex Rickard. He was from Texas originally, and he operated some saloons out of Nome. So it was kind of one of these, I feel like this prototype of or archetype of a business person coming in, selling picks and shovels or selling whiskey to people that are settling in the gold rush. And there's a lot of perils that come out of gold rush times. Some promises as well. Of course, you have increased attention, increased adoption of something new. That leads to price appreciation, something we all get to benefit from. You get liquidity out of that trading volume. That adds to ability to trade in and out of the commodity. You get more financialization as you get markets, and that's really one of the bigger risks. I think this is kind of where certain things can start to go wrong when things get overly financialized, and it's something you saw in Bitcoin, especially in lending markets over the last several years. Unchained's been lending since 2017. We've never rehypothecated. We've kind of always taken a different model. We'll talk a little about that more later. But really, there's always this drive, this way that traditional financial services works, and that you tend to capture client assets and then work on all the ways they can make fees or earn revenues on client assets. And that's, there's an analogy I'll make between that's kind of like clear-cutting the forest, or basically over-extracting out of a resource when it's not quite ready. Lastly, as we're kind of in the integration era, I thought some fun parallels here. A lot of how I look at the integration era is about, it starts to introduce politics and how do we coordinate as people. And so I thought it was interesting to bring in our Alaskan Senator Ted Stevens, really I think a quintessential lobbyist in person helping bring in resources to Alaska. And in the bottom right, you have Hillcorp, one of the major producers. This is the founder of Hillcorp, one of the major producers of oil and gas in Alaska, also a Texan. So there's always these tensions and values as we go through and experience this integration era. We're talking about the early frontier values that drew us to the space in the first place, and then the kinds of things that make it more mainstream or more adoptable by people. This is the general case. I'd say in building products, there's a very specific case when you look at like user interfaces or product design of basically the more secure thing is not necessarily always the more convenient thing, and vice versa. As we try to adopt better security practices, we find that they're hard, they're difficult to use, and we kind of slide into the more convenient things, often forgoing some of the security we maybe sought in the first place. One observation we've had at Unchained is that it's possible to maintain something like that secure posture and get more convenience, but you need tools. You have to develop technologies. So something like hardware wallets and the software we use around them, that's the kind of thing that makes that security posture more useful, more able to be used by a common person. But as ever, there's this cycle. You get more insecurities. If you've ever just woke up in a new hotel room with a new coffee maker and you're frustrated, you feel insecure, you can't get your coffee, it's the same kind of experience like you're using your Trezor hardware wallet, you didn't keep your seed words nearby, you YOLO'd into that firmware update, and it's bricked on you. So again, another kind of instance of you can't always escape that insecurity, and you need help and other solutions to do it. So I really kind of paint these as something like a trilemma, three things you're trying to balance in the design of your product and service. How do you preserve someone's autonomy without sacrificing security or convenience? So I'm going to kind of talk through some examples of these, and particularly where we designed our services at Unchained to provide all three. First up is in security, and we all know we should self-custody. That's what a lot of my talk is really ultimately about. But when you depend on just a single hardware wallet, you have a single point of failure. That's one way you can lose the coin or lose access if you don't protect that carefully. So really at Unchained, what we rely on is multi-sig. And at Unchained today, we help secure over 106,000 Bitcoin. So that's $11 billion at today's prices. Most all that Bitcoin is held by our clients who hold 2 keys, while Unchained holds a third. So that reduces that single point of failure. You don't have that same kind of risk. And we do it in other ways, in other contexts, with, for instance, institutional partners. Fortis is a bank in Colorado. We work with them to provide our IRA product. And so the three of us collaborate together with the client. We hold a key, the institutional partner holds a key, and a client holds a key, and 2 of the 3 of us have to collaborate to move funds. It's one way you get extra redundancy and lack of single point of failure. Here we're talking about, okay, you know you should be doing multi-sig, you've escaped doing single sig, and now you're trying to set up yourself. I think I heard Isa on stage today talk about spending hours setting up a multi-sig for a group that she was a part of. And that's often the path or the experience, if you're new to this, going down the path of using an open source wallet. This logo is for Electrum, Sparrow is another great one. And the user interfaces get pretty good at this, but it's still complicated. Still time at multiple keys, multiple backups, so it's not necessarily convenient. So this is where I'd say we put in the majority of our efforts at Unchained. So there's several different ways we help out with this, whether it's onboarding calls and helping people set up their Unchained vaults for the first time. Even something as simple as vault statements. I was talking to someone this morning actually who was going through the experience of trying to set up a trust for their Bitcoin and their family's Bitcoin. And something like a trust, it's a legal concept. It's not necessarily something that the Bitcoin network knows about. So when you're trying to identify Bitcoin in this address is part of my family's trust, the people who care about that, usually the government or attorneys, a Bitcoin address doesn't do them any good, nor does it necessarily prove much. So something as simple as just a PDF statement that's got financial institution, company name, Unchained, and a vault balance with Bitcoin in it, title to a trust. That's just it's a very simple kind of thing, but it's very convenient for working within our traditional financial system that's still very driven by PDFs and especially with company letterheads on them. Lastly, one of the features I'm most proud of is our connections feature. So multi-sig, as a concept from its earlier days, was always seen as something that you can do with other people. And that's, again, part of how our model works. And within the Unchained application, you can share one of your keys with a friend or family member so you can protect your Bitcoin together. This is something I do with my sister, and I've done with other friends, and we see often that pattern is you're the Bitcoiner in your family, you should be holding your own keys, your uncle or your brother, they have some Bitcoin, but they're not yet too comfortable holding two keys. This is a way you can hold a key with them in this kind of enabled way. And lastly, as we know, just if you're using Cash App or a centralized service, you are forgoing your autonomy. And some of the ways that Unchained is still the centralized service, we help we help give that autonomy to our clients even when they're using us. We invest a lot in open source software. Our vaults are based on the open source standards around multi-sig for Bitcoin. So you can actually download your wallet configuration file, upload that into any other third-party open source wallet software, recover your whole Unchained vault, and spend it without us. I really like this as a product design for us. I liken it to a sovereign recovery backdoor. If you're securing your dollars at JP Morgan Chase, they limit you on the amount you can wire out every day, or you have other challenges. There's no way you can just go knock on the door of the Federal Reserve and ask to move your money to Wells Fargo or some other institution. So a service like Unchained really kind of preserves that for you for your Bitcoin, and you're truly autonomous. And we support multiple leading hardware wallets. So I've kind of walked through some of these, what I call these pillars of integration, have to do with community, tools, and working together. And something that came to light for me in working on this talk was really just that connection of forestry, and the outdoors. Part of how we see Unchained's mission and vision is we see this idea of there's a forest, or I would call literally just a network of keys that we want to see develop around our clients and with other institutions. And so that's kind of the way we see this being a more robust network where Bitcoin's safe and not overly centralized. A couple of just kind of points to start to bring this home. One other thing that came up for me, and just that the way you can't become fully autonomous, you can't ever get rid of insecurity permanently. But one of the places things settle out into is a point of interdependence. I feel like it's something Alaska has. It's really critical to Alaska's just survival. This is a map of the direct flights to and from Anchorage. So Alaska's very dependent on other people and resources that need to flow in and out, such as Bitcoin. And further, the role of government, the idea that a lot of Bitcoiners, I was just in Washington, D.C. a couple weeks ago for the Bitcoin Policy Institute Summit. It's a very great event. We had Alaska's own Nick Begich there, and Warren Davidson, some other great politicians who are, I think, really there advocating for Bitcoin in a very Bitcoin native values aligned way. So it's just something to highlight, I think, is that importance of recognizing we can't do it all alone. There's this interdependence we need with existing structures of government and institutions. I had a lot of fun just thinking about the conservation movement I think it's got some of its own extreme, difficulties, or it's problematic in some of its own ways. But I felt really inspired by a lot of the early advocates for it, whether it's Teddy Roosevelt, Bob Marshall, or others, basically highlighting the importance of preserving a great national resource. I think there's a real equivocation we can make between Bitcoin and self-custody as its own type of natural resource that's in the wild, or preserved, as it were, in the way maybe Satoshi and the original Bitcoin authors intended. And so there's really something, I think, of a nice call to action around that to really kind of build awareness. That was something that was missing for me in Washington, D.C., was that there wasn't really a lot of talk about self-custody. There's been a proposed bill called the Keep Your Coins Act by Senator Davidson Congressman Davidson out of Ohio. It's not seen traction. It's not been included in the more recent Big Beautiful Bill. But it is something I think really important in a place I intend to see Unchained invest more resources and finding helpful ways to create more conversation about preserving this important right. Lastly, I was reminded at on the ferry ride, I had to borrow a picture from that, not ferry, but the cruise a couple days ago, just how much there is you can't explain nature, you have to experience it. So it's a live thing. I think that's something about Bitcoin works kind of that way as well. Just explaining Bitcoin to someone else, explaining that idea of, you can transact with your grandma or relative halfway around the world without an intermediary. That kind of experience, you have to go through that. So there's something about that moment I can remember of using a Trezor to send Bitcoin for the first time and just watching how there was nothing in the middle of that. That's something you have to experience. So I think that's really just some of the call to action for all of us, is to continue to share that experience. I love that we onboarded Regina from the boat into becoming a Bitcoiner. But there's all that question of what's next for her. To how does she's got her first wallet, how does she then get that next experience of transmitting without an intermediary? So with that, I wanted to end with just a quote from Bob Marshall, again, a wilderness writer who I thought really kind of captured the feeling, the sentiment behind the state's motto. I couldn't help but read, and in the place of great land, think about Bitcoin, and just this idea of it's a promised land, a place where we can be free and transact without government control. And I also thought it was a nice equivocation in that there's 54% or so of the nation's wildlife are in Alaska, and that's roughly the same amount that's still in self-custody. So thank you all for your time, and happy to answer any questions, talk about Unchained or anything we talked about.
Any questions from the crowd?
Where's the beer?
Custody.
Do we have one? Nope. What's up, Rich?
I just got a question. You're talking about custody and all that kind of stuff. Do you have, right now they're talking about quantum a lot, and I think a lot of people are in here, not just myself, but, you hear a lot of different things about, okay, how soon before we could possibly have problems, and what is being put forth to alleviate that problem?
Basically, the risk of quantum computing, I wish I had a good answer to that question personally. I depend on my technical co-founder for a lot more of that perspective personally. My view is just that it's still a long ways away, and it's not worth over engineering around, but that we're in the same boat as all other services that depend on encryption, and so there's just an expectation that as a whole, the engineers and the cryptographers that look at the security of our airline websites, our banking applications, and everything else, that they'll be able to help us stay ahead of the curve. Tone.
Recording. So there is an unreasonable amount of Bitcoin in custody, from Michael Saylor to the ETFs to, when the states or the federal government start doing it, it's all going to be custodied, and not only is it custodied, it's all custodied in one place. Obviously we all know it's concerning, but is anyone educating them? I mean, Michael Saylor should know better, unfortunately. I know there's a regulatory thing going on, right? But you could also, if on the policy side, I know why the government would want all the Bitcoin in one place. I think they're going to confiscate it eventually. I think the 33 Act is coming back probably in 2033. Same thing with the gold. They're just going to confiscate it from Coinbase and that's it, to back the dollar or whatever they want to do with the Bitcoin. But is it possible to try and push the regulatory side to encourage self-custody instead of the other way around before the politicians really know like what they may put in, you know, like what can be done about this?
Yeah, I think that's part of, you're on some of the track that was kind of my worry leaving DC, or again, the idea that where it's a conversation, the halls are often dominated by Ripple or other industry actors that don't, there's just a lot of noise happening there, while bills like this Keep Your Coins Act, which is the world's simplest bill, it's a one-pager on just like the citizens will have the rights to self-custody their digital assets. That, just the fact that that's kind of falling off the wayside is not center of the conversation. It is an alarming risk and concern for me, because what you want that kind of thing to go in now, while you have their ears, while you have a president, and while you have a situation that will allow it and see it through, because then it's way harder for them to do something later to like reverse it. Or if it was just never in the books as a law or legal right for American citizens to self-custody, then just later on it's like a forgotten thing. So I do think that that's just kind of what I'm personally keen to advocate more and push more for Unchained, and using our resources too as well. And then another answer to how you were talking about it too is just, for me, it does come back to the integration piece, insofar as a limitation for a lot of companies is that they have to use one custodian because they need a qualified custodian, or they need to face one institution. And a lot of traditional finance works that way. Let's face the one person, the one party that custodies our assets. What we're trying to do is reconcile. At Unchained, we just launched a trust company a couple of weeks ago. It's based in the state of Wyoming, and that trust company will utilize multi-sig for everything it does. So if you have a trust there for which it's a trustee or administering assets, underneath that, behind the trust company, will be its key, as well as other keys held by Unchained or even the trust company's clients. So it's kind of one way. Again, what I find is some of what we have to do at Unchained is kind of just be a legal wrapper for the rest of the government and legal system to understand, but the custody is really divorced from that. It's how our IRA works. It's how, again, the assets at the trust company will work. But that on the paperwork, on the statement, it looks like it's a regulated thing that holds it, but secretly, or not so secretly, but like underneath is keys held by the clients or keys held by multiple parties.
Thanks. Anybody else?
I'm just tempted to throw this out for a comment, just because it's serendipitous that you're here on the heels of the big, beautiful bill, sunsetting Roth conversions, and then just after our veterans talked about their situation and thinking about the thrift savings plan. And so this is kind of a unique space here where a lot of veterans, retirees have thrift savings plans as their IRA. You have a product with IRA, I'm sorry, you have an IRA product where you can hold Bitcoin. And it's an interesting point in time, especially where Roth conversions are limited. So you have your choice as a veteran maybe to put your money in a ETF, you know, where you have fake Bitcoin, or maybe work with y'all. So I just want to throw it out there just to see if you have something to say about it. It's just a funny space and time.
Yeah, lots in flux, and I haven't read every detail of what's changed, or I'm not super aware of those particular outcomes from the big beautiful bill. But it gets back at that same thing of being an institutional layer and wrapper for this. I feel like there's still the self-custody ability, and that's just a way. It's what's kept us alive at Unchained. We've again, I mentioned, been lending since 2017. Originated over $1 billion of Bitcoin-backed loans with 0 loan losses. And that's because we've always leaned into this kind of hard way of doing custody. Every one of our loan clients holds one key to their collateral. And so that kind of stance or that footprint as something that builds, I think, just a much more enduring financial product. And it's an irony because, that I think people often author these bills, they go the easy route, they go towards convenience, the things they understand, and then these hard to understand things like multi-sig and self-custody, like that, those don't kind of make it in. So I really like to find more ways to more simply communicate and educate about it.
I'll throw one more quick thing out there. So I remember we had this debate a while ago, because I used to run the law show, the Bitcoin Law Review, and we debated, is it better, like what is Bitcoin's regulation? Right now, Bitcoin's regulation is, well, it depends on how you use it. It's defined as property, and yet everyone's getting arrested for money transmission, right? One of the things that a lot of Bitcoiners kind of wanted, but the lawyer said, no, this would be bad, is classifying Bitcoin as money. And one of those reasons is if it's classified as money, there won't be any capital gains on it, right? So, but I mean, there are other problems that come with it being money, as we saw from the money transmission side. But what is the possibility that the Trump administration may put something in where Bitcoin does not get any capital gains tax on its appreciation?
I think I've tried to look at that multiple ways, both as a personally interested Bitcoiner. Also, it would probably kill our IRA product, so it's a strategic planning for Unchained. But every time I look at the odds and talk to advisors, it's extremely low. And I don't understand always why, but it's really clear that it's just like a fight no one's willing to have and no one sees really worth stepping up for. And even the de minimis exemptions that were part of, proposed to go into the big beautiful bill, those also got drops.
Oh wait, is that the one where you can like sell your house for Bitcoin and then use your Bitcoin for a house and you're not taking on any tax thing?
De minimis was more like $600 transactions don't count. Like if your transaction's under $600.
Oh, that didn't even make it?
No.
Oh, geez. Okay, because there was talk about putting back in, if you sell your house for Bitcoin, you don't take on, because it's property for
like
property.
Kind. Yeah, like kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a window there early on that was possible, and that's not been.
That's not going in either,
closed.
huh?
Yeah.
It's not that great. Question? All right, anybody else? Otherwise?
Thanks for emceeing, Tom.
No problem. Hey, is
All
anyone
right.
actually closing it out?
Woo! Thanks, everyone.
Wow, you guys got like so many cameras set up. It's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day one of Bitcoin Alaska. Be back tomorrow at 8:30 for a demonstration of Huddle Up from Free Market Kids. We're going to be playing out there. That's going to be great, and then we'll get right into it at 9:30. We've got legends coming in tomorrow. Diamond-handed OG, who also happens to be a senator, Alex Gladstein, Vays. It's going to be great. So see you guys there bright and early.